Hello everyone, greetings of the day. From today onwards, let us start the marathon revision of Enterprise Information System. Enterprise Information System comes under paper 7A for 50 marks, 35 marks theory questions and 15 marks MCQ questions. Before moving on further, let us try to understand the what and why of EIS. So E stands for Enterprise, I stands for information, and S stands for system. That is EIS. First of all, let us try to understand what is this EIS, and later on let us move why people should learn EIS. First of all, let us try to understand what is EIS, and before moving further, first let us understand what is enterprise. An enterprise is a complex business entity. Of course, we come across the word enterprise in our local areas also. We see many shops with the name enterprise, say some XYZ enterprises or Rama enterprises or Singh enterprises like this. But they are all small establishments. They are all small shops. Whereas if you refer to the literal meaning of the word enterprise, it is a complex business environment. So that is called as an enterprise. Means a very large, ultra large business conglomerate can be called as an enterprise. So definitely in those enterprises, decision making plays a key role, a very important role. And for making decisions, definitely they require a lot of information, because information is wealth. Decisions are taken based on the information only. See, that is the reason we always say we always need to make decisions based on well information, or we can say we should make well informed decisions. This is the most important thing. We need to make well informed decisions. Means we need to gather a lot of information before making a decision. So these enterprises definitely require information systems. Now, what is an information system? An information system supplies to the top level management of an organization the required information to make good decisions. To make good decisions for the welfare of the company, to the welfare of the shareholders, to the welfare of the stakeholders. Because without proper information, if you make decisions, those decisions will not be good decisions, and those decisions will not be profitable decisions. In order to make profitable decisions, definitely each and every decision should be backed up by a lot of information. Now, by the way, what is this information? What is the definition of the word information? See, the definition of the word information is processed data. That means, see, data is the most important thing. Data is the most important thing. And we require data for everything, and we collect data from everything. So first we collect the data and we try to process the data, and once you process the data and you refine the data and put the data in a more useful manner, that we call it as information. That is why we call information as processed data. Now enterprises require this information for decision making. And how do enterprises get these type of information? That is the biggest question here. How do enterprises get the info they require? That means they need to make a setup. That is called, they need to have a system in place to supply the required information to the top level management for decision making. So what is the system? Information system. A system which can generate, a system which can supply information to the top level management for making the decision. And by the way, whenever I say that it is a system, we need to understand and define the meaning of the word system. Now, what is a system? See, whenever we try to define the word system, we should always use some specific words. That is, a system is a collection of integrated, interrelated, interactive, and interdependent What all this? A system is a collection of integrated, interrelated, interactive and interdependent set of components. And you may say, sir, we did not get it. Yes, no problem. See, systems are quite common things in our life, and the best example of system is you and me. The human system is the most complex system on this globe. So definitely system is very easy to understand. See, each and every system around us, including you and me, we are all composed of many components. We have a lot of components in our body. We have a lot of organ systems. We have a lot of organs. They are all components. And in what way they need to work? They need to work in an integrated, interactive, interdependent and interrelated manner. Only then the system can function in a proper way. That is the most important thing you need to understand. Now, sir, what are the other examples of system? And whenever the word system comes to your mind, you should understand that human system is the best example. And we have other systems like computer system, information system, political system. We have a lot of information systems. We have a lot of other systems in and around us. So in this way, we have tried to define three words: enterprise, information and system. Let me tell you one more time. Enterprise, a very large business and establishment, and these enterprises require information system. For what? For decision making. Decision making is the most important thing. So for making right kind of decisions, the top level management in the enterprises require information system, and for that reason they set up the information system. And how can we set up the information system? That we will learn in the coming lessons. So an information system provides information for the top level management. So that is what of information system. That is what of EIS. Now comes the next question: why? Why the students of chartered accountancy should learn enterprise information systems? Because this information system provides a lot of information in the form of financial statements, ratios and all others to the top level management. Now, it is the responsibility of the chartered accountants to validate, to authorize the accuracy and effectiveness of the information systems that are being used by the organizations. Only then such kind of information can be used by the enterprises to make decisions. So that is the reason why the students of chartered accountancy should have a deeper and better understanding of enterprise information systems. So just now we learned the what and why of enterprise information systems. Now let us move on to the first lesson, that is the components of information system. As per ICAI, this is one lesson called information systems, but we have divided that into 3 lessons or 4 lessons for the sake of understanding and better understanding of the students. Now the first lesson is components of information systems. So in this lesson we will try to understand what is information system and what are its components. Now the first one, explain the terms information system. Yes, I have already told you, information is the processed data. Whenever you process the data, it becomes information. So, sir, what do you mean by processing the data? You can do a lot of things on data. You can add something to the data. You can modify the data, search the data, sort the data, filter the data. These all things come under processing. So information is processed data. So now what is data? Data is the raw facts and figures. The things that we collect, that is called as data. And if we process this data, that becomes information. So information is what? Processed data. Then what is data? It is raw facts and figures. That is the thing you need to understand. So now what is a system? I have already told you, whenever we define the system, what things are required? 4 things are required: interrelated, interactive, interdependent and integrated. These are the 4 important things whenever we define the word system. And of course, you can also think system as a group of mutually related cooperating elements within a defined boundary. See, each system will have a boundary. Say for example, in our human system also, each and every system has a boundary. The respiratory system has a boundary. The digestive system has a boundary. in that way. And likewise in organizations also, we have marketing subsystem, financial subsystem, HR subsystem, and each of these systems have their own boundaries. Now, sir, what is information system, and mention steps in an information system model? So, you please try to understand this definition very carefully. Information system. Information system is a combination of people, hardware, software, communication devices, network, and data resources that process the data and produces information for a specific purpose. This is the most basic definition for information system. Now, I told you information system is a collection of components, isn't it? So, what are those components? What things are required to set up an information system? So, to set up an information system in an organization, what things are required? First one, people, hardware, software, communication devices, network, and data resources. These are the most important components to set up the information system in an organization. Sir, once you set up the information system, what this information system will do? It will process the data. So, after processing the data, what happens? You get the information. For what? For a specific purpose. For making a decision to expand your business, to make an advance of loan. Many decisions. Depending on the situation, you can take the decisions. Now, here is the most important thing. The main aim and purpose of information system is to convert the data into information which is useful and meaningful. So, the most important goal of information system is to convert the data into most useful information for decision making. And now here the things are very clear. What are the steps in an information system? See, any information system in this world will have the same steps. Every information system will take input from you, input in the form of data, and that input has to be processed. That input has to be processed. Processed means what? You do something with the input what you have taken. You add something to it, modify it, add, subtract, multiply, divide, sort, search. You do a lot of things on that. That all things come under processing. So what you do depends on your goal, what you want. And the third one is you get output. And also we store that output. So input, processing, output, storage, and the most important thing is feedback. So feedback is the most important thing. So whenever you expect that you are not getting the output in whatever manner you want, you have to change the input depending on the feedback. So first you give some input and that will get processed, and after processing you will get the output. And if the output is not as per your expectation, basing on the feedback loop, you will again try to change the input. Next one. And what do you do with the output? You store that output for future usage. Now the next one. What are the main components of an information system? Already we discussed the main components of information system are people. Now what do you mean by people here? People means software engineers, hardware engineers, data engineers, database specialists, data entry operators, hardware engineers. These all things come under people. And what is the most another important component that is required? Computer system. So without computers, how can you imagine an information system? So computer system is the most important thing. And if everything is there, people are there, computers are there, network and communication system are there, everything is there, but data is missing, then what is the meaning of information system? There is no meaning for the word information system if there is no data. First of all, data is the most important component. It is the prime component. It is the primary component. To process the data, you require computer system and you require people. Without data, nothing is required. So data is the most important component of an information system. And today we have very large organizations spread across different parts of the country and the world. So for that reason, definitely you require network and communication system. So these are the most important components in an information system: people, computer system, data, network and communication. And again, this computer system can be divided into hardware and software. Now, let us try to understand the components in detail. The first one, people. I have already told you, people are the most important component. The hardware engineers, software engineers, database specialists, data entry operators, these all things, these all people we consider as an important component. And the next one, hardware. Hardware means the physical components of the computer can be called as hardware. And what is software? A software is a set of programs that is called as software. So we require both hardware and software, otherwise we cannot have an information system. And as I already told you, data is the most important thing for an information system. And finally, the networks. A network is a collection of computers. You know, whenever you have to define the word network, in what way we define the word network? A network is a collection of computers. A network is a collection of computers. This is the most important thing you need to keep in mind. And now, these are the components. Now, let us try to understand these things in smaller detail. What is meant by hardware and what are the components of hardware? See, hardware means what? The tangible portion. Tangible means what you can feel, what you can touch, that is called as hardware. So, for an information system, the most important thing is hardware, one of the component. And what is the definition of hardware? The tangible portion of the computer system is called as hardware. And what do you mean by tangible? Which you can touch and see, that is called as an hardware. Okay. So what this hardware will do? You will have input related hardware, processing related hardware, storage hardware and output hardware. So that is the reason we can divide the hardware components into input devices, processing devices, data storage devices and output devices. What do you mean by input devices? Like keyboards, scanners, touch screens, these all come under input devices. What is processing hardware? The CPU, the central processing unit, the network card, the sound card, the motherboard, these all things come under processing devices. And data storage devices means the pen drives, memory cards, hard disks, these all things come under data storage devices. And output devices means monitors, headphones, screens, printers, plotters, these all things come under output storage devices. And now another important question, CPU. What is CPU? See, CPU is the actual hardware that interpret and execute the program. If you give some program to the computer, who process it? CPU, central processing unit. You know, this CPU is the brain of the computer. It is the brain of the computer. It processes everything. And you know, that CPU will be constructed on a small flake of silicon. A small flake of silicon. Means on a small layer of silicon, the CPU will be constructed. And in CPU, we have three main parts: the arithmetic and logical unit, the control unit, and the memory unit. So, through input unit, that is through keyboard or touch screen, you send input into the CPU. And the CPU again process it with the help of three different units: ALU, control unit, and memory unit. And finally, the output is sent to the output unit. What is output unit here? A monitor, printer, or plotter. Now, what are the three parts in the CPU? Control unit, it controls everything inside the CPU. ALU, it is the calculator part of the CPU, where all the calculations, either arithmetic calculations or logical calculations, will be taken place. And the third one is the memory unit, comprised of registers. Sir, what are registers? In the name itself it is there, something gets registered into it. That is called as a register. So, registers are memory devices to store small amounts of data. That is the most important thing you need to understand. Now coming to the data storage devices, how many data storage devices are there? There are two types of data storage devices, primary memory and secondary memory. Again, this primary memory is divided into two, RAM and ROM. Now, what is this primary memory? Primary memory is the most important memory that is required to the computer to work, that is called as primary memory. And this primary memory is further divided into how many types? Two types. What is the first one? Random access memory. And what is the second one? Read-only memory. Read-only memory. That is ROM. Sir, what is the speciality of RAM? It is a volatile memory. Whenever the power is switched off, all the content in the RAM will be vanished. That is why we call it as volatile. And what is the speciality of this RAM? We can read as well as write. You can store something into the RAM and you can also read from the RAM. And it holds both instruction and data. Now, what is read-only memory? In the name itself it is there. Read-only memory. That means whatever is there, you can just read. Whatever is there, you can only just read, but you cannot write into it. That is called as read-only memory. Okay, it is a non-volatile memory. RAM is volatile. ROM is non-volatile. That means the contents inside of ROM will not be vanished. Sir, what will be there inside the ROM? What will be there inside the ROM? The things that are inside the ROM are some special instructions by the manufacturers. Those things will be there in the ROM. Now talking about secondary memory. Secondary memory consists of hard disks, pen drives. These all things come under secondary memory. Floppy disks, CDs, DVDs. And now the next one, computer memory organization. In computer, the memory is divided into the first category, registers, second one, cache memory, third one, primary memory, and fourth one, secondary memory. This is the hierarchy. So, registers occupy the highest place, the next one cache memory, the next one primary memory, and the next one secondary memory. Now the next question, what is cache memory? See, there will be always a huge speed difference between the RAM that you are using in your computer and the registers that you are using inside your computer. So in order to bridge the speed difference between the RAM and registers, we use a memory called as cache memory. So we generally pronounce it as cache memory for two reasons. The first reason is it is a little bit expensive thing. That is the reason we also call it as cache memory. And what will be the size of the cache memory? Cache memory is smaller in size, but how it works? It works extremely fast. When compared to the normal RAM, cache memory works extremely fast. And you know, cache memory is also a type of RAM. In RAM, we have two categories. The first one is static category and the second one is the dynamic category. So the first one is the static category and the second one is dynamic category. So this cache memory comes under the static category of RAM. This is the most important thing you need to understand. Now the next one, cache memory stores the copies of the data. What the cache memory do? It stores some copies of data from the main memory. That is, whenever we use the word main memory, it always refers to RAM, random access memory. So it takes some copies from RAM and store it in itself. That is the work of the cache memory, so that the CPU can access the memory in a faster way, in a more accurate way. So that is what is cache memory. So what about the cache memory? It is smaller memory, very faster memory, and it is a type of RAM. These are the things you need to understand about cache memory. Now comes another type of memory called as virtual memory. See, whenever we say the word virtual memory, it means it is not a physical memory, because the word itself, it is saying it is virtual. It is not real. It is not a real memory. It is not real RAM. But whenever you want some additional RAM and that is not available in the system, then the operating system performs a magic. The operating system will borrow some memory from the hard disk and will allocate that as RAM. So this concept or this schema performed by the operating system can be called as virtual memory. So virtual memory is not a separate device like a cache memory. because cache memory is a chip, whereas virtual memory is not a separate device. But what it is an imaginary memory area. Virtual memory is an imaginary memory area supported by some of the operating systems, but today almost all operating systems, they support the virtual memory. So why do we want virtual memory? We want virtual memory because sometimes you may lack the RAM that you require to run an application. In order to fill the gap, or in order to fill that lacking of RAM, the operating system make use of the concept called as virtual memory. So what is virtual memory? Virtual memory combines computer RAM with the temporary space on the hard disk. So from the hard disk, we take some space that is called as virtual memory. And who performs all these things? It is operating system. Operating system performs all these things. And what operating system do? It takes some space in the hard disk, isn't it? So that space, what is taken from the hard disk, it is what it is called as? It is called as paging file. What it is called as? Paging file. Okay. And this is about virtual memory. And now let us turn to another most important component of information system, that is software. So far we have learnt about hardware. See, what are the components of the information system? Tell me. Software, hardware, people, data, networks. So we have learned some basics about hardware. Now let us try to learn about software. What is software and what are the different types of software? See, what is software? Software is a set of programs. Software is a set of programs written for what? For a specific purpose. So software is a set of programs written for a specific purpose. A specific purpose. That is called as software. And you know, there are two categories of software. Software can be broadly divided into how many types? Two types. What are they? The first one, system software. What is it? System software. And what's the second one? Application software. System software, application software. System software means what? The software that is helpful for the computer for its functions. The software that performs the functions of the computer. That is system software. And what is application software? The software that is used by the users, like you, like me, like all. The software that is used by the users for their own purposes, for various purposes, like accounting, auditing, adding, video editing, like this. We use different softwares for different purposes. So these all softwares that you use for different purposes, you can call them as application software. And there will be n number of application softwares. There will be no end to application softwares, because is there any end to your needs? Is there any end to your wants? Is there any end to your tasks? No. So for the same reason, application software also has no end. Depending on the user needs, depending on the user wants, new application software keeps on coming into the market. So that is about system software and application software. Now let us try to learn some more things about these softwares. Now, write about operating system. See, what is an operating system? Yes, operating system is a system software. Whenever I say it is a system software, what does it mean? It's a set of computer programs. Sir, what operating system will do? It manages the computer hardware resources. What operating system will do? It will manage the computer hardware resources. It will manage the printer, the plotter, the scanner, the CPU. It manages everything inside the computer. That is why operating system is the most important thing in a computer, and you cannot imagine the functioning of a computer without an operating system. And what this operating system will do? The most important thing, it acts as an interface. The operating system acts as an interface between you and the computer. And without operating system, you cannot communicate, you cannot interface with the computer. And the operating system is the vital component of the system software. In your computer, you may have n number of application softwares, you may have n number of system softwares, but the most important thing is operating system. You cannot imagine the working of a system without an operating system. And you know what application softwares are used? They are usually require an operating system to function that provides a convenient environment. What does it mean? For example, you want to type something in MS Word, or you want to make something in MS Excel, or you want to make a presentation in PowerPoint, or you want to make your accounts in Tally. These are all application softwares. Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Tally, these are all application softwares. For these application softwares to run, what is required? An operating system is required, because you need to start your system with the operating system. You need Windows for your computer to start. You need Android for your mobile to start. You need an operating system for any electronic system to start. So, operating system is the most important thing. First operating system, next application software. So, generally we use application softwares, but for these application softwares to function, what is required? An operating system, a system software is required. And you know the names of the operating system: Windows 7, Windows 9, Windows 11. These are all the most latest operating systems. Linux, Unix, Xenix. These are all some of the popular operating systems. And next question, very important question: the functions of operating system. Sir, you told great things about an operating system. You told that operating system is a control program. Operating system acts as an interface between the user and the computer. Operating system is the most important component in the computer. Then, what are the functions performed by the operating system? Can you please tell us? Yes, I can tell you, man. The functions performed by the operating system. The first one is performing the hardware functions. What do you mean by performing the hardware functions? See, we use lot of hardware devices in the computer, isn't it? So, if you want to work with those devices, definitely you require an operating system. You require an operating system when you want to work with a printer. You require an operating system when you want to work with a scanner. You require an operating system when you want to work with your mouse, because it is the operating system which is an interface between you and the computer. And the next one, user interface. See, today we are seeing a very good, very very great user interfaces. User interface, even a non-technical person can also interact with the system. So that is the greatness of the user interface provided by the operating systems, so that anyone can easily interact with the mobile or with a computer. So that is the reason we generally say, no, even small kids used to make a lot of wonders in the mobiles, and their parents used to feel a lot of happy that my son knows a lot of things, even those things I don't know. Yes, because of the interface. The interface is so interactive, the interface is so easy that even a kid can interact with the system and can operate it. That is the greatness of the user interface. And generally, how many interfaces we have? We have the two interfaces. The first one is graphical user interface. So what is graphical user interface? Whatever interface you are seeing right now in front of you on the screen, that is graphical user interface. The screen filled with icons, menus, buttons, these all things, colorful appearance. This is all graphical user interface, GUI. Okay. And the next one, the most boring, CUI, character user interface. In character user interface, you cannot find any icon, menu or anything, just a boring black screen. That is character user interface or command user interface, because you need to enter a command for everything to execute. That is why it is called as command user interface. And the next and third important function of operating system, hardware independence. See, today we have APIs, application program interfaces. Using these application program interfaces, you can have hardware independence. What do you mean by hardware independence? Means today you are using Android in many hardware devices, in the mobile phones of different companies. The hardwares are different, but you are using the same Android. That means you can use the same operating system in any of the hardware components. That means today operating system has become hardware independent. Once upon a time, we are hardware dependent. But with the development of operating systems and with the development of APIs, application program interfaces by the operating system companies, today we have achieved hardware independence. That means today we are having a Play Store and we are downloading apps from Play Store, isn't it? So whatever hardware you may be using Samsung M15, or you may be using some OnePlus, or you may be using any other device made by any company, but you are simply going to the Play Store and downloading the app. That means today apps, softwares, they all became hardware independent. How is it possible? Because of operating system. This is the biggest advantage provided by operating system. And the next one, memory management. Operating system manages lot of things inside the computer. It manages RAM, it manages hard disk, it manages several other memories that are available inside the computer. And it always try to keep the memory up to date. It always try to clean the unnecessary things from the memory, and it performs a lot of things which are related to memory. Hence, the memory management of the operating system is the most important function. And the next one, task management. We never do a single task with the system. We always perform multitasking. That is, on one side I want to listen to the songs, and another side I want to type, I want to chat with someone, and on the other side I want to take a printout. So different tasks, multiple tasks at the same time. How is it possible? Yes, it is possible because of the operating system. Operating system will give the capability to the computer to do multitasking, to perform multitasking. Next one, networking capability. Sir, I want to connect my phone to my friend. Can I connect? Or I want to connect my computer with the computer of my friend. Can I connect? Yes, you can. When? If your operating system permits. That is the most important thing. If your operating system will not permit you to connect to the computer of your friend, you cannot connect. Of course, to connect to a network, you require two things. To connect to a network, you require two things. What are the two things? You require network software, and at the same time, you require network hardware also. And whenever you have these two things, you can connect. So, network software will be in the form of operating system support, some protocols, these all things. And network hardware means you need to have an Ethernet card or some other supporting network equipment. But even though you have network card, and if you want to connect to your the computer of your friend, but if your operating system do not support networking, then you cannot connect with your friend. That is the most important thing that you need to learn about the operating system. And the most important next one, logical access security. So whenever you log into the system will ask you to enter the user ID and password. Who is asking? Operating system. Who will store all your user IDs and passwords? Operating system. And today in the modern laptops, you can have thumb impression, biometric identification, PIN numbers, passwords. You can have many other user identification mechanisms. So who handles all these things? It is operating system. And the next one, file management. We create files, delete files, modify files, update files, copy files, move files, rename files. We do a lot of file management functions. And who performs all these things? Who is at the backdrop? Operating system. Operating system performs all these functions of file management. So these are all the functions of operating system. Before wrapping up, let us read one more time. What are the functions of an operating system? Performing hardware functions, acts as a user interface, provides hardware independence, helpful in memory management, task management, network capability, logical access security, and file management. These are the important things. Now you may have a doubt. Sir, when asked for 5 marks, how many I have to write? Yes, if you write 6, it is better. And if it is asked for 4 marks, even you write 6, that is better. And if it is asked for more marks, yes, you can write all the 8 functions. And now, what are the examples of application software? So already we learned what is an application software. An application software will help you to perform lot of tasks. I told you there is no end for application softwares. Sir, how many application softwares can you count and tell me? How many apps are there in the Play Store? Can you count and tell me? Yes, I can count today up to this moment of time. But the next moment some new apps gets added to the Play Store because there is no end. Why there is no end? Because there is no end to your tasks. There are no end to your wants. That is the reason. And now what are the examples of application software? Yes, we have MS Office, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access. These are all examples of application softwares. Now coming to the next component, we have already finished 2 components of the information system. The first one software, the hardware, and the second one software. And now entering into the third one, networks, and another important component of information system. And what is a network? A network is a group of devices connected to each other. A group of devices connected with each other. That is a network. So I have a computer here. I have a computer over here. I have another computer over here. I have another computer over here. Now I want to connect these computers together into a group. And this forms a network. That is a network. Sir, now you may ask me, sir, why you are connecting these computers? Why can't you keep them idle? Why can't you keep them standalone? Why you want to connect them? If you ask me in that way, I'll tell you. Yes, I want data sharing. I want to share my data with others. And I want resource sharing. I want to share my resources with my friends and with my colleagues in the office. Then what I have to do? There is no other option except to go for a network. Because what network offers to you? Network offers 2 important things. The first one is data sharing and second one is resource sharing. So for the sake of sharing data and resources, what is required? We require a network. These are the most important objectives of building networks in organizations. Now, each component in a computer is called as node. Each component in the computer network can be called as node. And networks could be of 2 types. What are the 2 types of networks? Connection-oriented networks and connectionless network. What happens in the case of connection-oriented networks? For example, in the case of connection-oriented networks, if 2 devices wants to communicate with each other, first of all, a connection is established. A dedicated exclusive connection is established. Okay. And through this connection, the data is transferred. This is called as connection-oriented network. And this is very easy to understand in real life. What we observe in our normal phone calls. When I want to call someone, first of all, I used to call that person and he has to respond. Then a connection will be established between myself and the other person and then we can communicate. That is a connection-oriented network. And for example, if I want to send you a mail or if I want to send you an SMS, is there any need for both of us to get connected exclusively? No. Even though your mobile is switched off, even though you have logged out of your mail, but still I can send you mail and I can send you a message. And whenever you log in or whenever you open, you will get the message. That means I'm communicating with you, but there is no reason or there is no need that both of us should get connected. That is called as connectionless networks. Okay, connectionless networks. Now here are some of the words that we use in networks. The first one is routing. What do you mean by routing? Routing means how to connect two devices. For example, I want to call my friend. Now there are different routes available. So in which is the best possible route? Which is the shortest possible route? I need to find out. And who will find it out? It is router, which we call as router. Even in our homes we have Wi-Fi routers to route the signal to your device wherever you are. That is a routing. And the bandwidth refers to the speed, the amount of data that I can send through a network. That is called as bandwidth. And what is contention? See, whenever you are using public network, what happens? Whenever you are using public network, always there will be a conflict, because we have a common resource. So we have a common resource here, and for this common resource there will be conflict. So whenever this conflict arises, that is called as contention. That means everyone is contending that this belongs to me, this belongs to me, this belongs to me. So everyone is contending like people at the public tap and all. So even in the case of public network devices also that happens. That is called contention. And what is resilience? Resilience means the capability of the network to recover from the errors. That is called as resilience. That is why the networking companies, the telecom companies, they used to say that they have a very good resilience ratio. That is, if any problem arises, they'll solve within seconds. That is, the resiliency rate is very high. It is just in seconds. So for example, if you say, if there is some problem in the network, if it takes some 5 days to rectify or to recover, that means the resiliency is very bad. So resiliency means the ability of a network to recover from any kind of error. Any kind of error. That is called as resilience. And now what are the important benefits of computer networks? I have already told you. Sir, why should we go for computer network? Yes, we should go for computer network because I want to share my resources with others. Now, sir, what do you mean by sharing of resources? I can share printers with others. I can share my scanner with others. I can share my DVD drive with others. Like that, I can share my peripherals, my resources with others when we are connected in a network. And this resource sharing is the common thing that we can observe in any office environment. You go anywhere to any office, you find a network. Sir, why? Resource sharing. There will be limited resources, and those limited resources have to be accessed by all the people in the office. So what is the best possible way? Connect them in the network. Connect them in the network. Then it will be fine. And distributed nature of information. See, I want to get information from different locations. I have different branch offices. So how can I get that information from different locations? There is only one possibility for me, that is establish a network. I have my operations at, let me show you. I have my operations at location A. I have my operations also at location B. I have my operations also at location C. Now I am at location D. And now I want to have access to all that information. Now what should I do? I should establish a network connection so that I can have the distributed information with me. The next one, computational power. See, have you ever went to ATM? So in the case of ATM, there will be crores of customers, and the ATM machine needs to find out your account number among the crores of customers. Now, who is doing that? Do you think it is the ATM machine in front of you? No, it is the server at the back end who searches your account number, because a server is a powerful computer. The ATM machine is not so powerful, but whereas the ATM depends on the server, and that server is a very powerful computer, and you are getting that power through the ATM machine. Okay. And the next one, reliability. What do you mean by reliability? Reliability means what? With the help of network, what is the biggest benefit you are getting, man? You want to withdraw money from an ATM and the ATM is not working. And today you need not walk into the same ATM of your bank. You can walk into the ATM of any bank and you can withdraw money. Hi, wonderful. How it is happening? It is the power of networks. It is through networks we are getting this kind of benefit. So that is reliability and user communication. And today we are very much known about how we are communicating in a better way with the people. So user communication is possible with the help of networks. So this is the first lesson in information systems, that is the components of information systems. And in this lesson we have learnt three important components, that is hardware, software and networks. And we have two more components, data and people. The data we will see in the next lesson and the people we see in information systems auditing lesson. Now let us start another important component of information systems, that is data. Already we have learned some information system components, that is hardware, software and networks. And the most important component among the information systems is data. So in this topic, we will learn about what is data, what are database models, what are the advantages of DBMS, what are the emerging concepts of data. These all things we will have a understanding. The first thing is, what is data? We already know that data is the collection of raw bits and pieces of information. So we generally say that data is a collection of raw facts and figures. We generally say that data is the collection of raw facts and figures. And here data can be either quantitative or qualitative. So how many types of data are there? There are two types of data. The first one is quantitative data and the second one is qualitative data. Now, what do you mean by quantitative data? Quantitative data means the data that we generally capture, the data that we generally take, that is called as quantitative data. That is the roll numbers, the mobile numbers, the number of students in the class, the names of the students, the marks, averages. These all things come under quantitative data. Now, what is qualitative data? Qualitative data mainly deals with knowing the trends, preferences. These all things involve qualitative data. For example, you want to know the trend in the market for buying a consumer good. Then we need to have qualitative data. If you want to know the likes and dislikes of the people, generally companies want to know the likes and dislikes of the people. So at that time, what is more needed is qualitative data. And you know, quantitative data is very easy to analyze, but whereas qualitative data is not very easy to analyze, because we require a lot of data mining and other analysis tools to get the qualitative data. And now, what is database? Database is a collection of related data, that is called as a database, or we can simply say that it is a logically interrelated organized collection of data. So what is database? See, in the subject of EIS, the words are very important. The technical words have to be presented in a proper way. That is the most important thing. Now, what is a database? What are the words you need to use? A database is a logically interrelated organized collection of data, that is called as a database. Okay. And there is another classification of data here, operational data and non-operational data. What do you mean by operational data? Any data that you use in day-to-day purposes for transactions, for making calculations, that can be called as operational data. And non-operational data means once upon a time that is also operational data, but today we are not using it anymore. It is idle. It is just used for historical analysis. That is called as non-operational data. Now we have another important term here, DBMS. What is DBMS? Database Management System. So in database management system is a software that will help you to perform the database management. In simple words, that is what is DBMS. See, we have softwares like Oracle, DB2, Sybase, SQL Server. These are all some most prominent DBMS softwares that are available in the market. Of course, they are called as relational database softwares or object-oriented database management softwares, but basically all of them are database management softwares. Now, in what way these softwares are helpful to you? That is the thing that you need to understand. See, any database management software will help you to perform the database management. Now, what do you mean by database management? See, whenever you have a piece of data, you will do a lot of operations on that data. You will add something new to it. You will delete from it. You will modify it. You will update it. So, you will sort it. You will search among the data. So, these are all operations are being done on the data. So, any software that will help you to perform all these operations can be called as database management software. Now, the next important topic is database model. What is a database model? Now, as I have told you, the terms are very, very important. Now, let us focus on the terms. What is a database model? A database model is a logical structure of a database. That means, if you want to store your data inside the computer, or if you want to store your database inside a computer, you require a logical structure. The software requires a logical structure to store the data into the database. What do you mean by logical structure? See, you can have different logical structures, like you can use a tree structure to store your data. You can use a table structure to store your data. You can use sets, mathematical sets type of model to store your data. So, several softwares follow several structures to store your data inside the computer, and they can be called as database models. So, many DBMS softwares that are available in the market, they follow different models or logical structures to store your data, and that is termed as database model. Now, let me tell you one more time. Database model is a logical structure of a database, and this logical structure determines the performance of the software. We generally say that relational model is the most prominent model in databases, because relational model uses table structure to store your data. So that is the most efficient model, and we also see some other models. And before moving on further, let us try to understand some basic terminology related to databases. The first and foremost thing is character. What do you mean by character? A character is a bit. A bit means, for example, you store something in a table. Say, for example, let us take a table here. Serial number, name, age, like this. So, serial number 1, name, AA is 10. Serial number 2, BB, 20, like this. So, here this 2 is called as a character. This B is a character. This A is a character. This 1 is a character. 0 is a character. That is called as a character. And the group of characters, they can be called as field, or this can be called as field. And there are other names for this field. You can call it as field, or you can call it as attribute, or you can call it as column. Like this, you can have different names for that. And if you want to know the complete information about a particular student, yes, this will give you, and this is called as a row or a record. So, a character means a character may be a single alphabet or a number or any other thing, and group of characters can be termed as field, and group of fields can be termed as a record. And group of records, what we call it as? We can call it as the group of records, we can call it as a file or a table. So this is the most important thing you need to understand. These are the basic terminology that you need to understand before moving on further to understand about database. And now, how many types of database models are available? So there are basically 4 types of database models. What are they? Hierarchical database model, network database model, relational database model, object-oriented database model, HNRO. HNRO. H for hierarchical, N for network, R for relational, O for object-oriented database models. So these are the 4 models which we are going to learn. And now the first database model, hierarchical database model. What is this hierarchical database model? As I have already told you, each database model takes some logical structure to store your data inside the computer. And now what this hierarchical model will store the data? In what way it will store the data? So hierarchical model will try to store your data in a inverted tree pattern. This is the most important word. See, whenever you are writing answers, you need to focus on some important terminology. That is the most important thing. So what is the speciality of hierarchical database model? Hierarchical database model stores your data in inverted tree pattern. And what is the top record called as? Top record is called as root record. The first record is called as root record. Now, what do you mean by inverted tree? Generally, for a tree, the roots will be at the bottom. But for an inverted tree, the root will be at the top and the branches will be at the bottom. That is called as inverted. We have just reversed the tree. That is called as inverted tree. And now the top record is called as root record. And all these records in this hierarchy, these are called as what? These are called as nodes. These are called as nodes. And what is the speciality of this hierarchical database model? The speciality is that in hierarchical database model, there will be parent-child relationship. Parent-child relationship. That is, the top record, for example, in this case, in the chart I am showing to you, here room 1 is called as the parent record and equipment 1 and equipment 2, they are called as child records. So in hierarchical model, the data is stored in the form of parent-child relationships. And now coming to the most important part of the hierarchical database model. In the hierarchical database model, each parent may have 1 or more child records, but no child may have more than 1 parent. This is the most important point you need to write in the hierarchical database model. That is, one parent may have multiple child, but a child cannot have multiple parents. What do you mean by that? For example, here you take repair 3. Now I want to connect this repair 3 like this. I cannot do that. Why? Then this repair 3 will have 2 parents. One is equipment 3 and second one is equipment 2, which is not at all possible in the case of hierarchical database model. So this is about hierarchical database model. Now what are the important things in a hierarchical database model? What is the logical structure used? Inverted tree pattern. The top record is called as the root record. There will be parent-child relationships. The records are called as nodes, and a parent may have multiple child, but a child cannot have multiple parents. This is the structure of hierarchical database model. Now the next one, network database model. In network database model, what happens? The records, they are called as sets. In hierarchical model, we call them as nodes. Here, we call them as sets. The records are called as sets, and this also uses inverted tree pattern. But what is the difference between hierarchical model and network model? In hierarchical model, 1 to many is allowed, but many to many is not allowed, or many to 1 is not allowed. But whereas in network database model, all types of relationships, 1 to 1, 1 to many to 1, many to many, all these kinds of relationships are allowed in the case of network database model. That is the speciality of network database model. And now comes the most important database model that we use in real life today, that is relational database model. Today, majority of the databases that we use in the world, they uses relational database model. Okay. Now, where from the word relational comes? The word relational comes from mathematics. We have sets and relations, isn't it? So, Dr. E.F. Codd, who is a computer engineer, got inspired from the sets and relations concept in mathematics and developed a relational database model. That is why we use the word here relation. And of course, in relational database model, the word relation can be understood as table also. So relation is another name for table. In relational model, what we do? In relational model, we store the data in the form of a table. In hierarchical model, inverted tree pattern. Network model, inverted tree pattern. In relational model, table. We use table to store the data. That is, generally whenever we have some data and we want to project it, what is the model we use? We generally use a table like this. Isn't it? So, yeah, in this way we store the data. Now, let us try to understand some important terminology. See, in the case of EIS, while we are making quick revision or marathon revision, the most important thing is to focus on the terms, and you have to definitely reproduce the terms so that you will get good marks in the examination. That is the reason I am focusing on the most important terminology that you need to keep in mind while you prepare and write the examination. So in the relational database model, how the data is organized? The data is organized in table structure. Sir, what is table? A table is a collection of records. What is a table? A table is a collection of records. Sir, what is a record? A record is a collection of fields. A record is a collection of fields. Now, there are three important terms in relational model, it seems. What are they? Relations, attributes, and domains. Relations, attributes, and domains. Now, what do you mean by relations, attributes, and domains? Let me tell you. Now, in this table, this entire table, it can be called as relation. Because I told you, relation is another name for table. So, relation means it's a collection of rows and columns. Now, what is the second one? Attribute. What is attribute? Say, for example, here age. What are the names for this thing in the table? This can be called as column. This can be called as field. And this can also be called as attribute. So, these are the other names for column. So, you can call it as column, field, attribute, data value, data item. In this way, you can call all these things. Now, the most important thing, domain. This is the word we need to learn. What is domain? Domain is the list of permissible values that you can take for an attribute. Say, for example, if I enter -5 as my age, is it acceptable? Will it be in the domain of the age? No. So, the -5 is not in the domain of the column or the attribute called age. So, that is outside the domain. So, domain means the list of permissible values. That is called as domain. So, these are the important words you need to learn in relational model. And here there is another important point, that is, in each table there will be a primary key. What is this primary key? See, for example, whenever we are collecting data, there may be some redundant data, there may be some duplicates. For example, in a class of students, there may be students with the same name. So, we have to enter that. But how will you identify them individually? That is the most important thing we need to focus. So, in order to identify each and every student in the class individually and uniquely, we have designed a concept called primary key. What is that primary key? Say, in order to identify the students individually and uniquely, what I have done is, I have assigned a serial number, or sometimes you can call it as roll number or SRO number or Aadhaar card number. So, why we give this number identification? Because this number identification will help you to uniquely identify the data. That is the most important thing. So, the field in a table which will help you to uniquely identify the data in the table, that can be called as primary key. What it is called as? primary key. And that is very much helpful. Your Aadhaar card will be helpful to you to identify you. Your SRO number will be helpful to ICAI to easily identify you. Your attendance number is easily helpful for your institute to identify you. So they are called as primary keys. And now the second important term which you need to know is foreign key. What is foreign key? Say for example, I have two tables, table 1 and table 2. Now I want to have a link between this table 1 and table 2. That is, for example, table 1 consists of basic data and table 2 consists of your attendance data. Now you please tell me to whom I should give the attendance. I should give the attendance only to the students who have already registered with me, isn't it? So whenever I want to put attendance for serial number in table 2, say for example, I want to give attendance to roll number 5 in table 2. Now what I have to do? I have to check whether this roll number 5 is present in the basic table or not. Only then I have to give the attendance. For example, if this roll number 5 is not present in the basic table, then I should not give attendance to that person in this particular table. That means I have to link both the basic table and the attendance table. So that means the serial number in basic table and serial number in attendance table should be joined. So then the serial number in the basic table, it is called as primary key, and the serial number in table 2, it is called as secondary key or foreign key. So that is called as foreign key. So foreign key will help you to refer to the values in another table. Okay. So these are the terms which you need to understand. And what are the popular examples of relational databases? Microsoft Access, MySQL, Oracle. These are all popular examples. Now comes object-oriented database model. See, object-oriented database model is the most prominent and popular model that we are using today. This is called as object-oriented database model, DBMS or DMS. Either way, we can call it as. Now, what is the speciality of this object-oriented database model? In this object-oriented database model, you know what we do? We use objects. We use objects to store the data. In hierarchical database model, what we used? Inverted tree pattern. In network, inverted tree pattern. In relational model, table structure. And now here in object-oriented model, we use object. Now, what is object? See, in the relational model, what we did? We stored the data of all the students in one table. But here in object database model, we store all the students' data in individual objects. Say object 1, object 2, object 3, object 4, like this. So all the details of student 1 get stored in object 1. All the students of all the details of second student get stored in object 2. Object 3, third student data. Object 4, fourth student data. So in this way, we store the data in the case of object-oriented database model. Now you can ask me, what is the speciality of this object-oriented database model? Now let me tell you, an object-oriented database will provide you a facility to store complex data. What do you mean by complex data? Complex data means images, your scanned photographs, your scanned signatures, your biometric information. These all come under complex data. See, generally your name, age, number, mobile number, address, these are all some basic data and simple data. But whereas storing your mobile number, storing your biometric information, storing your photos, storing your signatures, these all becomes very complex, and that can be termed as complex data. And what is the best model to store this complex data? Object-oriented database model is the best model. Okay. And in object-oriented database model, the data is stored and created and in the form of objects. These are the things which you need to understand about object-oriented database model. Now let us focus on the advantages of using a DBMS for an organization. What advantages the organization gets if it stores the data using a DBMS? The first and foremost advantage that an organization gets is data sharing. So if an organization uses DBMS, what is the first advantage that it gets? Data sharing. That means you can easily share your data with others. One user can share data with another user, and that is the biggest advantage. You know, whenever there is data sharing, automatically there will be minimized data redundancy. That is the second point. So what is the first and biggest advantage of DBMS? Permitting data sharing. And whenever there is data sharing, what is the derived advantage? Minimizing data redundancy. Why minimizing data redundancy? See, what is data redundancy? Data redundancy means duplication of data. What do you mean by duplication of data? Say for example, I want some data that is already present in location 1, and another time in location 2 I want the same data, but I cannot use it. I have to recreate it once again. So that causes data redundancy. Now, if I use a DBMS software, what I can do is that I can easily share the data. So data sharing is possible. Okay. So whenever data sharing is possible, then there will be no redundancy. I need not re-enter the data again and again. And I can have the data only at one location, which gives me a lot of advantages. Now, how will you get all these advantages? Only when you use DBMS software. And integrity can be maintained. This is a very, very important point. Very, very important point. Because data integrity is the most important thing for any organization. If there is no data integrity, there is no use of using computers, spending a lot of money on softwares and setting up of information systems. There should be data integrity. There should be uniqueness in the data should be true, the data should be perfect, the data should be secure. Only then we will say that there is data integrity. So if an organization wants data integrity, definitely they have to use database management softwares, because those softwares will allow the organization to have data integrity. So integrity can be maintained. Now, program and file consistency. That means when you use DBMS, you will use standard file formats. So when you are having standard file formats, it will be very easy for you to develop the softwares. That is called as program and file consistency. And you know, you will experience it when you learn DBMS, that DBMSs are user friendly. They are very user friendly, very easy to learn. Within short span of time, you can master a DBMS software. And obviously, DBMS softwares offer large security, improved security. When compared to the older versions, when compared to the older schemes, whenever organizations use DBMS, they can have a lot of security for their data. And also, you can have program and data independence. That is, we will have, you know, front end and back end while developing the softwares. So this DBMS comes under back end, and the front end part can be called as program. So there will be independence between the back end and the front end. That means you can change back end without changing the front end. You can change front end without changing the back end. These all things are possible. And the most important thing that an organization can experience when using DBMS is faster application development. Yes, if an organization uses DBMS, they can easily develop the applications, because they will already have the data in a DBMS, and the same data can be used for different applications in the organization. So faster application development will be there. Now let us try to sum up the advantages of DBMS. Once again, what are the advantages? Permitting data sharing, minimizing data redundancy, integrity can be maintained, program and file consistency, user friendly, improved security, achieving program and data independence, and faster application development. So, for example, if this question is asked for 4 marks, it is better you write some 6. Even for 5 marks, it is better you write some 6. But if it is asked for 6 marks, you have to write all the 8. Now coming to the disadvantages part. Yes, somewhat it is costly because you have lot of advantages, and in order to get all those advantages, definitely you have to spend some money. And whenever you start using a DBMS in your organization, you will have some training cost, you will have some software cost, you need to spend some time to develop the things. So it will be a little bit costly affair. And coming to security, already in advantages we learned that there will be improved security in DBMS. But even though there is security, sometimes there may be some security lapses, breaches. So you need to be very careful whenever you are using the DBMS software. So these are the two disadvantages of DBMS. They are cost and security concerns. So that closes the traditional part of DBMS. So in the traditional part of DBMS, what we learned, we started with what is data, database, some terminology related to the databases, and then we learned the database models, types of database models, hierarchical, network, object-oriented, and relational, and later we focused on advantages and disadvantages of DBMS. Now let us turn our attention and focus to a very, very important concept, that is some advanced concepts of databases. And this part is having higher probability to be asked in the examination. Any question can be asked in the examination. So please pay utmost attention to this part of the lesson. Now the first thing comes, what is big data? What is big data? Today we are merged in data. There is data everywhere. Every company is talking about data, data analysis, data science, and today data scientists, they are having lot of demand in the marketplace because every company wants to churn the data. Every company wants to analyze the data. Every company wants to know the trends. Every company wants to know the consumer behavior. So for that, they are spending crores and crores of rupees on data mining, data analysis, big data analytics, these all things. So let us try to understand what is this big data. See, big data, in the name itself it is there. Big data means the word big tells the size of the data, the volume of the data. That is what is the word big signifies. Now let us try to understand the definition. Big data refers to such massively large data sets. So what is big data? Massively large data sets. That is called as big data. Massively large means not gigabytes of data, not terabytes of data, not petabytes of data, but geobytes, brontobytes, exabytes of data. So we have such a huge data today. Amazon is generating petabytes of data every day. Flipkart is generating petabytes of data every day. State Bank of India is generating terabytes of data every day. So this massive large collection of data, we can call it as big data. And whenever the size of the data is very big, normal DBMS softwares cannot handle it. Now we require some special advanced sophisticated kind of database tools to handle this massively large volume of data. So those tools which are helpful to analyze this massively large volume of data, they are called as big data tools. Okay, so storing and analyzing that much of data is beyond the power of traditional database management tools. What do you mean by traditional database management tools? I told you softwares like Oracle, Sybase, these all things, they are not capable of storing and analyzing this much of large voluminous data, massively large data. So we require some special tools. And sir, who uses this big data analytics? Everyone in the business, in any industry, whether it may be hospitality industry, healthcare industry, public service agencies, retail businesses, everywhere, everyone, they require data analysis. Because you please tell me, if you own a business, don't you want to know about your consumer behavior? Don't you want to know about the upcoming trends in the market? Definitely. So definitely, how will you know all of them? Will you go to an astrologer and ask him? No. What you have to do is, you have to collect the data and you have to analyze it. Only then, by analyzing the data, you will come to know about the trends, the consumer behavior, these all things. So that is the reason today companies, they are spending crores of rupees on big data. Now, what are the benefits of big data processing? That means, in what way companies gets benefited by processing the big data? The first one, ability to process big data brings multiple benefits. What are they? It can use intelligence while taking outside intelligence while taking decisions. Yes, if you analyze the data, you can get lot of intelligence from the market sources and you can analyze it and you can use it for your business. And you can get a lot of data from search engines. You can fine tune the data according to your business needs and you can get benefited by it. And the most important thing, early identification of risk. This is what every businessman wants to know. What is the risk I am having to my product or to my business in the coming quarter? Every businessman wants to know. And how he can know? With the help of big data analysis. Means by analyzing such massively large data. And whenever you make a big data analysis in your business, what you can do? You can offer very good customer service. You can help your customers to achieve greater advantage and you can service your customers in a better way. And the most important thing internally is better operational efficiency. So by analyzing the data, you will know the loopholes, you will know the bottlenecks, you will come to know how you can overcome all of them and thereby you can improve your operational efficiency. So what are the advantages? The first one is you can have outside intelligence for your business. You can offer better customer service and you can have better operational efficiency. And now this is the most important question asked a number of times in the examination, and there is probability that this question may be asked because this is the most important and fundamental question in the advanced database concepts. That is, what is a data warehouse? Data warehouse. Now let me tell you, what is the definition of big data? Big data means massively large data. Now a doubt should come to you, sir, where should I store all this massively large data? You should store it in a data warehouse. Okay. See, you have massively large data. Now your doubt is, sir, where should I store all this? Now I am showing you the way. You establish or you set up a data warehouse in your organization and you store all this big data into that particular data warehouse. So in that way, the concept of data warehouse comes. Now let us try to understand. What is this data warehouse? What actually the data warehouse do is, this data warehouse extract the data from various databases that are available in an organization and collect it at one place. See, for example, you are collecting the data from the CRM database of your organization, the purchasing database of your organization, the shipping database, the logistics database, inventory database, and your ERP software. Means you are extracting the data from all these databases. Now you please imagine, whenever you extract the data from all these small databases and if you collect it one place, what will be the volume and size of the data? It will be massively large amount of data. Am I right or not? And this all massively large amount of data, where you are putting it? In a data warehouse. In a data warehouse. So in what way we build a data warehouse? We extract the data from various databases and we try to put it in a data warehouse. Now what is a data warehouse? Data warehouse is also a database, a collection of data, but not small collection of data, very large collection of data. If it is a very small collection of data, we call it as database. If it is somewhat bigger, we call it as data bank. If it is somewhat bigger, we call it as data mart. If it is much bigger, we call it as data warehouse. So data warehouse is also a database. It is also a collection of data. But how we collect the data? We extract the data from one or more databases. From one or more databases. What are the databases? These are the databases: ERP, inventory, logistics, CRM, marketing, shipping, purchasing, sales, HR. From all these databases of the company, we collect the data and we put at one place. That can be termed as data warehouse. Now, whenever you are writing about data warehouse, my dear students, don't forget to write this particular point. Very, very, very important point. If you miss this particular word called ETL while writing the data warehouse, your answer is not complete. So you have to focus on that. What is that word? ETL. What is ETL? Extraction, transformation and loading. That means the entire concept of data warehouse can be easily remembered with the letters ETL. What is this ETL? E for extraction. Just now I explained what is extraction. You extract the data from the databases. Extraction. But be careful. Simply by extracting the database, you should not store in the data warehouse. What is the second step after extraction? You transform it. You transform it in whatever way you like and then load it into the data warehouse. So what is the first step? Extract the databases, extract from the databases, then make some transformation work, and then finally load the data into the data warehouse. That is called as ETL, extract, transform and load. Now, this data warehouse uses what kind of data? Non-operational, time variant and standardized data. This is also most important point that you need to write whenever you are writing about data warehouse. So, what are the things you need to remember while writing about data warehouse? ETL, extract, transform, load. And what kind of data the data warehouse uses? Data warehouse uses non-operational data. That means the data which is not in use. Time variant, that means we will collect the data on specific time schedules, time variant data, and the data should be transformed and made it into a standardized format, that is standardized data. Now, the next one. Sir, in what way we can build a data warehouse? See, this can be also be asked as a question. So please focus on that. There are two basic ways of constructing a data warehouse in your organization. What are they? The first one, the bottom-up approach, and the second one, top-down approach. Now, what do you mean by bottom-up approach and top-down approach? Say, for example, first of all, if you create a data mart, like this, if you create some small data marts like this, and later on if you combine all these data marts, then it will be called as bottom-up approach of constructing a data warehouse. And there is alternative way also, that is the top-down approach. What is top-down approach? First of all, we create a data warehouse and then create data marts. So things are very easy. What is a data mart? Small collection of data. What is data warehouse? Larger collection of data. Now, what are the two ways of constructing a data warehouse? The first way is bottom-up approach. Second way, top-down approach. What is bottom-up approach? First create data marts and combine them to create a data warehouse. That is bottom-up approach. What is top-down approach? First create a data warehouse and then create data marts. So first data mart, next data warehouse, bottom up approach. First data warehouse, then data mart, top down approach. And now this is the question which we have already covered. I have told you what kind of data the data warehouse will have. The data warehouse uses non-operational data. Now, what do you mean by non-operational data? The data that is not used in the transactions. We don't take the real-time data. We take a copy of that real-time data. So that is called as non-operational data. And the data is time variant. Time variant means what? We need to know when the data is loaded into the database. We need to have a timestamp for that database, because we need to compare. No, for example, I want to compare the data of this month with the data of the last month. So I need to have a timestamp of the data when it entered into the data warehouse. That is called as time variant, and the data is standardized. See, whenever you collect data from different locations, the data may not be standardized. Say, for example, you take date. In some databases, the date may be in the format of MMDDYY. In some databases, the date may be in the form of MMDDYY. And in another database, it may be in the form of DDMMYY. And in another database, it may be MMDDYYYY in this format. Now, whenever we are collecting the data and we are putting it in a data warehouse, what we have to do is we have to standardize all these things, and we need to bring it into one particular format. Say, for example, if your format is this one, MMDDYYY, then you need to bring all the things into this particular format. That can be a simple example of standardizing the data. Now, sir, what are the advantages that an organization gets if they use the data warehouse? This is also a very important question asked in November 20 RTP, and there are much chances of this question being asked in the examination. Now, what are the benefits that an organization gets if they have a data warehouse? See, the biggest benefit is if an organization is having a data warehouse, what the organization can do? It can easily analyze the data, because you have a large collection of data. Now you can easily analyze the data. So if you have a data warehouse in your organization, you will come to know what data is not being collected. See, already you are collecting some data, and if you analyze that data, you will come to know, okay, I am collecting this, I am missing that. In that way you will know. So you will know what you are missing and what you are collecting. That is one of the advantage. And the second advantage is centralized view of all data. See, in data warehouse, what we are doing? We are collecting the data from different databases, isn't it? So we will get a centralized view of the data. Look at this diagram. Look at this diagram. From all the applications and databases, we are collecting the data, and we are putting all the data in a data warehouse. And now what is happening? You will have a centralized view of the data at one place. That is the biggest beauty in developing a data warehouse for an organization. Now, what is the next advantage? Once you have a data warehouse, you can verify that the data is consistent or not. That means you can standardize the data. You can get the data in a standard format, so that it will be very easy for you to have one version of the truth. This is the most important phrase, one version of the truth. That means, see, you have a lot of data from different databases, and you want to know your sales figure. One database tells some X, another database tells Y. Now you are in a confusion. Which one to believe? Which sales figure is correct? No, you should not have like that. No, you should have only one version of truth. And how can you get that one version of truth? Only when you collect the data and you put it in a standardized format. When you remove all the inconsistencies among the data, then you can arrive at one version of truth. That is possible with the help of data warehouse. And now next comes, you can take snapshots of data. Yes, you can have a time variant data. No, you can take the data of this month, last quarter, before quarter. So like that you can have snapshots of data for your analysis, and you can always make new analysis with the help of data warehouses in your organization. Now let me tell you what are the advantages of data warehouse. First one, with the help of data warehouse you will come to know what data you are not collecting and what data you are collecting. And what is the second one? You can have a centralized view of all the data. You can have one version of the truth. You can have consistent data. You can have snapshots of data, and it will be helpful for new information and analysis. And now comes the most important thing. What is data mining? Okay. First of all, you have a big data, and where you put all your big data? In a data warehouse. So where did you put all your big data? All your big data you kept it in a you kept it in a data warehouse. Now what you have to do? You have to mine the data warehouse. What do you have to do? You have to mine the data warehouse. That is called as data mining. Data mining means what? You have to dig out the data from the data warehouse, because in data warehouse there is large collection of data, huge collection of data. From that huge collection of data, you have to mine the data. You have to analyze the data. You want to know the trends. You want to know the consumer behavior. You want to know lot of intelligence. So what you have to do? You have to use another software to mine this data. See, data warehousing softwares will help you to only store the data. Now you want data mining tools, data analytics tools to take the data from the data warehouse and analyze it and give the information to you. This is the most important thing. And there are many data mining tools available, like, MS Excel, Oracle data mining, R language. These are all the tools. And Microsoft Excel is the most basic tool that you can use for data mining. See, this is what I told you. Data mining is automated in extremely large data sets such as data warehouse. That means if you put the data in the data warehouse, automatically the data mining softwares take data from the data warehouse and will analyze it and give information to the top level management. So this is what is EIS, Enterprise Information System. How we provide information to the top level management. Now, sir, this is also a very important question. Steps involved in data mining. So, sir, how we make data mining? So, first of all, we have to collect the data. That is called as data integration. Data integration. That means, first of all, we need to have a data warehouse. What is data warehouse? In data warehouse, we have collected data from different sources, no? So, like that, we need to have a data warehouse. That can be called as data integration. Okay. Now, lot of data is there. Now, what is the second step? Among that data, you need to select the data what you want for analysis. That is called as data selection. Okay. Among the data, you have selected your piece of data. Now, what you have to do? You have to clean that data. How will you clean that data? Using some detergents? No. There are some techniques to clean the data. Using those techniques, you have to remove all the noise in the data, all the inconsistencies in the data. You have to standardize the format of the data, these all things. They are called as data cleaning. And the next one, you need to change the data in the format you like for analysis. In what way you want the data? You just change the data. That is called as data transformation. And for data transformation, we use techniques like smoothing, aggregation, normalization, etc. And next comes data mining, the actual part of analyzing the data. That is called as data mining. And whenever you mine the data, you will find different patterns and you will get new knowledge. See, this data in the data warehouse is like milk. When you process it, you will come across different products. When you process the milk, you will come across curd, cheese, butter. Likewise, from data, you will get lot of patterns and lot of new knowledge. Now, what you have to do? The data mining team have to give this data to the top level management for decisions and use of discovered knowledge. See, what is the reason for all these 6 steps? The answer is 7th step, because the top level management wants to use the discovered knowledge for their decision. They need to make right kind of decisions, and for that they require a lot of analysis and data, and that is possible through the first 6 steps. Now let me tell you what are the steps involved in data mining. Please repeat after me. What is the first step? You collect all the data, data integration. What is the second step? Once the data is collected, you select the data what you want, data selection. In the data you have selected, you clean the data, data cleaning. And once the data cleaning is over, what you have to do? You have to transform the data in whatever way you like. That is called data transformation. And once the data is ready, now you start analyzing the data. That is called data mining. And once you mine the data, you will come across new trends, new patterns, new knowledge which you don't know earlier. So you keep that, and what finally you have to do? You have to pass on that knowledge, that patterns, that trends to the top level management. That is called decisions or use of discovered knowledge. So these are the steps involved in data mining. So with that, we have finished another important component of information systems, that is about data. So in the next session, we will see another concept. Now let us start another topic, that is business process automation and its risks. In short form, we call it as BPA and its risks. Business process automation is the most fundamental thing that is required for setting up an enterprise information system, because every business comprises of different business processes. Like purchase is a business process, sales is a business process, purchase returns, sales returns, payment of salaries, recruitment, firing, these all come under business processes. So we need to automate those business processes to set up an enterprise information system. So in this lesson, we are going to learn about the business process automation, how to automate the business processes, and while automating the business processes, what risks an organization gets. These all things we will study in this particular lesson. But before starting, let us try to understand what is an enterprise information system. So what is an EIS, enterprise information system? See, EIS is a kind of information system which improves the functions of an enterprise business process by integration. This is the most fundamental definition of enterprise information system. So in a business, we have numerous processes, and we have to integrate all those processes to improve the functionality of the business and help the top level management in taking right kind of decisions. For that purpose, we need to set up an information system, and that is what we call as enterprise information system. And another thing here is that there is a very important thing, that an EIS is a single centralized system. An EIS is a single centralized system. That means all the subsystems are integrated and they are formed into a single centralized system. What are subsystems? In an organization, there will be subsystems like marketing, finance, HR. Like this, there will be a lot of subsystems. So we have to automate all these subsystems, and we have to integrate them to form into a single centralized system, that we call it as enterprise information system. Now you can ask me, sir, what is the advantage of integrating all these subsystems and forming them into a single centralized system? Yes, the answer is here. It is for the sake of information sharing across all the functional levels and management hierarchies. That is the answer to the question. Now let us move on to another very important question, that is, what is a business process and how many types of business processes are there? See, the definition of the word business process is very simple. A business process is a set of activities. It is a very important question, once asked in MTP and also asked in the examination. So, and it is a very fundamental thing that we need to know. What is a business process? So whenever you define the word business process, you have to define in such a way that it is a set of activities. Set of activities for what? To accomplish a specific organizational goal. Yes, in organizations we have specific goals. We want to know the profits, we want to know the sales, we want to know the performance of the business. So for all these things, we need to have some activities, and those activities we call them as business processes. Now the question comes, sir, how do you define the business process? The business process should be defined and designed as per the vision and mission of the top level management. That means you should not design and define the business process in whatever way you like. No, you should not do that. The business process should always be designed as per the vision and mission of the organization. This is the most important thing. And the next one. See, here is a very important point. The success or failure of an organization is dependent on how carefully, how meticulously business process have been designed and implemented. That means the success of your business, the success of your business processes entirely depends on how meticulously, how carefully you define and design and implement your business processes. Now coming to the categories of business processes. How many types of business processes are there? There are three types of business processes. What are they? Operational process, or another name for it is primary process. Second one is supporting process or secondary process. And third one, management process. That means all the business processes in an organization can be categorized into three. What are they? Operational process or primary process, supporting process or secondary process, and third one, management process. Now let us try to understand what are the definitions of those processes. Now let us start with what is an operational process or a primary process. See, any business process that deals with the core business and adds direct value to the customer, that can be called as operational process or primary process. And operational processes are very much helpful to achieve the business objectives. See, every business have a lot of objectives like survival, growth, stability, profitability, these all things. So what is required? We require operational processes to achieve those business objectives. Those are called as operational processes. Now you can ask me, can you tell me the examples of operational processes? Yes. Order to cash cycle, that is sales, is a primary process. Purchase is a primary process. These are all examples of operational processes or primary processes. And now comes what is secondary process or supporting processes. In the name itself it is there. It is supporting process. It is secondary process. That means the processes that help the primary processes to perform the primary processes in a perfect manner can be termed as secondary processes or supporting processes. Say for example, HRM. You want your sales, you want your purchases to be done in an efficient and effective manner. Then what is required? Human resource management, HRM process is required. If your organization is having very good HRM process, then that will indirectly help you to achieve your sales and purchases in a better way. That means the HRM is a business process which is helping the primary processes. Hence, we can call HRM as a secondary process or a supporting process. And now comes the most important, management processes. What are management processes? See, the top level management, what they have to do? They have to make strategies, they have to make a lot of analysis, they have to make the organization future ready. So these all processes, what the top level management performs for the sake of betterment of the organization, for the sake of future of the organization, they are called as management processes. So the management processes, what they do? They measure, monitor and control. So any processes that will help to measure the performance of the primary or secondary processes, control the primary and secondary processes, and that are helpful for achieving the business objectives, they can be called as management processes. So these are the three different types of processes. And now here is a very important question which is once given in MTP for 4 marks. That is, what is business process automation? See, business process automation is a very important thing in the syllabus of EIS. Now let us try to understand what is business process automation. First of all, let us try to understand what is automation. We use the word automation whenever we are talking of removing the human element from the process. See, what is a process? A process is a set of activities. A process is a set of activities. Okay. And in this set of activities, generally people are involved. People are involved to perform the activities. But if you remove the human element, from the process, then we can call it as automation of that particular process. So now finally, what is business process automation? Business process automation can be defined as removing the human element. That means whatever tasks that are done by humans, you just remove it. Then sir, who will do it? Machines will do it. Software will do it. We will automate the process with the help of software tools. And that is called as business process automation. But you may ask me one thing. Sir, can we eliminate the human intervention totally? No. Or can we automate all the business process entirely? No. We can automate only the repetitive or standardized process components. See, there are certain tasks which are done repetitively. For example, taking attendance. That is not a creative process. That is not a complex process. That is a simple process. That is a repetitive process. So, for those kind of things, instead of involving the humans, you can use softwares, you can use biometric attendance systems, so that you can take attendance from the people without any human involvement or without any human intervention. So that can be called as business process automation. Now tell me the definition of business process automation. It can be defined as removing the human element. From where? From the existing business process. How? By automating the repetitive or standardized process components. And let us add one more point to it. BPA is the technology enabled automation of activities. See, in the subject of EIS, this terminology is very important. You should not write in your own language. That is the reason I am showing the material and I am underlining the words that you need to reproduce. These are the things that you need to reproduce to get better marks in the examination. Always keep that in mind. So, now come back. What is BPA? It is the technology enabled automation of activities. That means we use technology to make the process happen instead of human intervention. Sir, what process can we automate? Yes, you can automate any activities that are possible, like sales, management operations, supply chain, human resources, anything you can automate. And now the next one. This is a very important thing which can be asked individually. The factors affecting BPA success. That means if you want to automate a business process, what care you have to take, or what factors will cause the success of business process automation. So whenever you automate a business process, you need to keep in mind 4 different things. That is, first one is confidentiality of the process you are automating, integrity of the process that you are automating, availability of the process to all the levels of the organization, and timeliness. We can call it as, we can remember it as CIAT. C for confidentiality, I for integrity, A for availability, T for timeliness. That means whenever you are automating a business process, the first thing is confidentiality. That means the data is available to the persons only who are authorized. Unauthorized persons should not access the data. That is the first factor that you need to keep in mind while you are automating the business process. And the second one is integrity. Integrity means no unauthorized people should make any unauthorized amendments in the data. That means you should not allow unauthorized people to access and modify the data. That is integrity. And the third one, availability. You need to ensure that the data is available to the persons when they require it. And the fourth one, timeliness. That is, the data should be available at the right time. So these are the four factors. What are the four factors? Confidentiality, integrity, availability, timeliness. CAIAT. See it. This is one important thing you need to remember. And now we have another very important question asked a number of times in the examination. That is the benefits of automating business process. That means when an organization has automated its business processes, what benefits it will get? The organization derives the following benefits. The first one is quality and consistency. That means you can improve the quality of the business process, and also you can have a uniform performance of the business process. That is called as quality and consistency. See, in general, whenever humans are doing a business process, the consistency factor becomes a very important hurdle. That means they cannot perform the business process in a uniform way, in an identical way. Whereas, if you automate a business process, if a software is performing a business process, there will be no human intervention and the process can be done in a consistent manner. That is, quality and consistency can be achieved. And the second biggest advantage of automating the business process is time saving. That means whenever you automate the business process using some technology and software, you can save lot of time in the performance of the business process. The simplest example is the ATM, which is in experience of every one of us. So that once upon a time, if you want to withdraw money from a bank, it used to take a lot of time. But now you can do it very easily with the help of ATM. That means there is a lot of time saving because of automation. Because ATM itself means automated teller machine. And the third one, the most important thing which we are experiencing right now, that is visibility. That means we can see the status of the process. We can clearly define the timeline. What should be the starting point? What should be the ending point? How much time it takes for the process to complete? Now, what is the status of the process? These all things you can easily monitor once a process is automated. That is called as visibility. And obviously, when a process is automated, operational efficiency can be improved. That means you can reduce the time of the business process. You can have very good turnaround time, and you can achieve tasks in less time, so that you can utilize the labor in an efficient and optimum manner, which results in improved operational efficiency. That is another biggest advantage of automating a business process. And the next one, governance and reliability. See, this is the biggest problem in the organizations for the top level management, because they cannot govern, they cannot control the business process if it is done manually. But whereas if a process is automated and the process is done using technology and software, definitely what we can do is that we can improve the governance and reliability of the business processes. And next one, very important, reduced turnaround times. Once you automate a business process, you can totally eliminate unnecessary tasks which are involved when the process is done manually. So when the process is automated, you can reduce the turnaround time. You can reduce the unnecessary things. You can realign your processes and you can improve the turnaround time of your process so that you can create better customer satisfaction. And next one, obviously, initially business process automation may prove to be costly, but during a period of time, you can definitely experience reduced costs. So these are the important advantages of automating a business process. Now let me repeat, please repeat after me. What are the benefits of automating a business process? First one, you can achieve quality and consistency in your business process. You can save a lot of time, that is time saving. You can observe the status of the process, that is visibility. And the next one, you can improve operational efficiency of your business processes. And the most important thing, governance and reliability for the top level management will be there. And you can achieve very good customer satisfaction by reduced turnaround times, and during the period of time, over a period of time, you can reduce the costs of performing the business processes. So these are all the advantages of automating a business process. And now let us move on. Sir, what types of business process can be automated or should be automated? For example, an organization will have n number of business processes. Say for example, an organization is having 500 business processes. Now you may ask me, sir, can we automate all the 500 business processes in an organization? No. It may not be possible to automate all the business processes of an organization. Now we should know what processes can be automated. So this is again a very important question. It is given in RTP of May 21, and it is also asked for 3 marks. So please pay attention to this question. What are the examples of processes that are best suited to automation? As I have told you, once an organization is having n number of processes, it is not possible for the organization to automate all the processes. Now, what processes can be automated? Let me tell you the clue. The first one, processes involving high volume of tasks or repetitive tasks. That is what I told you. If a process is very complex, if a process requires a lot of in-depth knowledge to perform it, if the process is not so simple, if the processes require creative knowledge of the people, then you cannot automate it. But what type of process you can automate? Processes involving high volume tasks or repetitive tasks. Means the work is same, like attendance, withdrawal of money. These are all simple processes which do not require much knowledge and creativity. So you can definitely automate those processes. So the best example you can take as ATM again here. And next one, what are the next category of processes you can automate? Processes requiring multiple people to execute tasks. See, whenever a process is requiring multiple people to execute the task, what is the most important problem? There will be wastage of time. So if you automate that kind of processes, definitely you can save a lot of time to execute the task if you automate it. That is the second category of process. Now, there will be certain processes which are time sensitive. That means they need to be done very quickly. Like online banking system, railway, aircraft operating and control systems. So here time is the most important factor. It's the most sensitive thing. So if you automate such kind of processes, it will be very much beneficial to the organization. And the next one, processes involving need for compliance and audit trail. So you have to comply a lot of legal formalities, and you need to have evidences. You need to have records for future perusal or for future reference. So definitely that kind of processes also you can automate. And the next one, processes having significant impact on other processes and systems. That is, say for example, in an organization, some 2 or 3 departments need to work together to complete a business process. So such kind of business processes can also be automated. For example, you take sales process. A sales process requires the coordination between the marketing department and the sales department. So definitely what you can do, you can automate that kind of processes also. So what is the clue given here? You can automate 5 kinds of processes very easily. What are those processes? Processes involving high volume of tasks or repetitive tasks, processes requiring multiple people to execute the tasks, time sensitive processes, processes involving need for compliance and audit trail, and processes having significant impact on other processes and systems. So these are the 5 processes you can automate. This is a very important question, and you need to know. As I have told you, when an organization is having hundreds of processes, we cannot automate all the processes. And another very important question, explain various challenges involved in business process automation. Now, do you think that business process automation is a very simple thing? Now, do you think that it is a cakewalk to automate the business processes? You are wrong. There are many challenges that are involved in automating a business process. Now, what are the challenges involved? The first one is automating the redundant processes. Whenever you are automating the redundant process, the biggest problem will be wastage of money, wastage of time. See, there are certain processes which they are better done manually rather than automation. If you automate them, it involves lot of cost, time and energy. So, in that case, instead of automating that process, what you can do is you can simply leave it as it is rather than trying to touch it and automate it. So, don't try to automate the non-value adding processes or the processes that do not create any value to the organization. Don't try to automate them. And the next one, defining complex processes. You know, whenever you want to automate a particular business process, you need to define it in a clear way. And you know, some business processes are very complex, very complex. Understanding them is not so easy. Documenting them is not so easy. There are multiple things involved in that. So at that time, it is not a better idea to try to define such complex processes and try to automate it. Of course, you can try to define them, but trying to automate such kind of business processes. Say for example, the loan process in a bank. Of course, some banks, they are trying to automate it, but still it is in the nascent stage. Because issuing a loan is not such a simple process. It is a complex process. And the next one, staff resistance. This is the practical challenge that you face in the real world. Business process automation is not an easy thing. Everyone will not accept it because I am involved in a business process and today my company is trying to remove me, keep me aside and try to implement a technology process implementation so that I am becoming redundant and I will be removed from that process. Now, will I agree to that? Will I accept that change? No. Definitely there will be resistance from me. So this is the biggest practical challenge, staff resistance. Whenever you try to automate the business process, staff will not accept it very easily. There will be staff resistance and it will be the main obstacle to the acceptance of automated business process. And the next one, implementation cost. As I have told you, if you want to automate a business process, you need to use lot of technology. You need to buy hardware, software, networking. You need to recruit people. You need to offer training to the people. This is all a very costly affair. So, implementation cost of the automated business process is very high. So, these four things are the biggest and practical challenges that an organization faces whenever they are automating the business process. Now, what are they? Automating the redundant processes, defining the complex processes, the third biggest thing, staff resistance, and the fourth one, implementation cost. In this lesson, all questions are important and almost all questions are asked once or the other in the examination. Now, another very important question, what are the steps to be taken while implementing BPA? That means when you want to implement BPA in an organization, what steps you need to take? What is the approach to automate a business process? The first one, define why we plan to implement a BPA. That means the top level organization, the top level management in the organization should have an idea why they want to automate the business process. What makes them to automate the business process? So this idea, this clarity they should have. That is the first step. And once they get understanding of why they want to go for BPA, the second important thing should be they should understand the rules and regulations which they need to comply. See, automating a business process should not be done according to the wishes and whims of the top level organization. There will be a lot of legal compliance, there will be a lot of technology compliance. These all things will be there. So you need to pay attention to all those things. And the third one is, whatever process you want to implement or whatever process you want to automate, you have to document that process. Means you have to clearly define that process using flow charts, data flow diagrams, these all things, and you need to make a perfect, crystal clear documentation of the process you wish to automate. And the next one, the top level management should have clarity regarding what they are expecting from the business process automation. For example, if an organization is going to spend some lakhs and crores of rupees on automating a business process, what benefit they are getting? What is the ROI? This all clarity the organization should have. And to perform the business process automation, you need to engage a business process consultant, because an organization in a finance sector cannot automate the business process on its own by having an in-house development team. So definitely they need to consult a business process consultant so that they will give you the required knowledge, they will give you the required guidance to automate your business processes. And the most important deciding factor, that is calculate ROI for the project. So automation project is always very costly. So definitely you need to calculate the return on investment for your project. That is another important step. So once, see, as I have told you, this is the most deciding factor. So if the organization feels that the return on investment is good, only then they should move forward and they should develop the BPA. They should start the work of business process automation. Otherwise, the entire process stops here at step number 6. Okay. The ROI is good. Now the organization is moving forward to develop the BPA, and finally the business process automation softwares are ready. Now what do you have to do? You have to test whether it is functioning properly or not. That is called testing the BPA. So there are 8 steps in going for BPA. What are they? First one, define why we plan to implement a BPA. Second one, understand the rules and regulations under which the enterprise needs. And third one, document the process you wish to automate. The fourth one, define the objectives or goals to be achieved by implementing the BPA. And the next one, engage the business process consultant. The next one, calculate the ROI for the project. If the ROI is okay for you, then develop the BPA and test the BPA. So these are the steps involved in business process automation. And now, whenever you are going for BPA, always keep in mind that you should have SMART goals in your mind. SMART goals means specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. If you don't follow this, BPA turns out to be very costly affair for your organization. Now, so till here we have finished understanding about business processes, advantages of BPA, challenges of BPA, how to go for BPA. Now, let us turn our attention to the next part, the risks of BPA. Now, what is risk? And what are the sources or characteristics of risks? See, risk is any event that result in significant deviation from a planned objective, resulting in an unwanted negative consequence. Dear students, I am telling you again and again and again, you have to reproduce the same words in your examination. Don't try to change these jargon in your examination. You have to write these words as it is to get good marks. That is the reason I am not just simply explaining, but I am showing and underlining the things that you need to write. Okay. So whenever you are defining the risk, what is risk? A risk is a significant deviation. I have an objective and I am trying to achieve that objective, but all of a sudden an event happened, and due to that event I could not achieve my objective. There is a lot of deviation from achieving my objective, and that event is causing a lot of headache to me. lot of serious consequences to me, then I define that event which pulls me from achieving my objective as risk. So what is risk? A risk is a significant deviation. From what? Deviation from what? From the planned objective. And what risk will do to you? It will create an unwanted negative consequence. This is the most important thing you need to understand. Sir, how we get the risks? What are the sources of risks? Can you tell me? Anything can cause you risk. The political environment, the human behavior, natural events, technology, technical issues, individual activities, commerce and legal relationships, economic circumstances. There are n number of channels and factors that create risk to the achievement of your business objectives. And the next important thing, what are the classification of risks? So there are three types of risks while going for business process automation. What are they? Business risks, technology risks, and data related risks. And we will study about them one by one. But let us try to understand how many types of risks are there broadly classified into business risks, technology risks. Risks in BPA can be classified into business risks, technology risks, and data related risks, BR, TR, and DR. Now, business risks. What do you mean by business risk? That means in order to achieve your business objective or your business goal, if something is wrong, then that will be called as a business risk. For example, you are not having a right kind of strategy. The top level management of the organization is not planning right kind of strategy, or their strategy formulation is not proper. Then definitely it will cause a risk. That is called as strategic risk. And sometimes your plans, your strategies may drain away your financial resources. You may have a negative financial impact on your organization because of your plans and objectives. That is called as financial risk. And sometimes the government may change the rules and regulations so that it will have a lot of burden on your organization. That may cause regulatory or compliance risk. And the next one, operational risks. Operational risks means what? All of a sudden, the main machinery in your organization got a problem. It is not functioning properly. Or your supply chain partner has become bankrupt. So these are all examples of operational risks. And hazard risk. There may be some natural hazards, there may be some climatic hazards, or there may be some man-made hazards that may cause risk to your business. And if sometimes, even though you take lot of care, still there will be certain risk. That is called as residual risk. Residual means remaining. So risk remaining even after the countermeasures. That means you have taken lot of care to avoid the risk, but still some amount of risk still lingers, still remains. That is called as residual risk. So now, how many types of business risks are there? Strategic risk, financial risk, regulatory or compliance risk, operational risk, hazard risk, and residual risks. Now let us focus on technology risks. Already we studied business risk. Now let us focus on technology risks. The biggest technology risk is downtime due to technology failure. That means the server is down and we don't know when the server will resume. So definitely that will be a big risk to the business. Downtime due to technology failure. And all the time the technology keep on changing. Version 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, updates, patches, these all things. That will add a lot of risk to the organization. And multiplicity and complexity of systems. See, for a business process, you need to have knowledge of multiple technologies. You need to have knowledge of manufacturing technology, production technology, web technology, information technology. So there is a lot of technology, and you need to have a knowledge of it. And if you don't have right kind of knowledge, that again will be a risk to you. And different types of controls and different types of technologies. Each and every technology. For example, biometric technology has its own risks and controls. Production technology will have its own risks and controls. So multiplicity of controls for different types of technologies. And majority of the times what happens is there will be no proper alignment between your objective and the legal and regulatory requirements. So your objective is in this side and legal requirements are on that side. Now you need to balance both of these, and that will become a risk to you. And sometimes we purchase goods or we totally depend on a single vendor. That again gives you a risk that is called vendor related concentration risk. And if you don't properly segregate your duties in the organization among different people, if a single person is doing all the work, that will be a risk called as segregation of duties risk. And majority of the times, majority of the companies, they outsource the technology work, and that also will give you a risk. Dependence on vendors due to outsourcing of IT services. And there will be cyber frauds and crime, that is also a risk. And higher impact due to intentional or unintentional activities of internal employees. Your employees may cause a lot of threat to your organization, that is also a risk. And through social media and social engineering techniques, there will be a threat to the data security of your organization. That is another risk. And if the legal framework is not very good to protect the security of your data, that is also a risk. And you need to ensure continuity of business process in the event of major exigencies. That means your company should have BCP, business continuity planning, disaster recovery planning. These all things you need to have. And if you don't have all of these things, that also will give you lot of risk. But you can ask me, sir, do we need to write all these 13 when this question is asked? No, no need to write. You just remember the first 6 points and you can present them. That is more than enough, or the better is 8. If you are thorough with 8 points, you can happily and easily go through the question. Now let us read the first 8 points. What are the technology risks? Downtime due to technology failure, frequent change or obsolescence of technology, multiplicity of complexity of systems, different types of controls for different types of technologies and systems, proper alignment with the business objectives and legal requirements, vendor related concentration risk, segregation of duties, and dependence on vendors due to outsourcing of IT services. So if you are thorough with these 8 points, that is enough. If it is enough if you present these 8 points in the examination. And now let us focus on various terminologies that are related to risk management. Now the first one, risk management. What is the definition of it? Risk management means what? You have to assess the risk. You have to take steps to reduce the risk. So the process of identifying the risk, measuring the risk, minimizing the uncertain events can be called as risk management. Now what is an asset? An asset is something of value to the organization. That is called as an asset. And in our subject of enterprise information systems, data is an asset, hardware is an asset, software is an asset, IT employees are an assets. And the most important terminology which can be asked for 1 mark or 2 marks, that is vulnerability. What is vulnerability? See, whenever you are writing the definition of the word vulnerability, the most important word you need to reproduce is weakness. So vulnerability is the weakness in your system. And if that is exposed, people find it very easy to attack your system. That is called as vulnerability. Sir, what are the examples of vulnerability? In your organization, you don't have a policy of strong passwords. Your employees are having very simple passwords which other people can easily guess. So that can be a vulnerability. So you should not have such kind of vulnerabilities. So sir, what is threat? Threat means if some event can create a potential harm to you, then that can be called as a threat. So what is a threat? Any circumstance or event that can cause potential harm to your software, that can be called as a threat. Now what is exposure? Exposure means what? When you got a risk, how much of loss, what is the extent of loss that you have to face? That will be called as your exposure to the risk. Next one, likelihood. It's very easy to understand. Likelihood means the chances of the threat occurring. That is called as likelihood. And now what is attack? Attack means someone is trying to get an unauthorized access to your data, to your software systems. That can be called as an attack. And countermeasure. When someone is coming and attacking you, do you just sit idle? No. You will take some steps to counteract, to stop the attack from taking place. They are called as countermeasures. Countermeasures. Now the next most important question, different types of data related risks. The first one is, that means so far we have learned business risks and technology risks. Now we are focusing on data risks. The first one, data diddling. What do you mean by data diddling? Data diddling means change of data before or after it entered the system. That means I have voucher in my hand. While entering the data in the voucher into the system, I have changed the numbers. That means I have data diddled. So to perform data diddling, you require some limited technical knowledge. You don't require to be a computer expert to data diddle. So data diddle is the most common kind of data related risk. And sometimes, you know, some bad code is inserted into your software. That is called as bomb. And bomb can be of two types, logical bomb or time bomb. Logical bomb means what? The bomb explodes and corrupts your system only upon the execution of a particular event. And if the bomb explodes at a specified time, then it is called time bomb. Next, Christmas card. So it happened in IBM once, where one employee typed the word Christmas and automatically a Christmas tree appeared on the screen, not only on that employee, but on all the systems in the network, and they have to restart their systems. That is causing a lot of problem to the people. That is called as Christmas card. And worm is another kind of program which comes into your system directly and cause some problem to your things. And there will be different types of worms, like, you know, existential worm, alarm clock worm. There will be different kinds of malware that cause problem. And now what do you mean by rounding down? Rounding down means rounding of small fractions of amount and transferring these small fractions into an authorized account. You need to be very careful about this rounding down and salami techniques in case of banking and other financial payments. Because the apps you are using, the financial apps you are using, the banking apps you are using, they may have this kind of malware like rounding down programs and salami techniques, where whenever you are making the payment, a small amount of a fraction of amount will be cut down, which is very negligible. In the case of rounding down, for example, you are paying some 260 rupees 37 paisa. So instead of 37 paisa, 40 paisa gets deducted, means rounding down. So this kind of techniques may happen. You need to be very careful. And in the case of salami technique, there will be no rounding down, but a fraction, a fixed fraction of amount will be cut down. And trapdoors means while developing the software experts will have some shortcuts in the software and they forget to remove them while delivering the software. And these shortcuts will become threat to the people later. So they are called as trapdoors. And next one is spoofing. Spoofing means one person acting like another person. Today we have lot of spoof websites. Means one website resembling another website. There will be a smaller, very negligible change in the website, in the logo, in the name of the website. You need to be very careful. And asynchronous attacks. What are asynchronous attacks? See, whenever we are talking about asynchronous attacks, they are related to timing. Asynchronous attacks are related to timing. They are timing attacks like data leakage, subversive attacks, wiretapping, piggybacking. These are all asynchronous attacks. Data leakage means what? I am sending the data from one location to another location. Say for example, from this location I am sending the data. This is sender and this is receiver. And while I am sending the data, someone sitting in the middle and trying to get access to my data. That can be called as data leakage and wiretapping. And subversive attacks means what? I am just transmitting my message to someone. Without my knowledge, someone is observing my messages. That can be called as subversive attacks. And piggybacking means you are trying to intercept and you are trying to access the data of others. That is called as piggybacking. And now another important question. Sir, from where we get these risks? And how many types of risks will be there? You will get risk when you are inputting and accessing the data. You will get risk while you are transmitting the data. You will get risk while you are processing the data. You will have risks when the output is not properly stored. And you will have risk if you don't properly store the data with a lot of security. And if you do not properly protect your infrastructure, that will also be risk. So these are the risks of BPA. And this we will study very much clearly in the coming lessons. What type of input risks will be there and what care we have to take. What type of file and data transmission risks will be there, what care we have to take, like that. And now another important question. Almost all questions are important here. Another important question is, what are the risk management strategies? What are the risk management strategies? How we can handle the risk? The first one is, you have to tolerate or accept the risk. See, there are certain risks. It is better to accept them. Sir, why to accept them? Why can't we do something to handle the risk? Yes, you cannot do because it is a very costly thing. And there are certain risks which are negligible. We need not pay attention to that, but we need to observe them. But we need not be much worried about that. In that case, we will tolerate or accept the risk. And the next strategy is, we will try to terminate or eliminate the risk. We will try to terminate or eliminate the risk. That means we will want to put a full stop to the risk. That is another strategy. And sometimes we want to share our risk with others, like insurance companies. That is called transferring or sharing the risk. And the next one, treat or mitigate the risk. See, sometimes, you cannot totally reduce the risk, but to some extent you can reduce the impact of the risk. They are called as treating or mitigating the risk. So how many types of risk management strategies are there? Tolerate and accept the risk, terminate and eliminate the risk, transfer or share the risk, and treat or mitigate the risks. So there ends the topic of risks. Now let us enter into a very wonderful, very important topic, that is enterprise risk management. A guarantee question from this topic in every question paper of every attempt. Now what is this risk management? What is this enterprise risk management? Enterprise risk management is the process that is followed by an top level organization to identify potential events that affect the entity and manage the risk to be within its risk appetite, to provide reasonable assurance regarding the achievement of entity objectives. So, what is ERM? What is enterprise risk management? The top level management should have a strategy. What kind of strategy? A strategy to identify the potential events that are taking place in the environment. A strategy to measure and monitor the risk. And a strategy to provide reasonable assurance to the organization and to the stakeholders about the risk management. That is called as enterprise risk management. Okay. Now, what is the biggest advantage of enterprise risk management? It provides value for the stakeholders, because if an organization is having a very good ERM strategy, that will be very good for the organization and its stakeholders. Now, sir, if an organization is having a ERM strategy, what are the benefits it will get? You observe here, this is a very, very important question asked a number of times in the examination. Now, the first one, if an organization is having ERM strategy, what it can do? It can align risk appetite and strategy. That means we can know what is our risk appetite, how much of risk we can take, and what should be our strategy. Accordingly, you can design. And if an organization is having a good ERM, what it can do? It can link growth, risk and return properly in a balanced manner. And you can have very good risk response decisions if you are having a good ERM strategy. And the most very important thing is that you can minimize operational surprises and losses. See, we should not have any operational surprises and losses, because if you have operational surprise and loss, you will be stuck because you don't know what to do. It is a surprise to you. All of a sudden, the mission went wrong. So, in order to minimize the operational surprises and losses, we need to have a very good ERM strategy, enterprise risk management strategy. And sometimes your channel partner, your supply chain partner may give you a risk. You have to analyze that also. And ERM strategy will help you to analyze the cross-enterprise risks also and provide integrated response to multiple risks. It should not be like, you have 10 risks and you should have 10 solutions or 10 strategies. No. 10 risks or 100 risks, only one solution. Integrated strategy. In that way, you need to think. And if an organization is having a right kind of ERM, the organization can have an integrated response to multiple risks. That means one short solution to all the problems. And if you have a very good ERM in your organization, you can analyze the future, you can have a knowledge of potential risk, and you can seize the opportunities and rationalize the capital. You can make use of your investment in a better way. You can have very good ROI if you rationalize the capital, if you use the ERM in your organization. So these are the most important benefits of ERM in an organization. Now, another important question asked 2 times in the examination, ERM framework. Sir, if I want to have ERM in my organization, what should I have? You should have very good internal environment. That means the internal environment of your organization should be risk conscious, and you should have proper objectives to have very good enterprise risk management, and your organization should be in a position to identify the events that are going to take place in future. That is what we call as potential events. Okay. And your organization should have a proper risk assessment and risk response mechanism. And your organization should have a mechanism to implement control activities, and there should be proper information and communication to all the levels of the management about the risks and the control things what you need to do, and there should be proper monitoring whether all these activities are being done or not. So if your organization is having all these things, that is very good internal environment, focusing on risks, very good objective setting, capable of identifying the events, capable of assessing and identifying the risks, capable of making risk responses, capable of having control activities in place, and if there is proper information and communication to all the levels of management about the risks, and if you can properly monitor what is happening in the environment regularly, then you can have a very good ERM in your organization. That means these are all the most important things that are required to have a very good ERM in your organization. So in ERM, don't leave any question. Read all the questions related to ERM, benefits of ERM, components of ERM. Don't leave anything. These are very important areas that without preparation you should not go to the examination. Now comes the diagrammatic representation of the business process. In the steps of business process, we learned that we need to diagrammatically represent the business process. We need to document the business process. So for documentation of business process, we require the diagrammatic representation, that is flowchart. So a flowchart will help you to diagrammatically represent the business process. For example, if you want to represent a sales process, yes, you can represent a sales process like this in the form of a flowchart. Now, you may ask me, sir, what are the advantages of flowchart? You can quickly understand the relationships between different things in a process with the help of a flowchart. And you can have a better analysis if you follow a flowchart. And flowchart is an important tool to communicate with others. You have something in your mind and you want to tell it to others. You can take the help of a flowchart to communicate it with others. And if you want to document a very complex business process, you can take the help of a flowchart. And flowcharts are also helpful for efficient coding. Okay. And if you want to find out errors in a program, you can take the help of a flowchart. So if you write these 6 points, it is enough in the case of flowchart. And next one, what are the limitations of flowchart? You know, if the process is very big, then it may become very tough for you to represent that in the form of a flowchart. But today we have flowcharting softwares, so that we need not feel a lot. Today you can draw flowcharts using softwares. So definitely we can overcome the limitations of flowcharting. And another important tool is data flow diagram. Flowchart will tell you the flow of the process, the logic of the process. But what about the data in the process? Because every process will have two things. Every process will have two things. The first one is logic and second one is data. So to understand the process completely, we need to understand the logical flow, which can be understood with the help of flowchart, and the data flow can be understood with the help of data flow diagram. Okay. So a data flow diagram will help you to understand where from we are getting the data, where the data is stored, where the data is taken, how the data travels inside the process. If you want to understand all these things, you have to have a better understanding of the data flow diagram. So in that way, flowcharts and data flow diagrams are helpful for documentation of the business process. So we have finished this topic. Now this topic is exclusively about BPA controls. So in this topic, what we are going to learn? We are going to learn about the controls, the importance of controls, BPA controls and its components and limitations, and different types of controls at different levels. And also we learn something about IT Act. So this is the entire schema of the lesson. Let us move forward. The first and foremost thing that what we have to learn is the definition of the word control. Now, first of all, let us learn the definition of the word control. What is control? Control is defined as policies, procedures, practices, and organization structure. So what is a control? A control can be in the form of a policy of the organization. It can be in the form of a procedure. It can be in the form of a practice, and it can be in the form of an organization structure. Now, sir, why we design the controls? We design the controls to provide reasonable assurance. Why we design the controls? We design the controls to provide reasonable assurance. Sir, reasonable assurance for what? For the achievement of the business objectives. That is point number one. And to prevent the undesired events from occurring. Even though if undesired events occur, we have to prevent them, detect them, and correct them. So for all these reasons, we use controls. Now let me tell you what is a control. A control can be in the form of a policy, procedure, practice, and organization structure. And why these controls are designed? To provide reasonable assurance. Reasonable assurance for what? For the achievement of the business objectives, and also to prevent, detect, and correct the undesired events. So this is the fundamental definition of the word control. Now, how many types of controls can be there? Controls can be manual controls, automated controls, and semi-automated controls. Controls can be of three types: manual, automated, and semi-automated. Sir, why there should be controls? There should be controls, as already we have discussed, that the organizations have to mitigate the risks and the organizations have to achieve the objectives. So these are the main reasons that we need to have controls in place. And now comes a very important question right about information technology general controls. And there is another name for these general controls. We can also call them as infrastructure controls. Infrastructure controls. Now, what are these ITGC? Whenever you are having an enterprise information system in an organization, definitely there should be some general controls related to the information technology in place. So such controls which helps the IT devices, which helps the IT environment to function in a perfect manner can be termed as ITGC. What do you mean by ITGC? Information Technology General Controls. What is another name for this ITGC? Infrastructure controls. Another name for ITGC is infrastructure controls. And what are these infrastructure controls? The first one is information security policy. This is the first and foremost thing. What is the first one? Information security policy. Now, what do you mean by this information security policy? Every organization should have a set of laws and policies, rules and practices to regulate how the IT assets are safeguarded. Because there will be a lot of IT assets in an organization and we need to safeguard them. For that, an organization requires an information security policy. This is the first and foremost general control that every organization should have. And now what is the second thing? Administration, access and authentication. That means we should not allow each and everyone to have access to the IT assets, to have access to the IT resources. So definitely there should be access mechanisms, there should be authentication mechanisms, there should be appropriate policies and procedures for the people to access the IT resources. So for that, what we require is administration, access and authentication policies. And the third most important ITGC is separation of key IT functions. Separation of key IT functions. That means we need to have SOD, that is segregation of duties. What is SOD? Segregation of duties. So if there are no segregation of duties, then there will be conflicts. So for that reason, we have to separate, we have to segregate the most important IT functions. That should be another control, separation of key IT functions. And the next one, management of systems, acquisition and implementation. That is how you acquire the systems, from where you acquire the systems and how you are implementing the systems. For all these things, you need to have a policy, you need to have a control. So that is management of systems, acquisition and implementation. And the most important thing is change management. What do you mean by change management? See, we generally change from old systems to new systems, old software to new software, old hardware to new hardware. So whenever this kind of change takes place, there should be a smooth changeover. There should be a smooth transition. That is the most important thing. So in order to have smooth changeover, we need to have proper controls in place. That is called as change management controls. And very, very important controls: backup, recovery and business continuity. Backup, recovery and business continuity. So every organization should have right kind of backup policy to take the backup of the data because we want to use it in times of emergency, and how we recover the data, what are the ways of recovering the data, and in case of emergencies, what should be done? What should be our policy? There should be a BCP. What do you mean by BCP? Business Continuity Planning. So that kind of controls should also be there. That is the most important thing. And proper development and implementation of application software. So proper development and implementation of application software. See, whenever we are developing the software, what we have to do is we have to follow proper software development process. We need to follow standard development process, because to develop the software, we will have certain methodologies, we will have certain mechanisms, and we need to follow it. That comes under proper development and implementation of application software. And above all, the most important thing is confidentiality, integrity, and availability of software and data files. This is the utmost control that every organization should have. There should be confidentiality to the data, data should have integrity, and the data should be available to the people when and where they want in a secured manner. See, the entire process of security mechanisms revolves around data integrity. To maintain the integrity of the data, to maintain the uniqueness of the data, to maintain the security of the data, to maintain the confidentiality of the data. And for that reason, we need to have right kind of authentic policies. We need to protect the data. Confidentiality means protection of the data. Integrity means the authenticity of the information. And availability means availability of information to the users when they are required. So every organization should have these kind of policies. And the next one, incident response and management. Whenever IT fails, whenever information technology fails, how do you handle that situation? Whenever the server is down, how will you handle that situation? For that reason, you need to have policies and procedures that are called as incident response and management. And the next one, monitoring of applications and supporting servers. See, in every organization, there will be multiple servers. So we need to monitor all these servers, how the software is running in those servers, and what is the way in which the servers are running. And the next one, value added areas of service level agreements. So we will have lot of vendors and we will outsource many services, and we will have SLAs. Service level agreements with all our vendors. So we need to maintain proper SLA, service level agreements, with all the vendors in a proper manner, so that the services are delivered as per the specified performance parameters. And the last one, but the most important one, user training and qualification of operations personnel. You should train up the users. If you don't train up the users, they don't know how to use the equipment. They don't know how to use the software. They don't know how to use the system. And that causes a lot of problems. So your organization should have a policy of how to offer training to the users at different levels. So these all things come under ITGC, infrastructure controls, or we can also call it as information technology general controls. Let me repeat it for you. What are the general controls, or what are ITGC? The first one, information security policy. Second one, administration access and authentication policy. Third one, separation of key IT functions policy. Fourth one, management of systems acquisition and implementation policy. Fifth one, change management. Sixth one, backup, recovery and business continuity policy. Seventh one, proper development and implementation of application software. Eighth one, confidentiality, integrity and availability of software and data files policy. Ninth one, incident response management policy. 10th one, monitoring of applications and supporting servers policy. 11th one, value added areas of service level agreements. And the last one, the most important one, user training and qualification of operations personnel. Now you may ask me, sir, do we need to write all the 12 points if asked for 6 marks? No need. It is better you read up to 8 points, the first 8 points, and if you reproduce them in the examination, that is more than enough. you need not reproduce all the 12 points. Now the next one, what are application controls? See, we can divide the controls into two. We can divide the controls into two. The first one, ITGC, and the second one, application controls. So already we have learned 12 ITGC controls. And now let us pay our attention to application controls. Now, what are application controls? Application controls are implemented in an application to prevent or detect and correct errors. What do you mean by application here? The software. The software you are using. So in the software you are using, you need to have lot of controls in place. For what? To prevent or detect and correct the errors. Okay. Now, sir, what these application controls will do for me? These application controls are inbuilt in the application software. They are built inside the software. Okay, they are built inside the software. What do? They ensure accuracy, reliability of processing. So if you want to have accurate and reliable processing, definitely you need to have application controls in place. And application controls have also one more work to do. What is it? If you want to ensure completeness of your work, accuracy of your work, and authorization of the work done by the system, definitely you need to have application controls in addition to ITGC, Information Technology General Controls, or what is another name for ITGC? Infrastructure controls. Okay. Now, what are the examples of application controls? Editing the data. While editing the data, there should be certain controls which can be called as application controls. Segregation of duties or separation of business functions, balancing of processing totals, transaction logging, error reporting, exception reporting. These are some examples of application controls, and you need not worry about it. You just read 3 or 4, that is more than enough. And now, sir, you may ask me, sir, how can you say that there are effective IT controls in an organization? Let me just tell you 3 or 4 things for your reference. For example, whenever there is any IT infrastructure upgrade, and if you can do it very happily and smoothly in your organization without any hurdles and problems, then you can say there are very good controls in your organization. And in your organization, all the things are carried out within the time, within the planned budget, and your software is supporting you, your systems are supporting you. Then you can say there are effectiveness of controls in your organization. And you can allocate the resources predictably. Yes, that is also one of the indicator of controls. And IT is available to all levels of the organization, to all the people. IT services are used. That is your customers, your business partners, your other external interfaces. They could happily use the information. They can access the information anywhere, anytime in a secured manner, in a confidential manner. And that is another indicator of very good IT controls in your organization. Okay. Now, this is one important question which is asked in M18 RTP. Now, explain framework for internal controls as per standards on auditing. So, as per standards on auditing, what should be the internal control system in an organization? Now, we have SCA 315, Auditing Standard 315, which defines the internal control system. So, how SCA 315 defines the internal control system? Now, let us see. According to SCA 315, the process designed, implemented and maintained by those charged with governance, management and other personnel. So, according to SCA 315, what is internal control system? Internal control system is the process designed, implemented and maintained by whom? By the people charged with governance. Who are the people charged with governance? The top level management. For what? To provide reasonable assurance. Reasonable assurance about what? About the achievement of the entity's objectives. What do you mean by achievement of entity's objectives? Regarding reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, safeguarding of assets, and compliance with applicable laws and regulations. So this is the definition given by SEA 315. Now let me repeat it for you. What is the definition given by SEA 315? SEA 315 defines internal control system as the process designed, implemented and maintained by whom? By the top level management, by the people involved in governance and management. For what? To provide reasonable assurance to the achievement of entities' objectives. Regarding what? Regarding the reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, safeguarding of assets and compliance with the applicable laws and regulations. Now, what happens if there is an effective internal control system? If there is a very good internal control system, it will help you to do your operations in an efficient and effective manner. And there will be very good internal and external financial reporting if you have very good internal controls in place. And internal controls also helps you to, it will assist you in compliance with applicable laws and regulations. And internal controls also helps you in safeguarding the assets of the entity. So you see, what are the benefits of internal control system? If you have a very excellent internal control system, you can have all these benefits. Now, here is a very important question already given in M22 RTP. What is that question? The 5 components of any internal control as they relate to a financial statement audit as per SEA 315. Now let us see what is there in it. So SEA 315 defines 5 components of internal control system. That means any internal control, it should have 5 major components. What are those 5 major components? The first one is the control environment. What is the first one? The control environment. What do you mean by control environment? See, in every organization, there should be right kind of standards, right set of standards, processes and structures to provide basic understanding of the control system and to implement the controls across the organization. So, every organization should have right kind of standards, processes and structures. That is called control environment. Okay. And there is another thing related to control environment. The control environment should have integrity, ethical values, parameters of governance and rigor around performance measures. So, if in any organization, if you have all these things, then we can say you have very good control environment in the organization. And the second important component as per SEA 315 is risk assessment. What is it? Risk assessment. What is risk assessment? We all know that the entities gets risk either from the internal environment and external environment. But the most important thing is we have to constantly identify and assess the risks to the achievement of the objectives. That is the most important thing. That means according to SEA 315, every organization should have a mechanism of risk assessment. What do you mean by risk assessment? Risk assessment involves the dynamic and iterative process. Dynamic means constantly changing according to the situation. Iterative means doing the same thing again and again. Risk assessment is not a one-time activity. It is an iterative activity. So we have to constantly and dynamically, we have to assess the risk. So risk assessment involves a dynamic and iterative process for identifying and assessing the risks in the achievement of the entity's objectives. So this is the second most important component of control environment as per SEA 315. Internal control component as per SA 315. The next one, control activities. According to SA 315, we need to have some actions to ensure that management directives to mitigate the risks for the achievement of objectives are carried out. That means in every organization, there should be certain top level management directives to mitigate the risks. That means every organization should do some control activities. That is the most important thing. So that is called as control activities. Okay. Now, what is the next one? Information and communication. Information is very much important in any organization. It is necessary for any entity to carry out internal control responsibilities. And the next one is monitoring of controls. Every organization should have a mechanism to monitor the controls. And this monitoring of controls is not a one-time activity. What is it? It is a ongoing cyclical process. This is an ongoing cyclical process. What is it? Monitoring of controls is an ongoing cyclical process. That means all the time we need to evaluate, we need to check out whether everything is functioning properly or not. So this is the most important thing. Now, let us sum up. What are the 5 important components of internal and control as per SA 315? The first one, control environment. Second one, risk assessment. Third one, control activities. Fourth one, information and communication. And fifth one, monitoring of controls. So these are the important things. And now we have a very important question, that is, explain the limitations of internal control system. What are the limitations of internal control system? See, internal controls gives you reasonable assurance, but they never give you absolute assurance. What internal controls do always? They give you reasonable assurance, but not absolute assurance, because internal controls have their own limitations. Now let us check out what are the limitations of the internal controls. The first one, management's consideration that the cost of an internal control does not exceed the expected benefits to be derived. Sometimes the benefit that we derive from an internal control is very small, but the cost of the control is very large. So at that time, the management may not show interest to have an internal control. That is first and foremost limitation of the internal control. And second one, even though you have lot of internal controls, these internal controls sometimes they cannot handle the transactions of unusual nature due to carelessness of the users, due to the distractions, mistake of judgment, and misunderstanding of the instructions by the users. For all these reasons, sometimes even though you have internal control, but internal control cannot handle the situation. That is another limitation of internal control. And the next one, the possibility of avoidance of internal controls. That means the internal controls are there, they are in place, but people are trying to avoid it. By how? You may ask me, sir, when the control is there, how can you avoid it? There is a beautiful word here, collusion. Collusion with employees or with parties outside the entity. The next one, the possibility that a person responsible for exercising an internal control could abuse that responsibility. So for example, a member of a top level management is asking the auditors to override a particular control. Then what is the use of having an internal control? There is no use of having an internal control. Am I right? So that is another thing. There is a chance of overriding an internal control. And the last one, manipulations by management with respect to transactions or estimates and judgments. Manipulations by management. Management is doing some manipulations They are changing the estimates. They are changing the transaction nature. So in this case, even though there are internal controls, they may not be helpful to you. So these are the 5 most important limitations of internal control system. So you need to be thorough with this question, and there are high chances of this question to be asked in the examination, because institute may want to test you whether you know the limitations of the internal controls or not in an information system or not. Now let us enter into the second part, that is the risks and controls for specific business processes. That means during sales, what controls and procedures should be there. During purchases, what controls and procedures should be there. These all things let us try to learn. Now, this is another important question given in MTP once and in November 21 RTP. Now, what is this question? How controls for specific business processes could be implemented? So, how can you implement a control for a specific business process? Already we know. Let us try to understand these things. Based on the scenario, controls can be of 3 types. What are they? They can be preventive controls, detective controls, and corrective controls. How many types of controls are there? There are 3 types of controls. What are they? Controls based on the scenario can be divided into preventive controls, detective controls, and corrective controls. Preventive, detective, and corrective, PDC. Now, sir, what are preventive controls? Preventive controls prevents risk from actualizing. Preventive controls will prevent the risk to actualize, to happen, to realize. They are preventive controls. And now what are detective controls? Detective controls detect the risks as they arise. Whenever a risk arises, immediately the detective control will detect it as they arise. And now what are corrective controls? Corrective controls will facilitate, will help you to correct the error, correct the risk. They are called as corrective controls. Okay. Now, here is the most important thing. In computer systems, control should be checked at how many levels? 3 levels. What are they? Configuration level, master level, and transaction level. This is very important point. That is the reason I am telling you one more time. In computer systems, controls can be checked at 3 levels. What are they? Please tell students. Configuration level, master and transaction level. Now let us try to learn, let us try to understand about configuration level. How we can have controls at configuration level. What is configuration level? Configuration is a very simple word to understand. What is configuration? Whenever you want to download and install some software into your computer, what you are doing? What it is technically called as? You are configuring the software into your system. That is what is configuration. So configuration means what? Configuration refers to the way the software system is set up. How you set up software in your computer? That is called as configuration. How you set up software in your system? That is called as configuration. Now, during this configuration step, you can set some controls. That is, whenever you are installing some software, you need to make some settings. Some date settings, time settings, regional settings, keyboard settings, these all things. So these all settings will act as controls to restrict the operation of the software. So those things can be called as configuration controls. So when any software is installed, we need to provide some values. We need to provide some parameters. Okay. To make the software to function. So those are called as configuration settings. And whenever you are installing softwares like, sales software or purchase software or inventory software or finance software, you have to properly configure those softwares. That means you have to properly make settings to those softwares. That is the most important thing. And the next one, master controls. That means in every software, we will have two types of files. We will have two types of files. What are they? We will have master files. We will have master files, and also we will have transaction files. And we need to have controls at both the master file level and transaction file level. Now let us check out master file. See, any software that you install, whether it is an accounting software or sales software or purchase software, any software, it will have master files. And you have to make proper settings of those master files for the first time when they are being installed in your computer. That means you need to make proper settings to the master files. Sir, what are the examples of master files? I told you how many software modules you have. In every software module, you will have n number of master files depending on the situation. Like you can have a vendor master file, customer master file, material master file, employee master file, like that. You can have a master file for everything. And now, what are transactions? Transactions means they refer to the transactions that are entered through menus and functions in the application software. That means whenever you are making any transactions, sales transactions or purchase transactions, what you are clicking, what is being done to the transaction files, how you should make the transactions, what menus should be activated, what menus should be deactivated, which button should be activated, which field should be deactivated. These all things you have to define, and they are called as transaction controls. So now let us sum up the most important points of this question. How many types of controls should be there? In computer systems, control should be checked at how many levels? 3 levels. What is the first one? Configuration. What is the second one? Master. What is the third one? Transaction level. So at these 3 levels, we need to have controls in any software. And now in procure to pay transaction. Procure to pay transaction means it is another name for purchase transaction. It is another name for purchase transaction. So in purchase transaction, what kind of controls we have? We have already studied. We need to have controls at 3 levels. What are they? Configuration level, master level, and transaction level. So in purchase transaction, in masters, what kind of risks may be there and what kind of controls you need to make. So some people may make some unauthorized changes to the supplier master file. So you need to take care that only authorized people enter the data into the master file. And sometimes the data is not properly input and it is not properly processed. You need to take care of it. And sometimes master files are not correct. The data in the master file or the changes in the master files may not be correct. So you have to make necessary changes. And sometimes the changes to the supplier master file are delayed and not processed in a timely manner. So these are some of the risks. And during coming to the transactions, sometimes unauthorized purchase requisitions are ordered. That means without any proper documental evidence, unauthorized purchase requisitions may be ordered. So this is one type of transactional risk which we need to have controls in place. And sometimes purchase orders are not entered correctly into the system. Without having proper purchase orders, we need to do out the things. So these are all the things which we need to pay attention. And likewise, another kind of transaction, that is sales transaction. So in sales transaction, what is the process and what will be the risks and what will be the controls? So what are the steps in a sales transaction? First of all, there will be a customer order. Then we will fulfill the order. We will issue a delivery note. We will generate an invoice. We will collect the money and we will make an accounting of it. So these are the steps in a sales transaction. Now, what kind of risks may be there in a sales transaction? The same risks that you have seen in the purchase transaction, but there it is purchase master file, here it is sales master file. So obviously the same kind of transactions will be there. And next comes the inventory cycle in detail. So regarding inventory, what will be the risks and controls? Here they are given the risks and controls. This, see, that nature of risks will be same, like unauthorized changes to the master files, invalid changes to the master files. Each and everyone is opening the files and making some corrections without any authentication. So these are all the common things and common risks that we face. And even in the case of HR also, we encounter the same thing. But here we need to see what is the HR cycle and how many steps the HR cycle consists of. Generally, the HR cycle consists of recruiting and onboarding. That is, recruiting the employee and joining him into our organization, and designing a career for him, and just turning him towards that career and developing his career, and if there are any issues or any problems, termination or transition. These are the most important steps in a HR cycle. And now coming to the HR cycle, what are configuration level changes? Sometimes, employees who have left the company continue to have system access. Many times it happens in many companies. The employee will leave our organization, but his user ID and password remains there, and we will not modify it. We will not change it. We will not delete it. So that causes a risk. And sometimes employees will have excess privileges than that are required. See, at any point of time, we always need to follow principle of least privilege. What is it called as? Principle of least privileges. That means we should always give only limited privileges to the employees. Next one. And regarding the masters, we have the same types of nature of risk. That is, additions to the payroll master file do not represent valid employees. That means in the payroll master file, there are names of some employees who are not really our employees. Then who has done it? Someone has illegally, in an unauthorized manner, they have accessed the data. So you need to be very careful. And new employees are not added to the payroll master file. Employees joined our company, but we have not added his data. That is another risk. So these are some kinds of risks. Now, regulatory and compliance requirements. So every organization will have certain regulatory and compliance requirements as per their IT. So here this question talks about auditor's responsibility. What is auditor's responsibility? As per ICAI's guidance note on audit of internal finance controls over financial reporting, what the auditor should do? The auditor report to state whether the company has adequate internal financial controls in place and the operating effectiveness of such controls. That means it is the responsibility of the auditor to report about the performance of the internal financial control systems and the effectiveness and efficiency of such controls. And the next one, write a short notes on corporate governance. See, whenever we talk about corporate governance, you should always remember that the corporate governance always deals with three important things. They are accountability, fairness, and transparency. That means it is the responsibility of the board of directors. Corporate governance is the responsibility of the board of directors or the top level management to make decisions in a accountable, fair, and transparent manner. Okay. In company's relations with anyone, with the stakeholders, it should maintain all these things. What are those three things? Accountability, fairness, and transparency. Okay. And what the good corporate governance requires? Good corporate governance requires establishment of sound internal control practices. That means if you say, sir, I want to have good corporate governance in my company, what should I do? What do you mean by corporate governance? Accountability, fairness and transparency in the decisions that you take. And when can you take that kind of decisions? When you have sound internal control practices. What do you mean by that? You need to have proper internal controls in place, and the implementation of those internal controls should be perfect. There should be perfect risk management. There should be perfect compliance. So whenever you have a perfect risk management, perfect compliance, perfect sound internal control systems, then you can have accountable, transparent and fair dealings with all the stakeholders. Okay. And now comes IT Act 2000. Now what are the advantages of cyber laws, or what are the advantages of IT Act? So IT Act was introduced in India in the year 2000. In the year 2000, IT Act was introduced in India. Now, what benefit did people get through this IT Act? This IT Act offered crucial legal framework that any information which is in the form of electronic records shall not be denied legal effect. See, once upon a time, the information that is in electronic form, that is the emails or any other things, they do not have any legal validity. But IT Act 2000 created legal validity to the electronic records. And today, with the emergence of IT Act, there is one more advantage, that is encourage of data in digital format. Today we are submitting everything in digital format. We are submitting our exam applications in digital format. So today digital formats are legal and valid, and all the government offices, all the government departments, they are using this digital data, and governments are also accepting filing of IT returns in the digital format. And with the IT Act, what happened? Emails have become valid and legal source of communication. And what is another biggest advantage of IT Act? Legal validity to digital signatures. Now digital signatures are legally valid. And what is another advantage of IT Act? Now the government can issue notification on the web. That means there is e-governance today. And also you can approach any office, authority or body owned or controlled by the appropriate government to file any form, application or any other document in electronic form. That means these are all the advantages that the IT Act has given to the people of our country. And if some intruders have damaged your network, yes, you can have a statutory remedy. You can have a remedy from the government. That protection, that kind of protection is also given by the IT Act. And you know, IT Act defined some terms, and you need not read those things, but it is enough you remember the section names and you just read them once. So section 2A of IT Act defined what? Section 2A of IT Act defined what is access. What is access? So according to section 2A of IT Act, access represents gaining entry into instructing or communicating with the logical, arithmetical or memory function resources of a computer, computer system or computer network. So if you gain entry into the computer or computer network of others, then it can be called as an access according to section 2A. And section 2I defined computer. IT Act section 2I defined what is a computer. See, it's a very big and elaborate definition of the word computer. And section 2I defined what is computer network. And section 2O defined data. 2V defined what is information. So just you remember the numbers, that is more than enough, and you just go through the definitions once, that is more than enough. And here, what are the key provisions of IT Act? IT Act has some important provisions to protect the consumers and to protect the organizations. We should learn that. Section 43A provides penalty and compensation for damage of what? To computer and computer system. What is that section? Section 43. Now what is section 43A? Compensation for failure to protect the data. Now, section 65, tampering with computer source documents. Section 66, computer related offenses. Section 66B, punishment for dishonestly receiving stolen computer resource. That is the reason we should not receive, whenever you are purchasing second hand computers and all, you need to be very much clear about the source from where they are getting. Otherwise, section 66B is applicable. Section 66C, punishment for identity theft. Section 66D, punishment for cheating by personation by using computer resource. That means you are making some spoofing sites and all. Then section 66D. Section 66E, if you violate the privacy of others by stealing their passwords and all. Section 66F, punishment for cyber terrorism. If you want to steal others' data, wanted to enter into their computer network, these all come under cyber terrorism. Section 67, publishing or transmitting of obscene material in electronic form, which is the content which should not be sent. If you send it, section 67 is applicable. Section 67A, transmitting of material containing sexually explicit act, etc. in electronic form. Section 67B, punishment for publishing or transmitting of material depicting children in sexually explicit act in electronic form. So these are the sections of IT Act which gives protection to the organizations. Now, some common cybercrime scenarios. So, what kind of cybercrimes people may commit? Now, the first one, harassment via fake public profile on social networking site. That means creating some fake profiles of the people and just spreading them. That comes under a cybercrime, and the people who does that are liable under section 67 of the IT Act. And if you hack the email account of someone else, then you are liable under section 43, 66, 66A, 66C, 67, 67A and 67B of IT Act. And if someone commits a credit card fraud, then section 43, 66, 66C, 66D, all these sections will apply to them. Web defacement. Web defacement means what? You have changed the home page, the first page of the website is replaced, and some derogatory page or some defamatory page is appearing in the place of the normal home page of a website. So that is also a cyber crime, and that's the sections applicable are section 43 and 66 of IT Act, and section 66F and 67 of IT Act are also applicable for web defacement. And now, if you introduce viruses, worms or backdoors, rootkits, trojans, bugs into others' networks or computers, then what are the sections applicable? Section 43 and 66 of IT Act 2000, they are applicable. And next one, cyber terrorism. So if you use some restricted sites or if you use some unauthorized ways of getting access to the data, that may come under cyber terrorism. Section 43, 66, 66A of IT Act are applicable. And if you are selling some illegal articles which should not be sold online, then what sections are applicable? Here sections are not given. Online sale of illegal articles like narcotics, drugs, weapons, etc. Now, phishing and email scams. So if you unauthorizedly wanted to access others' data, then section 66, 66C, 66D of IT Act are applicable. Next one, theft of confidential information. If you steal information from your office site or your office network, then sections 43, 66 and 66B of IT Act 2000 are applicable. Next, source code theft. Source code is the most important thing of any software. It is a program which you spend crores of rupees and get it written. And if someone steals that, then section 43, 65, 66 and 66B of IT Act are applicable. And cyber pornography, especially child pornography, is not at all allowed, and it comes under cyber crime. Section 67, 67A and 67B of IT Act 2000 are applicable for it. Now, another important question. What do you mean by privacy of online data? Privacy of online data. This is the biggest thing today. Today in online, people always complain that there is no privacy. Okay. So what should be done to have the privacy of online data? So sometimes your data may fall into wrong hands, and that data may be used for illegitimate purposes. Right now it is happening at several places. They collect the data and they use it for illegal purposes. And generally multinational companies, they receive information in one country and process this information in some other country. Yes, that is the reason today the governments are asking to have servers inland rather than having foreign servers. Okay. Now you may ask me, sir, what IT Act has done to protect the privacy of data? Now IT Act has made some very important decisions. IT Act has clearly defined what is data, what is computer database, what is information, what is electronic form, who is originator, who is addressee. So by these definitions, what happens? We can easily trace out a crime by clearly defining the terms. And also IT Act has created civil liability to the civil and criminal liability to the people who access your computer system or computer network or computer in an unauthorized way. And the IT Act has also given that you can label some systems as protected systems and you can separate them or you can isolate them. And if someone is breaching the confidentiality, you can impose a penalty. And IT Act has also appointed some hierarchy of regulatory authorities like adjudicating officers, cyber regulation appellate tribunal, high court, supreme court, like that. And there is one very important thing that is called as SPDI. What is the full form of SPDI? Sensitive personal data information. That is called as SPDI. Now what comes under SPDI? So rule 3 of IT Act is telling that these things come under SPDI. What are they? Passwords of the people, financial information of the people, physical, physiological and mental health condition of the people, sexual orientation, medical records and history, and biometric information. So these all things are treated as SPDI. What is SPDI? Sensitive personal data information. Okay, so these all things come under SPDI. And before collecting all these things from the people, you need to have a consent of the people. So rule 5(1), what it is telling? It requires that body corporate should prior to collection obtain consent in writing through letter of fax or email from the provider of SPDI regarding the use of that data. So if someone is collecting your password or your financial information or your sexual orientation or your medical records or your biometric information, what they should do? They should take your consent. The company should take your consent. Who is telling that? Rule 5(1). And if the company wants to disclose your SPDI to a third party, then again they have to obtain the consent from you. Which rule is telling that? Rule 6 is telling that. So rule 5(1) is telling that you should get consent before collecting SPDI, and rule 6 is telling that when you are disclosing it to third party, you should take consent from the concerned person. So this is about BPA controls. So in this session, let us learn about e-commerce and m-commerce. So you get some important questions from this e-commerce and m-commerce, and if you look at the question wise analysis, you will get some good number of questions up to 8 marks there is a probability, there is chance, and in July 21, 6 marks question has been asked. So from 6 to 8 marks you may get from this lesson called e-commerce and m-commerce. Now let us move forward to see what we can learn in this. The first one is introduction to e-commerce. So what is e-commerce? So to remember simply, e-commerce is the process of doing business electronically. That is called as e-commerce. So what is e-commerce? E-commerce is the process of doing business electronically. That is called as e-commerce. Okay. So now let us try to understand other things about e-commerce. And this is one question which tells you how to make an e-commerce transaction, and you're all very much well aware of it. So we need not discuss about that. And now here is one important question: the benefits of e-business to customer or an individual or a user. See, today e-commerce is very convenient to the people. People can easily buy what they want, whenever they want, wherever they want. They can buy using e-commerce. And this is also very easy. E-commerce is a time-saving thing. You can save a lot of time if you make an e-commerce transaction. And you have a lot of options. You can purchase from different vendors. You can log into different websites. You can watch the options given by different players in the market. These all things are possible. So definitely you have various options. And today no one is buying without looking at reviews. So you can easily find the reviews for the products that you want to purchase. And there will be a lot of coupons and deals. There will be big billion days. These all things for e-commerce transactions. And the most important thing here is anytime access. You can access the data, you can access the e-commerce website or a portal from anywhere, anytime. So these are the important advantages to the customer. What are they? Convenience, it is time saving, there are different options available, easy to find reviews, coupons and deals, and anytime access. Now the next one, what are the benefits of e-business to the sellers? So what benefits the sellers get through the e-business? The first and foremost, the biggest thing is increased customer base. Increased customer base is the biggest thing. If you set up a small brick and mortar store only, you can come across few people. But whereas if you open an e-commerce portal, the entire world will be your market. If you can dispatch the goods, if you can send the goods to that location. So increased customer base. And next, recurring payments made easy, so that you will have similarity in operations, so that payments becomes very easy, and the customers need not wait in a long queue. You can make an instant transactions based on real-time operations. And next one, it provides a dynamic market. That means you can increase the quality of your business, you can increase the quantity of your business. These all things happens with the help of e-commerce. That is, it provides a dynamic market. And the next one, there will be reduction in cost to the sellers, because there will be no overhead costs like much advertising. There will be uniformity, there will be automation, there will be large scale integration. Because of presence of all these things, the cost reduction will be there in the case of e-commerce transactions. And increase in efficiency in various ways. That is, in e-commerce you can decrease the errors, you can decrease the time for information processing, you can complete the business transaction in a shorter span of time. From delivery to payment, you can have a very shorter cycle of transaction, so that you will get a lot of customer satisfaction. These all things happen. And you know, above all, the biggest advantage of e-commerce is reduction in inventories and reduction of risk of obsolete inventories. See, this is the biggest risk the business people face. What is that? Inventory cost. If you use e-commerce, you can definitely reduce your inventories. You need not maintain large inventory, and also you need not worry about the obsolescence of the inventory, of your inventory. So this is the biggest advantage. And you can definitely go to new markets. You can definitely reach out new customers without much restrictions. There will be no physical barriers for you to enter into any market. In strategic management, you might have learned that there will be physical barriers for the people to enter into the market. But here you don't have such kind of thing. You can easily enter into new markets if you are an e-commerce vendor or if you are an e-commerce businessman. And definitely you can sell standard quality of goods from your website, because you will have fixed standards and you can easily reject the goods which do not match your fixed standards. And this point already we discussed, low barriers to entry, and there will be no time delays. So for example, if this question is asked for 4 marks, how many points you need to write? 6 points or enough. So first let us revise those 6 points. What are the benefits of e-business to the sellers? Increased customer base, recurring payments made easy, instant transaction, provides the dynamic market, and the next one, reduction in costs, and the next one, increase in efficiency in various ways. So these are the 6 points which are just enough if you present in the examination. And whatever points I am underlining here, those are very important. If it is just enough if you reproduce them, you need not write all the things. And now the benefits of e-business to the government. So e-commerce will act as an instrument to fight the corruption, and reduction in use of ecologically damaging materials. These are the 2 advantages the government gets because of e-commerce. And are there any disadvantages of e-business? Yes. Internet is the backbone of e-commerce. Without internet, you cannot imagine the e-commerce business. So if internet connection is lost, everything is lost. And internet is the prerequisite to perform the online transactions. And initially there will be high startup costs. You need to get a server connection, you need to get a website to be made, you need to have hardware and software, you need to have all these things. There will be website setup, maintenance. These all will incur you high startup costs. And there will be legal issues. If you do business on internet, you need to have lot of complaints, and you need to keep the data of the customers secure. If the customer data is leaked from your website, from your servers, it will have a lot of legal complications. So you have to face the legal issues. And you know, there are some business processes like selling of defense equipment and all, which may never be possible to be done online in e-commerce mode. So that is one barrier. And cultural impediments. See, in countries like India, even today, many people may not show interest to purchase goods online because of the cultural influences. And the next one, security concerns. Security concern is always a big concern in the case of e-commerce, because the data may be lost at any point and there may not be any customer security. So these are the security concerns. So there is some chance for this question to be asked in the examination. So what are the disadvantages? Internet connection, which is the most important prerequisite. There will be high startup costs. The e-commerce providers have to face legal issues, and some businesses may not be possible to be done in e-commerce mode, and there may be cultural impediments, and there will be security concerns. And what are the different types of e-markets, or what are e-market models? Today we have Amazon kind of thing, where we can call them as e-shops or e-tailers, and we have e-malls, like normal shopping malls. Today we have e-malls. Again, we can take the example of Amazon. We can have e-auctions. We have websites for auctions like eBay or onsale.com, and we have portals like makemytrip.com, where once you enter into that portal, you can have varied number of services available over there. And there are buyer aggregators like Zomato, Swiggy, where they collect the orders from the buyers and they pass on them to the restaurants, and we have virtual communities like Facebook to interact, to communicate with the people. And we have another thing called e-marketing model, where you can market all your products through online, and e-procurement, where you can get everything online, and e-distribution. So these are all different e-market models. Different companies choose different paths, different things to do the e-commerce. So e-commerce can be done in all these models. Next. The next question is how e-business models will relate to e-business markets. See, for example, this is one important thing here. How many types of e-business models are there? E-market models are different, e-business models are different. Here we have business to consumer, B2C, what we call, where the business people directly interact with the customers like Amazon.com. And we have B2B, where wholesalers will interact with the retailers, kind of thing, that is called as business to business, B2B. And next one is C2C, consumer to consumer, where the people who are selling are also consumers, the people who are buying are also consumers, that is ebay.com. And consumer to business, that is bankbazaar.com, where consumers can interact with the business people. And we have consumer to government, where consumers can interact with the government websites like incometaxindia.com, where you can file your income tax returns online. And government to consumer, that is if government wants to interact with the consumer, or if government wants to offer its services to the consumers, yes, e-seva kind of things, or digi-seva or e-seva kind of things. And we have a B2G, business to government, that is if business people wants to pay any taxes, or make any filings, or go for any tenders and bids, definitely they can go for business to government. And now coming to the components of e-commerce. What are the components of e-commerce? Who should be there in e-commerce? You should be there, that is the user should be there. A e-commerce vendor should be there like Amazon. There should be technology infrastructure like the computers, hardware, servers, these all things should be there. And the most important thing, internet, network should be there. That is the most important prerequisite. And you need to make a website for yourself. Web portal is very important component. So these are all the important components. And finally, we have forgotten one thing, that is the payment gateway. This is also a very important component of e-commerce business. So let us rewind once. Who are the important components of the e-commerce? You, the user, e-commerce vendor, technology infrastructure, internet or network, web portal, and last but not least, very important, the payment gateway to make online payments. So these are the most important components of an e-commerce transaction or of an e-commerce setup. Now, what activities are required for e-commerce vendors to ensure better, effective and efficient transaction? Now, what is the question? You need to understand what is the question. So, for example, if you are in e-commerce business and want to do your business in a perfect way, what you should do? You should have very good supplier relations, and you need to have a very good supply chain management process in your organization. This is the backbone of any business, especially the e-commerce business. Maintaining good relations with the supplier and having very good supply chain management process inside the organization. And you have to maintain right kind of warehouses. You need to maintain the right proportion and right amount of inventory. So warehouse operations are also very important. And next, coming to shipping and returns, where you need to have a perfect policy regarding the shipping of the goods and also regarding the returns. And you need to have an e-commerce catalog and product display which are neatly displayed on the home screen. And you need to have marketing and loyalty programs like points when they purchase the goods from you, giving them some free gifts or giving them some membership kind of things. these all things. And sometimes you may need to open a showroom. Companies like Pepperfry, Lenskart, they also open a showroom and also they sell online. And there will be different ordering methods like cash on delivery, okay, credit card, EMIs, these all things. And guarantees and warranties should also be there. And the company should have a very good privacy policy to protect the security of the data. And the company should have lot of security in place. So these are all very, very important things which are required. Now, this is a very important question asked in May 22 for 4 marks. Let us try to understand that question first. The technology used in e-commerce. How the technology that is used in the e-commerce should be? It should be SER. What it is? It should be scalable, it should be easy to use and convenient, and there should be responsive design. That means, for example, if you are having an e-commerce website, how it should be? So, your e-commerce website, your server should be in such a position that they need to handle the peak traffic. During festive season and all, there will be heavy traffic. So, your website should be able to handle it. That is called as scalability. And the next one, easy to use and convenient. That means people who are using your website should feel it so comfortable, so friendly. That means your website should be user friendly. It should never frustrate the customers. Okay. And anything should be searched very easily. The interface should be designed in a perfect manner. And the next one, responsive design. This is the most important thing. For example, you design a website only for desktop and someone tries to open it in a mobile phone and the website will not be properly opened in a mobile phone. So instead, you need to make a responsive design for your website. That is the most important thing. That means the website may be opened in different gadgets and the website should adjust itself. That is called as responsive design. So these are the 3 most important things. What are they? Scalability, easy to use and convenient interface, and responsive design. And what is the technology infrastructure that is required for e-commerce? So for e-commerce, the most important thing are servers. Servers are required. So servers, computers and database are required, and you need to have mobile applications, that is mobile apps are required. And again in mobile apps, there will be front end, back end, ticketing modules, these all things will be there. And there will be mobile customer support information module, mobile banking, these all things should be there. And there will be digital library. See, this is a definition which can be asked for 2 marks, and it is already asked in June 21 attempt for 2 marks. What is digital library? See, library is a collection of books or objects. So here, what is digital library? Collection of digital things, digital objects. What are those digital objects? It may be text, visual material, audio material, video material. These are all things which are called as digital things. So that is digital library. Now the next one, data interchange should be there. That means in e-commerce, what happens? There will be data interchange from the user and the company. That should be there. And internet is the most important thing that already we know. And now coming to the architecture of networked systems. In how many ways a website can function in an e-commerce? There are 2 ways. 2-tier architecture and 3-tier architecture. Now, what is this 2-tier architecture and 3-tier architecture? See, 2-tier means there will be a presentation tier and a database tier. And using these 2 things, the e-commerce transaction takes place. That is called as 2-tier architecture. You see here, in this diagram, you can easily observe what is 2-tier architecture. So here, this is 1 tier in the 2-tier architecture, that is called as database tier, or you can call it as backend also. That is called as backend. And here you have client applications. which you can call as presentation tier, or you can call it as front end also. So this is called as two-tier architecture. So in here, what do you mean by tier? Tier means level. That means whenever you make an e-commerce transaction or whenever you open an e-commerce website, how it gets opened? How do you get the data? That is the question here. So there are two models, two-tier model and three-tier model. In two-tier model, how many tiers? Two tiers will be there. What are the names of the tiers? First one, presentation tier. And what are the other names for this presentation tier? You can call it as client application or client tier. Now, sir, what is this client application or client tier? See, whenever you open a website, you will open the front end of the website. You will see the front end of the website. If you go to an ATM, you will interact with the front end part of the ATM software. So that is called as presentation tier or application tier. So this is the interface that allows users to log in and interact with the e-commerce or m-commerce vendor. You need to open a website and you need to enter your user ID and password. Only then you can start interacting with the customer. So that all things come under presentation tier and client. Okay. You opened a website. You have entered the data. Now you need to get the data. So who will send the data? The server at the back end. So the server at the back end can be called as the database tier or data tier. So database tier or data tier. Now, what are the advantages of using this two-tier architecture? In the two-tier architecture, it is very easy to set up and maintain the entire system. Only two tiers, the back end at the back and the front end which the user interacts. Only two tiers. And the system performance is higher because business logic. What is this business logic? Business logic is a kind of thing which defines the rules of making the business or handling the data. That is called as business logic. So the backend and business logic are close with each other. And now what is another model of making an e-commerce transaction? What is another architecture of making an e-commerce transaction? That is three-tier architecture. So how many tiers of transactions are there? There are two types, two-tier architecture and three-tier architecture. Two-tier and three-tier. In three-tier, what are the three tiers? They are presentation tier, application tier and database tier. In two-tier, how many tiers are there? Only two. What are they? Presentation tier and database tier. And now in three-tier, what came extra? Presentation tier in addition to that application tier and database tier. That means only one thing differs. Presentation tier, in two-tier it is there, in three-tier it is there. Database tier, two-tier it is there, three-tier it is there. Now what is extra in the three-tier? Application tier. What is this application tier? In two-tier, what happens? The business logic will be either with the presentation tier or database tier. Now in three-tier, what happens? This business logic comes out and will form into another level that is called as application tier. That is the reason the other name for application tier is middle tier, logic tier or business logic. Okay. So these are the names. And what is this application tier or logical tier will do? It will help that to check the validity of the transaction. It will help to process the data. These all things will be done by the application tier. Now let's move on to the advantages of three-tier system. So what are the advantages? There will be clear separation of user interface, data presentation from application logic. That means the backend data is separated, logic is separated, presentation is separated. So three different things. So from that, what happens? There will be dynamic load balancing. So if you follow two-tier architectures during peak traffic times, the website may get hanged up. But if you follow three-tier architecture, there will be dynamic load balancing among the 3 tiers so that the websites function perfectly. And you can easily change one tier without changing the other 2 tiers. So change management also becomes very easy. And what are the disadvantages? Relatively somewhat complex, and network traffic management has to be handled properly. And now comes, what about m-commerce? Even in m-commerce we find the same 3-tier architecture. We have a client user interface, we have application layer, and we have database layer like in e-commerce. So even in m-commerce also we can have a 3-tier architecture. And now the most important part of our EIS subject, risks and controls. Whatever lesson, whatever topic we study, but in the end we always should look at risks and controls. Now, what are the risks associated with e-commerce? What are the risks associated with e-commerce? And you already know what is risk. What is risk? It is the possibility of loss, and the risk may be intentional or unintentional. Intentionally some people may cause risk, and unintentionally also sometimes some people may cause risk to you. So what is risk? It is the possibility of loss. Sir, what are the risks in e-commerce? If you own a e-commerce website, what risks you have to face? What risks you have to face? The first, biggest, most important risk is privacy and security. You have to maintain the privacy of your customers. You have to maintain security for the data of the customers. If you fail in providing privacy and security, then being an e-commerce business owner, you have to face lot of problems. So privacy and security is the biggest thing. And the next one, quality issues. See, today people complain when they make an e-commerce transaction that the quality that is shown is entirely different from the quality that they receive. So this is one of the issue. And delay in goods and hidden costs, especially when goods are ordered from foreign countries. If you order from US or UK or China, so the price of the product will be almost doubled, and there will be lot of hidden costs. These all things are there. And needs access to internet and lack of personal touch. Yes, we already know if you want to make an e-commerce transaction, what is required? You require an internet, and there will be no physical salesman showing you the goods and products. So there will be no personal touch, and many times security and credit card issues. So whenever people are making e-commerce transactions, they are scared because their cards are cloned and lot of security issues are happening. And you need to maintain lot of digital infrastructure, like you need to have lot of servers, you need to employ lot of IT people, these all things. And sometimes there will be network failures where you will have lot of loss in your business. And problem of anonymity. You don't know who is purchasing. They simply create a mail ID and they log in with the mail ID and other credentials, and you don't know who is the person who is purchasing from you. So there is always a problem of anonymity. And what is repudiation of contract? So I may place a contract and later on I may cancel my contract or I may deny. That is called repudiation. Repudiation means denial or refusal. And lack of authenticity of transactions. And today you need not face any problem regarding that, because today all the e-commerce transactions are authorized in our country, and the data that is transmitted may be lost because of connection failures. The orders may not be placed properly, and attack from hackers always there. Denial of service, we cannot say when the servers will go down, when there will be problem with the servers, we don't know. And this is not an issue today, because electronic transactions are recognized in the courts of law. And if you don't have right kind of software, right kind of internal controls, then it becomes very tough in time of making audit trials. And problem of piracy is always there, because you may get some pirated books, or you may get some pirated goods, or you may get some pirated things when things are delivered online. You need to be very careful. So these are all the risks of e-commerce. So for example, if this question is asked for 5 marks or 4 marks or 6 marks, at a max of 6 marks, how many points you need to write? If the question is asked for 6 marks, you better write 8 points. If the question is asked for 4 marks, you better write 6 points. In that way, you need to. So you need not read all the 15 points and get scared. It is just enough if you read up to 8 points so that you can comfortably answer, even if the question is asked for 2 marks, 4 marks or 6 marks or 5 marks. And now coming to a very important question once given in MTP, that is the controls in an e-business environment. So in the previous question, we have seen the risks in an e-business environment. And in this lesson, we need to learn about the controls in an e-business environment. So controls should be there on users. There should be lot of controls regarding the users to identify who is a genuine user, whether a particular person is a genuine user or not. So for that, you need to have controls, and there should be a lot of controls on sellers, buyers or merchants, because they should not give more discounts. The prices should be perfect, and government should also have a lot of controls on e-business. Network service providers, there should be controls to ensure perfect networks, and there should be controls on technology service providers who are providing you with the required technology, and logistic service providers, the backbones of e-commerce business, because if the logistic service is not perfect, you cannot deliver goods to the end customer in the stipulated promised time. So there should be proper controls on logistic service providers also. And finally, the payment gateways. If there are no proper controls on payment gateways, you cannot run your business properly, because payments are made but they are not credited into your account. What you will do? Whom you will ask? So there should be proper controls on payment gateways. So now please tell me, in an e-business environment, controls are necessary on whom? Controls are necessary on users. Second one, sellers. Third one, government. Fourth one, network service providers. Fifth one, technology service providers. Sixth one, logistic service providers. And seventh one, payment gateways. On all these people, you need to have a lot of controls. Otherwise, you cannot have a secured e-commerce transaction. Now, this question is asked in November 19 for 5 marks. What controls are needed for various participants in e-commerce environment? What controls are required? So, the first and foremost, the biggest control is educating the participant about the nature of risks. That means you need to educate the users, you need to educate your employees, you need to educate each and everyone regarding what risk you may face and what you have to do, in what way you need to be careful. These all things you need to educate. And whenever you open the website of any e-commerce vendor, you will find all these things. What are they? You will find their privacy policy, their information security policy, their shipping and billing policy, and refund policy. But the problem is we never read them. And even if there is a situation to read them, we simply say agree and continue. But you have to read the privacy policy, the information security policy, the shipping and billing policy, and the refund policy of the concerned e-commerce vendor. And the next one, ensure compliance with industry body standards. For example, any e-commerce vendor operating in India and accepting payments online, they have to comply with Reserve Bank of India. So, like that, depending on the industry you are in, you need to have compliance with the industry body standards and protect your e-commerce from intrusion. There are n number of people who are trying to intrude, destroy your servers, hack your data, these all things. So some people may introduce viruses, there will be threat from hackers. You need to have very strong passwords. You need to update your softwares regularly. You need to protect your sensitive data, and you need to know the details of your payment service provider contract. So these are all very important things which acts as internal controls. So if an e-commerce vendor have all these internal controls, then he can have a perfect e-commerce portal and he can do business in a peaceful manner. Now, SCA 315 has mentioned about several risks. Now we shall see what are those risks. They are very easy. For example, you are relying on systems which are inaccurately processing your data. That is one risk to your e-commerce website. And in your company, people are unauthorizedly accessing the data. That means there will be no data integrity in your organization because people are unauthorizedly accessing the data from your websites. That is one risk as per SCA 315. What is another risk? The IT people are gaining access or privileges beyond their assigned duties. For example, I am a clerk in a department, but I can access the data that a manager can access. No, that should never happen. How can a clerk like me can access the data of a manager? How is it possible? How can it be possible? It should not be possible. And the next one, unauthorized changes to data in master files. There will be a problem of data integrity. So it should never happen like that. And unauthorized changes to systems or programs. People are changing the programs. They are logging in. They are modifying the programs. That should never happen. That is the biggest risk as per SCA 315. And failure to make necessary changes to systems or programs. You are not able to update your programs. You do not change your programs. Then your programs become highly vulnerable to attacks. That should never be there. That is the biggest risk. And unnecessarily people are involving. That is the biggest risk. Let the software function. Why there is manual intervention without need? Unnecessary manual intervention, inappropriate manual intervention. Why? So SCA 315 tells that is a big risk. And potential loss of data or inability to access the data. That is another important risk. And now come to what should be there. What kind of controls are to be used for addressing key cyber security risks? So there are many things here. It is just enough if we look at some 5 very important things. There should be a network diagram in your company which gives the details of how many servers you have, what kind of databases you have, how many routers you have, how many hubs you have, what kind of networks you are using. So a detailed diagram should be there so that you can easily identify the threats where from they occur and happen. And the next one, list of digital assets. So whatever digital assets you have, what data you have, how many databases you have, what digital infrastructure you have, where are those servers located, these all details you need to have. This is another kind of control. And how to use these digital assets. What is the criticality of the digital assets? Which server is highly sensitive server? Which server is the most important server? Which server is having the customer personal data? What is the importance of that server? These all things you need to have. And any incidents of cyber security breach which occurred and the actions taken and controls built in. So recently, anywhere in your organization, at any location, is there any security breach? And how you handle that security breach? And in future, what care you have to take? What are the corrective controls you are doing? And what are the preventive controls you are designing? These all things should be there. And are the IT managers responsible for safeguarding assets from cyber attacks or adequately skilled and trained to perform the functions or not? Very important. That means you are employing some IT people by paying huge amount of salaries. But are they skilled? Can they solve the problem? Can they solve the problem in a quicker manner? Are they adequately trained? Are they adequately skilled? This is one of the important control. So, of course, you have a long list of things, but if you go through these 5 points, it is enough. So, these are different kinds of controls that can be helpful to you to address key cyber security risks in the organization. And now, some guidelines and laws governing e-commerce. So what kind of policy that every e-commerce business should have? So every e-commerce business should have a billing policy which consists of how the format of the bill should be and what should be and how it should be. And there should be a policy regarding the product guarantee or warranty. And the next one, shipping. There should be a shipping policy. What is your shipping policy? How much time you take to deliver the goods? These all things. And delivery. What kind of delivery mode you use? Where deliveries are made? How deliveries are made? You need to have a delivery policy. And above all, the most important, every e-commerce business should have a return policy. What goods are accepted in return? The number of days within which the returns are accepted. The process of verifying the authenticity of the goods that are returned, the time with which the buyer shall be paid the amount back. So these all things the company, the e-commerce vendor should have a policy. And the most important, payment policy. So how you make payments, or how you accept the payments, what are the different modes you accept the payments, these all things should be there. For example, if you want to do e-commerce business in India, what are the different commercial laws that you have to comply with? So if you want to open an e-commerce business in India, you have to comply with the Income Tax Act, Companies Act, Foreign Trade Development and Regulation Act, the Factories Act, the Customs Act, the GST Act, the Indian Contract Act, the Competition Act, FEMA, the Consumer Protection Act. So these all things will be there, and you have to comply with all those things if you want to start up a business in India in e-commerce field. In addition to that, there are 3 special laws governing e-commerce and m-commerce business in India. What are they? IT Act 2000. In that IT Act 2000, it is clearly mentioned what kind of goods you can sell online, how you can make use of different e-commerce policies, what kind of policies an e-commerce vendor should have, how to protect the data of the customers. These all things are clearly mentioned in the IT Act. So any business person who wants to enter into e-commerce business in India should definitely follow the Information Technology Act 2000. And next, another specific thing, if you are accepting digital payments and if you want to send OTP to your customers and all, definitely you need to follow RBI Act 1932 also. Now, what are the latest trends in e-commerce? So this is given in RTP of May 2022. The latest trends in e-commerce. What are the latest trends? The first one is proliferation of mobile device. Yes, the mobile device has proliferated deepest into the rural areas, into the remote areas. Today there is network availability almost everywhere. So people are using mobile devices and companies are making mobile apps. So today there is higher proliferation of mobile device, which is very much helpful for the growth of e-commerce in the country. And mobile telecommunication network and internet. So today we have recently 5G started in our country. So the speed of the network is increasing day by day. so that people can easily open any e-commerce website and can make a transaction. And today we have the social commerce, like, selling goods in, making advertisements in Facebook or Twitter or in YouTube and all. This all comes under social commerce. And today we have m-commerce or mobile commerce. And today we have biometrics to protect the security of the customer's data. And if you open several websites, especially e-commerce website, majority of the times your queries will be answered by AI-enabled chatbots, artificial intelligence chatbots and all. And today, the technology is helping the e-commerce vendors to predict the consumer behavior with the help of predictive analysis. And support of IT governing laws is also there in our country today. So these are all the things that has given rise to the popularity of e-commerce business in our country. And now coming to a very important thing that is called digital payments. So what is digital payment? Digital payment is paying money electronically without paying money physically. You just made an electronic payment, that is called as digital payment. And how many types of, or how many methods of digital payments are there? First one is a very famous, well known to everyone, that is UPI. What is this UPI? Unified Payment Interface. Unified Payment Interface. So once you have an UPI app, what you can do? You can make payment from any bank account. Next, we have another payment method called as IMPS, Immediate Payment Service. So if you want to make transfer of money from your card to another card or from your account to another account, you have this IMPS, Immediate Payment Service. And we have apps like Beam interface. We have almost all banks, they are making mobile apps. And we have mobile wallets like Paytm and all. The mobile wallets, you can make money. And during demonetization time, this thing has also been introduced, Aadhaar enabled payment service. So by showing the Aadhaar card, you can make a monetary transaction. And if you are using some normal feature phone, and if you want to get some account data of your bank account, then you can use this USSD service, Unstructured Supplementary Service Data. And mobile banking today, everyone know. Cryptocurrency, everyone knows. Today, cryptocurrency is so popular. And today, of course, many people are scared about this cryptocurrency, but it is slowly gaining momentum and it's becoming popular day by day. And also government launched another payment mode called e-rupee during COVID times. So these are all different avenues that are available. And what are the traditional methods of digital payment? This is traditional method. You can make a payment through credit card to a businessman. You can make a payment through the debit card or smart card. Smart card means there will be a microprocessor or a small microcontroller chip embedded, and that is called as a smart card. And today almost all credit cards and debit cards, they are in the form of smart cards. And the next one is internet banking, that is very popular. And now a very important question, that is the drawbacks, advantages and drawbacks of digital payments, asked in July 20 for 6 marks and is also given in November 20 RTP. So now what are the advantages of digital payments? Easy and convenient, that is the experience of you and me all the time. Easy and convenient, and you can pay and send money from anywhere without going into the bank. And at some places, some vendors, they may give discounts from taxes if you pay online. And there will be a written record. You can have e-passbook kind of thing where you can know what transactions you made. And compared to, instead of carrying a lot of money with you, you can make an digital payment. Of course, there is a threat of data security and all. And if you lose your card or password to some others, of course, you can have different security mechanisms and you need not worry about it. And for business people, it is a great competitive advantage to the business, because if a vendor offers only traditional methods of payment, modern customers may not go to that vendor. But if he offers most advanced digital payment mechanisms, then many people can go to his shop. That also can happen. And you can save on a lot of paper. So that also will be an environmental friendly thing. So these are all the advantages of digital payments. And now what are the drawbacks of digital payments? It is difficult for a non-technical person, but today even non-technical people, they happily make use of the digital payments. So I don't personally think that this is a difficult thing for non-technical people. And yes, this risk is always there, the risk of data theft. So the data may be, the hackers may take your data from the vendors, website or the servers, and your data may be misused, which consists of your personal information. That a risk is always there. And this is the experience of you and me overspending, because we need not carry physical cash. Card is there. Simply we make a lot of purchases and just make a single swipe so that we can pay lakhs of rupees at one go. So automatically, psychologically, there will be overspending. And if there are any disputed transactions, in the case of credit card or some other debit card, it may not be so easy to get the refund. There will be a lot of stringent procedures that needs to be followed if you want to get the refund. That is disputed transactions. And increased business costs, because in the case of e-commerce, you collect the data, you collect the sensitive data of the customers, and you need to keep it secure, so that you need to spend a lot of money on the digital infrastructure, and you need to have very strong and secure payment mechanisms. Otherwise, that will be a biggest threat to the business. And yes, this is always there, the necessity of internet access everywhere. So these are all the things, the risks of e-commerce or the digital payments. What are they? It may be difficult for a non-technical person, but not exactly. There may be a risk of data theft, there may be overspending, and disputed transactions are always a big headache, and increased business costs are there, and the necessity of internet access is also there. So these are the things you need to focus in this particular e-commerce and m-commerce lesson. So already we have seen e-commerce and m-commerce in the previous lesson. Now let us focus on the next lesson, a part of e-commerce and m-commerce, that is emerging technologies. So in this lesson, the topics that we look are virtualization, grid computing, cloud computing, mobile computing, green IT, bring your own device BYOD, IoT, and artificial intelligence. So these are the areas that we cover in this particular emerging technologies. And as far as the weightage is concerned, definitely you get some 4 to 6 marks from this lesson on an average. Now let us focus on the major areas. The first and foremost concept is virtualization. See, today we are living in the virtual world almost, and today everything is virtualized. Today we have virtual reality, we have graphics, and even in computers today, almost everything is being virtualized. And almost we are working in a virtual environment. If you are using Google Drive, you are using virtualization. If you are using Google Docs, you are using virtualization. So there are many examples of virtualization all around us. So first of all, let us focus on what is virtualization. And coming to this particular question, this is asked once in November 18, and it is also given in MTPs and RTPs. So let us focus on what is virtualization and what are different application areas of virtualization. See, virtualization means creating a virtual version of a device or resource. Whenever I say virtual version, you should think of physical version. Already the physical device will be something, and you create a virtual version of that particular physical device. Whenever we talk about virtual, we need to talk about physical also. So virtualization means what? creating virtual version of a device or resource. Sir, what we can create? For what you can create a virtual version? You can create a virtual version to a server, to a storage device, to a network, or even to an operating system. So you can create a network virtual version of an operating system or a server or a device or a network. So how this virtualization takes place? Say for example, you have an hard disk. Say for example, so if you have a hard disk like this, you can divide your hard disk, one physical hard disk, into two logical partitions, L1 and L2. You can call it as C drive and you can call it as D drive. But physically you have only one physical hard disk. But now you have divided one physical hard disk into two, C drive and D drive. But both C drive and D drive remain in the same physical hard drive. And for that we use softwares like Partition Magic and all. Using those kind of softwares, you can create a virtual version. Now, what is the advantage of this virtual version? You can cut down your IT expenses, you can have enhanced security, and also you can have increased operational efficiency. So what are the benefits of virtualization? You can cut down your IT expenses, you can enhance the security, and you can increase the operational efficiency of your business through virtualization. And virtualization can be implemented in many technologies. So any virtualization technology, what it will do? It will provide a layer of abstraction between computer hardware systems and software running on them. So whatever software is running, that will be different. You see, for example, you can have or you can run Android on your iPhone. How is it possible? You can have some virtualization softwares, virtualization managers. Using that, you can do all of that. And the most important thing, the core concept of virtualization lies in partitioning. The core concept of virtualization lies in partitioning. You partition the physical server into multiple logical servers. You partition one physical hard drive into multiple logical hard drives. So that is the core concept of virtualization. And now where you can use this virtualization? You can use virtualization in server consolidation. That means you can combine many physical servers into fewer servers. If you have 10 servers, you can show it as one server, or vice versa. You have 10 different, you have one server, but you want to divide it into 10 logical servers. One physical server is divided into 10 logical servers. That can be called as server consolidation. And next one, disaster recovery. And whenever there is any problem with the servers, and if you want a hot standby, you can use virtualization at those times. That means without disturbing your work, you can have a hot standby server which functions immediately when the main server is down. So for that reason, you can use virtualization. And if you want to offer training and testing to the people, instead of doing it on the main server, you can give training on the virtual servers so that the people get real-time experience. So in testing and training also, you can use virtual machines and virtual concepts. And you can have portable applications and portable workspaces also. So portable workspace, the best example is Google Workspace, where you can work from anywhere, you can log in from anywhere, more than one person can work with the same application, and you need not carry anything if you go anywhere, because just through internet you can open whatever you want. You can have all of your office work in the Google Drive or in the Google Workspace, and you can get it, you can access it wherever and whenever you want. This is all possible because of the concept of virtualization, right? Now the next one, how many types of virtualization are there? See, this is asked at different times. First one, hardware virtualization. See, what is the hardware concept of hardware virtualization? Another name for hardware virtualization is platform virtualization. You can call it as platform virtualization, another name for hardware virtualization. So, for example, if you are having a computer with Windows, generally we have computers with Windows, but if you want to install a Linux operating system into that particular computer along with Windows, then you can do it with the help of virtual machine managers like VMware. So, this kind of virtualization can be called as hardware virtualization. And now what is network virtualization? You can divide a larger network into smaller pieces so that people will understand that the network is very small, or vice versa. You can combine smaller networks and make it to appear as a large network. That is the concept of network virtualization. And also you can split up the available bandwidth into channels. That is also possible. And storage virtualization. You have multiple storage devices, and if you want to pool all of those storage devices into a single storage location, you can do that. See, virtualization is the concept of partitioning or aggregating. Both can be termed as virtualization. You can partition one big thing into smaller things, that is virtualization, or you can aggregate smaller things and show it as bigger thing. But physically the things are separate, but you combine them logically and show it as one big thing. Physically there is one big thing, but you will show it as smaller things. Physically there is only one computer, but you can have two operating systems in the same computer. These are all possible with the help of virtualization softwares and virtual machine managers. So that is called as storage virtualization. And with the help of storage virtualization, you can easily create a pool of storage space, and you can just create like a storage area network. Okay. Now the next one, grid computing. See, what is this grid computing? Many times the computing resources gets wasted. So instead of wasting the computer resources, if you can collect all those wasting resources at one place and use it for others, because there are some people who want those resources and there are some people who are wasting the resources. Now if you can transfer these resources from that location to this location, then you can make use of these resources. That is the core concept of grid computing. And another name for grid computing is, it is called as community computing. What is another name for grid computing? What is another name for grid computing? Another name for grid computing is community computing. Grid computing, another name is community computing. And you know what is the speciality of this grid computing? It is the cheapest alternative to a supercomputer. If you want to have a supercomputer performance with the cheapest possible rate, then the best idea is to have a grid computer. So let us see how is it possible. See, the core concept of grid computing is whenever the resources are underutilized. To achieve the optimum utilization of the resources, we use grid computing. So in the grid computing, what happens is, in most of the organizations, the underutilized resources, they are put to optimum utilization. So the idea of grid computing is to make use of such non-utilized computer power by the needy organizations, and thereby return on investment on computing investments can be increased. Why? Because if you can optimally utilize the computer resources, you can have better ROI, better return on investment. So what is grid computing? A grid computing is basically what it is. It is a computer network. It is a computer network. Observe here, a grid computing is a computer network like this, where all the underutilized resources are collected and gathered at one place, the central admin, that is the grid here. Okay. And what is this grid computing? What is the speciality of this grid computing? It is a distributed architecture of large number of computers connected to solve a complex problem. What do you mean by complex problem here? For example, weather forecasting, remote sensing, DNA fingerprinting, these are all complex problems. And to solve these complex problems, you require supercomputers. And if an organization cannot afford a supercomputer, but still it can get the performance of the supercomputer with the help of a grid computer. And what is the speciality of the grid computer? It is a distributed architecture. It is a distributed architecture. That means all the computers are distributed across the globe, and you connect them and get the resources, underutilized resources, and put them to the optimum use. That is the core concept of grid computing. And it's a special kind of distributed computing. And this is the most important point you need to write. In the ideal grid computing system, every resource is shared, turning a computer into a powerful supercomputer. Turning the computer into a powerful supercomputer. And now, sir, where can you use this grid computing? You can use grid computing wherever there is resource underutilization and wherever you want to optimally utilize the resources. What do you mean by resources here? Processing power, storage, memory, application licenses, anything which gets underutilized. You can connect through a grid network and you can have the benefit of maximum utilization of those resources. And insurance companies can use this grid computing, and application service providers can use, civil engineers can use this grid computing, and you can manage workload with the help of grid computing. And large scale science and engineering applications like remote sensing, DNA fingerprinting, for those applications you can use the grid computing. In scientific research, in industry, in financial industry, you can use this grid computing concept. Now, what are the different benefits of grid computing? In what benefits do you derive from grid computing? The first one is making use of underutilized resources. For example, at one place the resources are underutilized and the other person wants those resources. Now, with the help of a grid computing, if both of them are connected to the grid, say for example, in grid computing there are two very important words, donors and users. So, users are this side and donors are this side. So, these are donors, these are users, and in between there will be a grid network, a grid admin which connects the donors with the users. So, in the donor's place, what happens? The resources are underutilized. The resources are underutilized and the users are starving for the resources. So, we take the underutilized resources from the donors and we give it to the users who wants them. That is the core concept of grid computing. So, definitely with the help of grid computing, what happens? There will be making use of underutilized resources and there will be resource balancing. Why there will be resource balancing? Because at some systems the resources are getting wasted and other systems are starving for resources, and some systems are experiencing peak loads and some systems are not at all experiencing any load. So, definitely we can pass on the work of the peak systems to the systems which are not having work through a grid network. So, that is another advantage. And you can have parallel CPU capacity. That is the reason we say the grid computing is the cheapest alternative to a supercomputer. Because what is the speciality of supercomputer? We have a parallel CPU architecture in the case of supercomputer. The same thing you can get with the help of grid computing also, because the same work, it is distributed to many computers where resources are underutilized and those computers will solve the work. So, we can achieve parallel CPU capacity and virtual resources and virtual organizations. So, in a grid computing, the users don't know which resources they are using, to whom they are collaborating, and the donors don't know what they are doing. So, it is all virtual collaboration and virtual organization. And access to additional resources. If you want additional CPU power, memory or storage to perform a complex task, definitely you can make use of the concept of grid computing. And yes, grid computing is somewhat reliable, because if some users are always kept in reserve in the grid computing. If some donors are not active, definitely there will be other donors where from you can take the resources. So these are the important points in the case of grid computing. But the most important thing in the grid computing is managing the grid computing. It is not so easy to manage a large, more distributed IT infrastructure. You need to take proper care. And what resources you can have through grid computing? Yes, you can have the computation power of other systems. You can have the storage of other systems. You can share the bandwidth of others. You can have software and licenses of others if they are not at all utilized. And also you can have any other thing like, architectures and all. If you want to access, you can access. These are all the resources that can be accessed by grid computing. And now comes the concept of grid computing security. Security is an important aspect in grid computing. So that is the reason we need to have secure single sign-on. Say for example, users always wants to utilize the services of the donors. And for every time if they log in, that is not a good idea. So once they log in, they should able to get whatever they want and whenever they want until they log off. It is not a good idea to ask to log in every time whenever they ask for a resource. So that is the reason in a ideal grid, we need to have a secured single sign-on policy. And the next one, resource management has to be done properly and carefully, because I have already told you there will be lot of heterogeneous systems, there will be a lot of donors, there will be lot of users. So you need to manage things in a proper way. And data management is the most important thing, because data is the very, very important thing. And the data needs to be kept very secured. Whenever the data travels from users to the donors, the data has to be kept very secured. And the next one, management and protection of credentials. That means there will be n number of users, there will be n number of donors in a idle network, in a grid network. So we need to properly manage all the credentials, user IDs and passwords of all the things without creating any big issues. And interoperability with the local security solutions. That is, in grid computing, what happens is when a user is trying to access a resource, the local security at the donors may obstruct the user, may not allow the user to have the access. The firewalls and other security architecture may stop the user from accessing the resources. So that thing you have to take care. That is called as interoperability with the local security solutions. And we need to have standardization, so that every participant in the grid network should follow standardized protocols, standardized architectures, so that there will be no problem while dealing with heterogeneous systems. And now coming to exportability. Whenever the users are exporting the data to the donors to perform the work, you need to have lot of security. Encryption has to be done. A lot of encryption has to be done. If it is not done properly, it will cause a problem. And group communication, it has to be done properly, because grid is a group. It's a group of users and donors, and the communication between the users and donors should be done properly. And support for multiple implementation. See, some of the users may be using Linux, others may be using Windows, others may be using some Unix. So different implementations will be there, and different security protocols will be there, different encryption standards will be there. So these all things we need to take care. That is called as support for multiple implementations. Now, what are the most important issues? This is a very important question asked in November 20 for 4 marks. November 18 in MTP it was given, and it is also given in May 2022 MTP. So it is a little bit important question. So now what are the constraints? That means limitations with regard to the ideal grid architecture. The first one is secured single sign-on should be there. Resource management should be there. Data management should be done perfectly. Management and production of credentials should be done. Interoperability with the local security solutions. Standardization, exportability, support for secure group communication, support for multiple implementations. These are the points which you need to remember. And now let us move on to a very important area, that is cloud computing. It's really an emerging technology, and the latest news also tells that the cloud computing finds much more bigger and larger applications, and it is going to generate lot of employment in future also. Already it is generating lot of employment, but in future also lot of employment will be generated through this cloud computing. And today even small and large organizations, they are using cloud computing in one way or the other. So now what is this cloud actually? A cloud is a collection of servers. A cloud is a collection of servers, applications, databases, documents, agreements, spreadsheets, storage capacity, etc. That means a cloud is a collection of storage space. A cloud is a collection of different servers, different applications, different licenses, agreements, spreadsheets, whatever you want, they will be stored in the cloud. And you can get it from wherever you want or whenever you want. You need not worry about understanding the cloud computing, because already if you are having a Google Drive account, you are already you are the user of cloud computing without your knowledge. If you use Google Docs, you are already the user of cloud computing without your knowledge, because all your documents, all your Google Docs are stored in the Google Cloud, and you are opening them from your device. Sometimes you open it from your mobile, sometimes you open it from your laptop, sometimes from your friend's computer. How is it possible? If it has been stored in one single location, it is not possible to open it from anywhere. But now you could able to open your Google Doc from anywhere, anytime, provided there is internet connection. That means your Google Doc has not been stored in a single location, in a single server, where it is stored in a cloud server, and with internet you can connect to the cloud server and get the data and get the document from wherever you want and whenever you want. And cloud computing is the collection of various services like software development platforms, servers, storage and software over internet. Generally internet computing, we call it as cloud computing. That means the backbone of cloud computing is internet. You cannot imagine either grid computing or cloud computing without the concept of internet. Internet is the backbone. And cloud computing means the use of computing resources as a service. See, once upon a time, all the computing resources, we need to purchase them physically. In the earlier days, if I want storage, I need to purchase it. I need to purchase either a pen drive or a CD or a DVD or something physically, and I have to store my data there. But today, I am purchasing storage from Google Drive. I am purchasing storage from Microsoft OneDrive. And I am not getting any delivery of physical storage. I am just given the access that you have now access to 200 GB. But where is the 200 GB? Is it available in physical form, in the form of a pen drive? No, absolutely no. But from where I am getting that? You have been allocated the storage space in the cloud server. You have been given the access. That is what is cloud computing. Okay. And cloud computing is the use of these services by individuals and organizations. And I have told you, if you are using email or if you are using Gmail or Google Drive or Google Docs, you are already using cloud services without the knowledge that you are using cloud services. And yes, what are the characteristics of this cloud computing? Very important, you please try to remember. First one, elasticity and scalability. Elasticity and scalability. That is, you can increase or decrease the cloud services whenever and wherever you want. You can expand and reduce the resources. If you want to expand the resources, if you want to have more storage space on Google Drive, yes, you can purchase it. And if you don't want, you don't get it renewal. That's all. And paper use. In cloud computing, everything is readily available and you will be given basing on the payment that you make. The resources are given to you when you want them, when you pay for them. And how much resources you want? Yes, you can get them on demand, paper use. That means whenever you ask them, whenever you pay, immediately you will be given the resources. And in the case of cloud computing, these clouds are managed by experts who are having lot of knowledge in the area of managing the hardware and software. You know, big players like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, they are in these cloud services. So definitely if something goes wrong, within no time they'll try to rectify those mistakes, and resiliency is at its top in the case of cloud computing. And multi-tenancy will be there. A cloud server is not exclusively set up only for you. In a cloud server is a very big thing housed in a data center. And you, me and everyone can have the space there. So there will be multi-tenancy. Of course, if you say, sir, I don't want multi-tenancy, I want my own cloud. Yes, you can have a private cloud for your organization alone. But if you want to use Amazon cloud service or Google cloud service or Microsoft cloud service, they are public cloud service providers. And of course, sometimes they provide private service, but majority of the times they provide public cloud service, so that there will be multi-tenancy. But on the other hand, if you don't want others, you can set up your own cloud, that is private cloud. So that is multi-tenancy. And the next one, workload movement. So in one data center, if the cloud servers are getting full, immediately they shift on the work to another data center. So there will be workload movement and wide range of network access. That means you can access the cloud services even from different devices like your desktop, your laptop, your mobile phone, your tablet, etc. Okay, now let us just revise one more time. What are the characteristics of the cloud computing? Elasticity and scalability, paper use, on demand, multi-tenancy, resiliency, workload movement, and wide range of network access capabilities. And it is better you just remember at least 5, that is okay. What are the advantages of cloud computing? See, today all organizations, they are going for cloud computing because of achieving economies of scale. Without spending much amount on computational resources, without making capital expenditure on having the computer or computing resources, today with the help of cloud computing, you can get storage, you can get software licenses, you can get lot of things without spending much. So for companies, it is becoming a biggest advantage, that is achieving economies of scale and reducing spending on technology infrastructure. Once upon a time, organizations have to buy whatever they want, acquire whatever they want, they have to own them. But today, the procedure, the process has been changed. Today, you need not own anything, rather you just try to get it whenever you want by paying. Okay, so that is direct spending in a on-demand paper. Already we have studied this on-demand paper use basis. So today organizations need not purchase hardware, software and pay software licenses, but all of them they can get just by paying to the cloud user. But that means you need not own it, you just use it. On-demand paper uses. And with the help of cloud computing, your employees need not come to your office. They can stay back at their place, at any location, work from home. They can work from anywhere, because all the data, everything is not there in your office server, but in the cloud server. And from cloud server, you can access from anywhere. And streamline the business process. You can streamline the business process. You can reduce the loopholes, the bottlenecks, the communication problems, the coordination problems in your office processes, and you can streamline your business processes so that you can finish up the work in the least possible time with the least possible resources. And yes, I have already told you, you can reduce your capital cost. You need not purchase the servers, you need not purchase the licenses, you need not purchase anything beforehand. On demand pay-per-use, that is the mantra in cloud computing. On demand pay-per-use, whenever you want, you get it. You just pay for it and get it and use it, that's all. And pervasive accessibility, as we have already discussed the concept of globalizing the workforce, there is pervasive accessibility. The data in the cloud, the information in the cloud can be accessed anywhere, anytime, using any smart computing device. So whenever you get something anywhere, anytime, it is called pervasive. Okay. And today many organizations, they are using cloud computing for the sake of backing up their data. Of course, they will have a physical server at their office location, but in order to take the backup, rather than using their own backup servers, they are just outsourcing it to a cloud service provider, and the cloud servers will act as backup servers for your main office servers. Is it not a kind of sharing the risk? Already we have studied the risk management strategies, treating or mitigating the risk, sharing the risk. So this is a kind of sharing the risk. And you can monitor your projects more effectively, because you need not spend much on acquiring the technology resources and all, and you can focus. The top level management can focus their time and energy on the strategic things, and they need not worry about this all IT infrastructure management and all. So a lot of burden is relieved from the heads of the top level management, so they can focus on operational efficiency. And in the case of cloud computing, if your organization is using cloud computing, you don't own anything. So the number of people that are working in the IT department of your organization will be cut down, and you need not offer training on the emerging technologies or latest technologies to your employees, so that you can save on a lot of training costs in your organization. And you cannot purchase the licensing software all the time. If you want something, you can ask your cloud service provider, they can provide you any software for any purpose, and you can get it anywhere, anytime. And if you want to update your softwares or upgrade your systems or upgrade your soft storage, you can do it in the least possible time, offering you a lot of flexibility. And load balancing, that means, you know, even though you have data in different servers, you can all put them all in a cloud server and get it from a single server. That also can be done. So these are all the advantages. So it is better you just read the top 8 advantages of the cloud computing, up to top 8, that is fine, and you can just reproduce them. So now let us revise the top 8. What are the top 8 advantages of cloud computing? Achieve economies of scale, reduce spending on technology infrastructure, globalize the workforce, streamline the business process, reduce capital costs, pervasive accessibility, backup and recovery, and monitor projects more effectively. These are the top 8 advantages of cloud computing. And now coming to the drawbacks of the cloud computing. I have already told you, internet is the backbone of cloud computing. If internet is lost, there is no need to think anything about cloud computing. Total thing is gone. So internet connection is the most important thing. If internet connection is lost, the entire link to the cloud will be lost. And of course, security is always a biggest concern in the case of cloud computing. And in the case of cloud computing, all your data, all your resources will be in the hands of the cloud service provider. So there may be, you may not have control on those resources, but of course you will have very stringent SLAs, service level agreements, so that even though you keep your data and resources in the hands of the cloud service provider, but still you can have a better control over your data. And sometimes depending on the nature and the depending on the cloud vendor, there may be some restrictions, because your cloud vendor may say we don't offer this software, we don't offer that thing. So that kind of restrictions may be there. And interoperability. Interoperability means sometimes you may be using one application and the cloud service provider may offer another application. Say for example, you have a Word document and the cloud service provider provides you Google Docs and says that you cannot convert the Word document into a Google document and you cannot work. So that kind of interoperability issues may come. And now coming to the types of clouds. How many types of clouds are there? Now we have 4 types of clouds: the private cloud, public cloud, hybrid cloud, and community cloud. Now what is a private cloud? If you want to have your own exclusive cloud in your office premises for you exclusively to store your data alone without having any multi-tenancy, then that is called as private cloud. So what are the other names of this private cloud? Other names of the private cloud is internal cloud or corporate cloud. You can call it as internal cloud or corporate cloud. And this private cloud you can manage by yourself, or you can outsource to other party to manage exclusively a cloud service for you alone. That is called as outsourced private cloud. So how many types of private clouds? On-premise private cloud, which you maintain for yourself on your behalf. And the next one is, let someone maintain an exclusive cloud for you. That is outsourced private cloud. And what are the characteristics of this private cloud? Private cloud is very secure because there is no multi-tenancy and you need not worry about the ownership of the data and your resources, because that is a cloud that is exclusively established for yourself. So there will be central control, there will be lot of security, and you need not have very strong service level agreements with anyone, because you are the owner of that cloud. You own it. Okay, your organization owns it. That means large organizations where they are having multiple branches, instead of going for a cloud service of third party, they can establish their own cloud and service and give service to its branches. You can establish your own cloud, nothing wrong in that. And what are the advantages of private cloud? So you can use, you can save lot of operational costs. You can have a high level of security and privacy, and it is maintained by your organization. And the most important thing is improve average server utilization. If you set up your own cloud with your own data center, you can have better utilization of your server space and all. But what are the biggest limitation of private cloud? It is budget, because establishing a private cloud is not so easy. You have to invest lot of money in buying and building and managing the clouds independently on your own, because you need to set up a data center, you need to recruit IT professionals who are very much well versed, who are experts in the field of cloud computing. So these all things are required. But if you don't want to compromise on security, and if you want to have a lot of flexibility for your organization alone, and if you don't want multi-tenancy to be there, then the only option that is left to you is to use a private cloud. And now let us move on to what is public cloud. Already we are all the users of public cloud, and public cloud do not require much explanation, right? Because if you are using a Google, if you are using Google Drive, you are a public cloud user already. If you are using Google Docs, you are a public cloud user already, right? So what are the examples of public cloud? Google, Amazon, these are all providing cloud services. Amazon is providing the cloud service called AWS, Amazon Web Services. Likewise, Google is providing Google Cloud. So the public cloud is established for open use by the general public. And what are the characteristics of these public clouds? Highly scalable. What amount of resource you want, they can provide. It is highly scalable because there are large number of service providers, and it is affordable to the organizations because especially small and medium organizations which cannot afford to set up their own cloud by setting up a data center on their own, definitely can go for a public cloud. So it is affordable. It is affordable, it is highly scalable, but less secure. Less secure does not mean that there will be no security at all. There will be security, and as I have already told you, there will be very strict service level agreements. But if you are not satisfied with the level of security that is being offered by the public cloud, then definitely you can think of your own cloud. And yes, public clouds are highly available wherever you want, whenever you want, they are available, and we need to have very stringent, very strong, very regulated service level agreements with these cloud service providers. And what are the advantages of this public cloud? Highly affordable, highly scalable. You need not establish your own infrastructure, and strict SLAs will be there, and no limit on the number of users because it is highly scalable. Next, what is the limitation? Only security is the limitation. And if you are okay with the level of security offered by the public cloud, yes, definitely no one can stop you. You can make use of public clouds. Now comes hybrid cloud. So, and after explaining a public cloud and a private cloud, I need not explain what is a hybrid cloud, because it's a combination of at least one private and one public cloud. That is called as an hybrid cloud. So definitely this diagram will give you an idea of what is a hybrid cloud. And the characteristics of hybrid cloud are similar to that of public cloud. I need not explain all of them. And now coming to community cloud. All engineering colleges in the country may think of setting up their own cloud. The state government may think of establishing its own cloud. The central government, the railway department may think of establishing its own cloud. So these are all examples of community clouds. So there will be some private organizations, they may come together and set up one cloud, and they may use the services from that cloud. So the concept of sharing, this is all same, but community means related people come together, like all engineering colleges, all pharma companies. They can come together and they can set up a cloud exclusively and they can work. That is called community cloud. And what are the characteristics of community cloud? It is a collaborative and distributive maintenance, because like-minded people, like-minded organizations, they come together, they collaborate with each other, and they set up a cloud and they maintain for themselves. And it is partially secure because there is multi-tenancy. You and your competitor data will be on the same server. So it is partially secure, but it is a cost-effective way of having access to the computing resources. So advantages of community cloud is that it allows establishing low-cost private cloud, collaborative work, sharing of responsibilities. These all things will be there. Now coming to cloud computing service models. So cloud computing is available in different models. You can use cloud computing service to get whatever software you want without installing it. That is called as software as a service. If you are using Google Docs, Google Sheets, already you are using software as a service model of cloud computing. If you are using Google Drive to store your files, already you are using storage as a service model of cloud computing. Okay, so there are different cloud service models. First one, infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service means, for example, if you want some storage, instead of buying your storage on your own, you will buy it from a Google Drive or a OneDrive from Microsoft. That is infrastructure as a service. So then what happens? Earlier, if you want to open your files, you have to connect your pen drive or hard disk. But now you have to log into the Google Drive and open your file. That means there is web access to the resources. Earlier, if you want to access your data, you used to connect the memory, memory stick or memory card or pen drive or something to your computer and access the data. But now you connect to the web, you connect to the cloud and you get the data. That is web access to the resources. And in the case of infrastructure as a service, there will be centralized management. In the cloud server will be centralized and all the branches, everyone will get access from that central location. And elasticity and dynamic scaling will be there. Whenever you want, you can increase, and it will be a shared infrastructure. And metered service. What do you mean by metered service? You will buy, no? You will, if you want some 200 GB of data from Google Drive, you will buy it. If you want 1 TB of data from Google Drive, you will buy it. That is called metered service. And in different ways, you can get this infrastructure as a service. What are the different ways? You can get the network services and network related things without purchasing them. Whenever you want on pay-per-use demand basis, you can get them. That is called network as a service. And as I already told you, you can get storage as a service. You can get database as a service. You can get backend as a service. That is NAS, STAS, DBAS and BAS. These are all the different services. These are all several examples of infrastructure as a service. And also you can have desktop as a service. And now another thing is platform as a service. What is a platform? Generally we refer, say for example, Android platform and iOS platform. So one app will not run in Android platform. iOS app may not run in Android platform. A Windows platform software may not work in Linux. So that is what is platform. And you can also get platform as a service in the case of cloud computing. And I have already told you, you can get software as a service. Whatever softwares you want, you can get it through the cloud computing models. And this software as a service is available in the form of testing as a service, API as a service and email as a service. And there are some other cloud service models like, communication as a service, data as a service, security as a service, identity as a service. That means once upon a time you need to take care of all these things by yourself on your own, but today you get it everything in the form of a service. Let the other person do it for you and you pay for it. That is a core concept in cloud computing, and these all things are possible because of internet. Hats off to the inventors of internet, which has totally changed the entire dimensions of doing business. It has changed the dynamics of business. That is what we need to understand. And now, what are the pertinent issues? In the case of cloud computing, you need to understand the threshold policy. Threshold policy means, for example, whenever something is crossing the limits, definitely you need to be informed. And there should be interoperability between your local things and the things that are provided by the cloud. And there will be sometimes hidden costs. You need to be very careful about that. And sometimes the cloud servers may go wrong and they may not get repaired easily, and there will be some unexpected behavior of the softwares. So you need to be very careful. And security issues, legal issues, software development, these all things you have to pay attention. And software development in the cloud is may take some time, and you need to take care that if someone is developing software to you in the cloud, you need to pay proper attention that whether it is done properly or not. And for example, there may be some bugs in the cloud service applications that are provided to you, which may hamper the security of your things. And next comes mobile computing, very easy. What are the key components of mobile computing? See, in any computing, or especially mobile computing, it is a collection of mobile software, Android and different other applications, mobile hardware, that is your device, the gadget, and next the connection, communication, network. These three things are required. And what are the benefits of mobile computing? I need not tell you. With the help of mobile computing, people can work from anywhere. They can reduce the traveling time. Employees' productivity is improved. You can improve the service offered to your customers, and there will be very good information flow. There will be excellent communication, there will be remote access to work. These are the biggest advantages of mobile computing. But there are some issues with the mobile computing. What are they? If the bandwidth is not good, if the signal strength is not good, then you cannot get all the advantages of mobile computing. And security is always a concern in the case of internet, and the devices, the gadgets you are using may consume more power and they are more power hungry things, then that becomes a big problem. And sometimes there will be signal disturbances, transmission interferences, the signal quality may not be good, and by using these mobile devices and all, people may get some health related issues in future. So they might have potential health hazards in the future, and these are all the important things. Now comes green IT. What is this green IT? So these all servers and all, they generate lot of heat, lot of things. So in order to overcome that, if you use some environmental friendly devices and gadgets, that is called as green computing. So you need to follow some environmentally sustainable practices in your organization, that is called as green IT. It is given in January 26 for 6 marks and also given in N21 RTP, somewhat very important question. So every organization should develop a sustainable green computing plan regarding the use and disposal of their used equipment, how they purchase the resources and how they use the servers, these all things. And rather than reselling, people should think of recycling the resources like servers, monitors and all. And we need to make environmental friendly sound purchase decisions while purchasing servers and all. Rather than looking at the cheaper price, organization should look at whether the devices, whether the gadgets are possible to be environmental friendly or not. And with the use of better devices, you can definitely reduce paper consumption so that you will become a friend for the nature. And if you use some LEDs or OLEDs, AMOLEDs and all, you can conserve energy, and you should make it a habit that whenever employees go away from the system, better to switch on the screensavers or switch off the systems so that you can save a lot of energy. And BYOD, bring your own device. Here we ask the employees to bring their own device because they are very much vexed up working with the devices provided by the management, by the organization. So we ask them, you bring your own device. So whenever you say you bring your own device, what happens? Employees will be very happy because they can carry their own devices and they can work comfortably. And for organizations, you need not purchase the devices for the employees. Organizations can lower their IT budgets, and you don't provide support to the devices that your employees bring with them. They take care of their own devices, and generally employees carry the most latest gadgets with them so that if you want to use and install the latest softwares, it becomes possible. And when the employees are very happy, automatically their efficiency increases because they feel very comfortable working with their own device. So there will be increased employee efficiency. But there are some issues related to the BYOD. What is that? Network risk. So employees bring their own devices and there is no proper mechanism in your organization to register those devices. Many devices are being connected to your office network and accessing the server. And that causes a lot of network risk. And sometimes your device may be replaced by the device of your employee. You may lose your most valuable device and you may get some other nonsense device in that place. So device risk will be there. And whenever employees connect their own devices to your network, their devices might have viruses, worms, trojans, rootkits that may come and add to your network and thus spoiling the entire office network. So if you don't have proper network security management policy, you should not allow this kind of BYOD policy in your organization. So if you have weak BYOD policy, it will be a very big problem to you. And now coming to Internet of Things, IoT, next emerging technology. See, today we connect everything to the internet, not only the computer. Today, connecting to an internet is not restricted only to your computer, but you can connect your smartwatch, your washing machine, your cooker, your mixie, your vacuum cleaner, your door lock, everything you can connect to internet, and that is called as IoT, Internet of Things. And whenever you connect anything to an internet, what it requires? It requires a unique identifier, an IP address, to be able to transfer data. And now what are the applications? Today you can connect all your home applications through internet, appliances to internet, and office machine shall be connected through net so that you can access your office printer from any location. And today government can use IoT to keep track of the resource utilization. And today you have a lot of wearables that you can connect to internet like Apple Watch and all. And today we have smart grid, smart cities, and connected cars. Everything is connected to the internet so that we can connect. So rather than 12, it is better you just study some 6 or 7 applications of IoT. But what are the risks of IoT? The biggest risk is to the product manufacturer, because the product manufacturer, once upon a time, he used to keep, he need not maintain any servers and all. But today, even a fan manufacturer need to maintain the server and IT infrastructure. And risk to the user of the product, security is the biggest risk. Someone will lock your door. Of course, you locked your door, but someone will hack it. Someone will hack the password for your door, and they may ask some ransom to give the password. So this kind of security risks will be there. Health related risks will be there. Technology related risks will be there. These all things. And now coming to artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, yes, we are living in the world of artificial intelligence where computers are becoming very intelligent today. Now computers can hear, can speak, can memorize. Computers can tell poems. Computers can drive cars. These are all examples of artificial intelligence. And yes, if proper controls are not there in artificial intelligence, that is going to end the human race once upon it in the coming future. So you need to be very careful, and you need to have right kind of controls for this artificial intelligence. And what is machine learning? Machine learning is the idea where the machine can learn by its own, being explicitly programmed. So the machines can learn. Today we are telling the computer, we are storing something in the computer what we want. But now the machine will just try to understand, will just try to learn, they will just try to capture the things and will think by itself and will work by itself. That is machine learning. And now comes Web 3.0. Another name for Web 3.0 is semantic web technology. So when right now we are using Web 2.0, and if Web 3.0 comes, your searching, your Google search will become more advantageous, will become more systematic, will become more helpful to you. Okay, that is called as Web 3.0. And blockchain technology, the most important technology today. So in the case of blockchain technology, what happens? So there are blocks of data. So one person creates a block of data like this, and if someone tries to alter this data cannot be altered. The data in this block cannot be altered, but another block is created with the altered data. So this is original data, OD, and this is AD, altered data block. And if someone wants to change this data, again another block is created, and here it is AD1. So now a chain of blocks of data, that is called blockchain technology. And what is the best example of blockchain technology? Your Google Docs. Because in a Google Doc, once you create a Google Doc, a first version is created, and later if you make some changes, another version is created, and later some more changes are done, another version is created. And if you want to observe what is the first version, what is the second version, what is the third version, you can observe. There will be version history in the file menu. You can click on that and you can know the version history, and you can restore to the version which you want. That means any minute changes that you make to the document will be stored in a separate version. That means a separate document is created. Likewise, in the place of document, here a block of data. So that is blockchain technology. So another name for this blockchain technology is distributed ledger technology. Okay, and it is a decentralized open ledger of transaction systems, and all transactions are fully irreversible. That means you cannot cancel a transaction. For example, you have made a transaction and you want to make some changes in it. You cannot make it. Another block is created, only in that you can make. So for example, you deleted something in a Google Doc, but people come to know that you have deleted because the original thing remains and the deleted thing also remains. So you can check out what has been deleted. What is the previous, it is just like, before treatment, after treatment, you have both the copies. Before modification, after modification. Before modification block will be there, after modification block will be there. So that is the most important thing. A blockchain generally uses a chain of blocks. Okay. So today, who is using this blockchain technology? Cryptocurrencies are very popular. Financial services, they are using this blockchain technology, and blockchain technology seems to be the most promising secured technology over internet to transmit the data. That is the reason top companies like Reliance, they are investing crores of rupees on blockchain technology. And you can use this blockchain wherever you want high level of security while transmitting your data. So in healthcare you can use, government can use, in travel industry you can use, in economic forecasts you can use. But you need to be very careful with the risks of blockchain technology, because this blockchain technology is not owned by a particular party, and these blockchains are initiated by some people who have initiated, who have created that. These all things we may not know, and there is no central authority to control all these blockchains. So you need to be very careful while maintaining this blockchain technologies. So with that, we have seen a brief revision of emerging technologies. Financial and accounting systems. It's a very important lesson from examination point of view. If you see the previous analysis, you are getting nearly 8 to 10 marks from this lesson on an average. So in this lesson, we are going to learn about what is a system and the types of systems that are available, integrated and non-integrated systems. We also learn about master data and non-master data. We also learn about the types of applications, installed applications and cloud applications. We also learn about data analytics and its steps, business intelligence and advantages, business reporting through XBRL, and the most important concept, that is ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning, its risks and controls. So this is the schema of the lesson. Now let us just move forward. What is a system? Already we know a system is a collection of interrelated, integrated and interactive set of components. It is a set of detailed methods and procedures or routines that are created to carry out a specific activity or to perform a duty or to solve a problem. So a system is a collection of detailed methods or procedures or routines that are created for a specific activity to be performed. This is the most important definition of the system. And generally we know all system will take inputs and they will give outputs, and all systems will also have the feedback mechanism. This is the most important point you need to understand. And there is another important point, that all systems will have subsystems. Like in an enterprise information system, we have subsystems like marketing, finance, human resources. These are all the subsystems that are part of the larger system. And now what is a process? So a process is a coordinated and standardized flow of activities that are aimed at performing a particular activity. That is called as a process. Now, how many types of data are there? We can classify the data into two types, that is the master data and the non-master data. And what is master data? Master data is relatively permanent data which will not change quite often. That is master data is not going to change frequently. The data which is permanent, that can be called as master data. And generally we should not type the master data. We should make in such a way that the user should only select what is available in the menus or in the options. The user should not enter the master data, because master data is very important data, it is permanent data, and it should not be altered quite easily. So that is the most important thing. And in any software we will have master data. For example, we will have accounting master data, inventory master data, payroll master data, statutory master data. Of course, any software application will have master data. And the types of master data I have told you. Examples: accounting master data, inventory master data, statutory master data, payroll master data. Now coming to what is non-master data. Non-master data changes frequently. Master data do not change frequently, but non-master data, or we can also call it as transaction data. What is another name for master data? Transaction data. So transaction data changes frequently, and transaction data is typed by the user. Master data is not typed by the user, but rather selected from the available options, whereas non-master data is typed by the user. And master data can also be selected from the drop down list of inputs sometimes, but majority of the times transaction data or non-master data will be typed in by the users. So generally, say for example, date settings, time settings, value, quantity, these all come under non-master data, which frequently changes. So these are the two types of data, master data and non-master data. And how many types of master data are available? As I have told you, many types of master data are available. We will have accounting master data, we will have inventory master data, payroll master data, statutory master data. These all things are available. And now types of vouchers. This is an important question and asked in May 2022 attempt also, and it is also given in MTP November 18. How many types of vouchers are there? This is very easy question, and for accounting students there is no need to explain this particular question. So just let us learn the names of the vouchers that are available. For example, in an accounting software we will have vouchers like contra vouchers, payment vouchers, receipt vouchers, and journal vouchers, sales vouchers, purchase vouchers, credit notes, debit notes. And in inventory we will have purchase order, sales order, stock journal, physical stock vouchers, delivery note, receipt note. These are all the vouchers that are available. It is just enough if you remember at least 4 vouchers in accounting, 4 vouchers in inventory, and 2 vouchers in payroll. A total of 10. If you remember, they are quite enough to answer a 10 marks to answer a 5 marks question or a 6 marks question. Generally, in the last attempt it was asked for 4 marks, so it is just enough if you write 8 voucher names and their description. And now coming to what is front end and back end. You see, every software will have the concept of front end and back end. Front end and back end. So what is front end? See, the part of the software with which the user interacts, that is called as the front end, and the part of the software which supplies the data, where the data is stored, that is called as back end. So every software is composed of front end and back end. So front end plus back end is equal to a particular software. Every software will have this front end and back end concept. Now let us see the definition. What is front end? The front end is that part of the software which the user interacts. For example, you went to an ATM, you interact with the front end part of the software, front end part of the ATM software. Then what is back end? User cannot directly interact with the back end. Who will interact with the back end? Front end will interact with the back end. Now look at this diagram, you will understand very clearly. User will interact with the front end will interact with the back end, and back end will again give data to the front end, and front end will show it to the user. So this is the mechanism of front end and back end. That means every software will have these two parts, front end and back end. Okay. Now let us move on to the next one. In every software, there will be 3 layers. What are the 3 layers? The first layer is application layer. What is this application layer? This application layer takes inputs from the users or receives inputs from the users. So the part of the software which accepts the inputs from the user, that we can term as application layer. And the most important thing is operating system layer. The operating system layer, what it will do? It will carry the instructions from the application layer and it will process those instructions. That is called as operating system layer. And to perform the transaction, we require data, and that data is supplied by the database layer. So the application layer takes the inputs from the user and gives it to operating system layer. Operating system layer, with the help of database layer, will perform the transaction and again gives back data to the application layer. This is the thing that you need to understand. And now here we have software that is used in different models. We can use software in the model of installed application, and also we can use software in the model of web application or cloud based application. Of course, there is a thin line of difference between installed application and there is a thin line of difference between web application and cloud application. Okay, so installed application means the software is installed in the hard disk of your computer which you are using. That is called as installed application. What are installed application? They are installed on the hard disk of the user's computer, your computer. And now what is web application? It is not installed in the hard disk of the user computer. For example, you open a website and work. The data of that website is not available in your hard disk. You need to connect to the internet and get the data from the server. The data is not installed in your hard disk. So that is called as web application, and the data is stored on the web server, not on the user computer. And now what is cloud application? So cloud application is also similar, but instead of one single web server, the data is stored in the cloud server and the cloud service provider will give you the data. And now what are the differences between application software and cloud application? Installation and maintenance. Installed application, the software is installed in the hard disk of the user's computer, whereas in cloud application, the software is installed in the cloud server, not in the user computer. And accessibility, the user can access whenever he wants because the software is installed in the hard disk itself, whereas in the cloud application we require internet. In the installed application we don't require internet because it is locally available in the computer in which you are using. But whereas for cloud application you definitely require an internet and you need to access the data. And now coming to mobile application. Installed applications are not used mobile. They can be used only in the computer where they are installed. Whereas cloud application, you can access it from anywhere, anytime, wherever you want. You can log into the internet, you can log into the cloud server application and you can start using the software. And coming to data storage, the data is stored locally in the user computer in the case of installed application. Whereas in cloud application, the data is not stored in the user server or user computer, but in the cloud server, which is there at a remote location. And now coming to data security, the data security is very high, very high in the case of installed application because everything is in the physical control of the user. But whereas in the case of cloud application, of course there will be data security, but compared to installed application, in cloud application the data security may be somewhat low. That is the point you need to understand. And coming to performance, as you don't require any internet to access the installed application, you can quickly open the things. There will be no bandwidth issues, there will be no internet issues, so that you can easily use the installed application software directly from your computer or from the local server. Whereas in the case of cloud application, what happens? You need to connect to the internet and the speed of access depends on the speed of the internet. So the performance depends on the speed of the internet. And flexibility means, see, initially for installed applications, there will be lot of capital expenditure because you need to buy all the things like hard disk, software license and all. And already we studied about cloud computing. In cloud computing, we don't need to purchase any license or we don't need to buy any infrastructure. So you just take a subscription from the cloud service provider and everything is supplied by the cloud service provider. So you don't have any capital expenditure in the case of cloud application, but you will have operating expenditure. So these are the differences between installed application and cloud application. And now coming to the types of systems. How many types of systems are there? There are two types of systems. The first one, integrated system, and the second one, non-integrated system. Sir, what is the difference between integrated system and non-integrated system? You look at the diagram here. In the case of non-integrated systems, what is happening? All the software modules are independent. They are individual. They are not connected. They are not connected. And each and every software module will have their own database and will have their own setup. That is a non-integrated system. So the non-integrated system functions in a decentralized way. If you observe the diagram, you can easily understand here. Whereas in the case of integrated system, the things are combined, and the most important thing in the integrated system is there is a concept called central database. Now you may ask me, sir, what is central database? See, in the case of non-integrated system, each and every department will have their own software and their own database separately in the case of non-integrated system. But in the case of integrated system, what happens? There will be data that is stored in the centralized manner. The data is stored in the centralized manner. You look at the diagram. Here there are many departments, and all these departments will have different front-end softwares, but they have the same back-end. That means all the data is stored centrally in one location. If in that way you use software in your organization, then it can be called as an integrated system. Okay. So that is the difference between integrated system and non-integrated system. Now we are entering into a very important question, that is ERP. What is ERP? Enterprise Resource Planning System, and how it supports the business operations. Okay. See, what is the speciality of ERP? Enterprise Resource Planning System. The most important thing is ERP is a centralized system. Already we have learned what is the difference between a centralized system and a non-centralized system, or an integrated system and a non-integrated system. Now this ERP is an integrated system. So once it is an integrated system, what we can do? We can coordinate all the resources, all the information and all the activities to perform the tasks. That is the greatness of enterprise resource planning systems. So ERP systems are centralized systems. They maintain a single database. This is the most important word here. Whenever you are writing about ERP, always remember that you have to use the word centralized database or single database. You will have only single database because this is an integrated system. Whereas in the case of non-integrated systems, for example, in your organization, you may be using 10 different softwares. So you may be having 10 different databases. But in the case of ERP, what happens? You will be using 10 different applications, but the database is one. If you have a doubt, again look at this diagram. You may have these many softwares in your organization, but you will have a central database. That is the speciality of enterprise resource planning systems. Now, whenever you write about ERP, you should never forget to write this particular point. What is that point? An ERP system is based on a common database and a modular software design. An ERP is based on a common database and modular software design. Sir, how can I understand that? Look at this diagram again. This diagram will explain you how to understand that point. See, here the softwares are divided into different modules and you have a central database, a single database. So that is the meaning of that particular point. And now, what happens if there is a common database? The common database allows every department of a business to store and retrieve information in real time. From where? From the central database. So all these departments, they may be having their own softwares, but if they want, still they can get the data from the central database. That is the most important thing. And this is again a very important thing. In an ERP software, a business can select the modules they need. For example, you take the example of SAP. SAP is a very famous software. SAP is a famous ERP software. And in this SAP, there will be more than 20 modules. Now, a manufacturing company may not need all the modules that are there in SAP, or an educational institution may want to use SAP, but they may not want all the modules in that SAP. Now, what they can do? They can select the modules they need or mix and match the modules. That means you can already the company may have their own module and also they want to use the module from SAP. Now you can mix and match. That means you can add a new module from SAP to your existing module. You can mix and use the software. That is the greatness of ERP softwares. So point number 5, this is a very important point you need to write whenever you are asked to write about ERP. And point number 6 is also very important. ERP system may comprise of discrete application. What do you mean by discrete applications? Separate applications. Now again you may ask, sir, what is the example? Here, this is the example. So again look at this diagram. Here you will have discrete applications, separate applications. They have their own databases, but in turn they have the central database also. This is the point you need to understand. And now what are the examples of this ERP software? Softwares like SAP, Oracle, Financials, MFG Pro, MS Exapta. These are some examples of ERP softwares that are available in the market. And also there are some freely available ERP softwares like, EXAMFEAR, Compare, ERPS, GNU Enterprise, JFire, OpenBlue Lab. These are some of the examples of online freely available open source ERP softwares. Now, what are the benefits of using an ERP to a business? And this is an important question given in RTP May 2022. So the biggest benefit of using an ERP is information integration. That is, you can collect the information from several sources and you can maintain it in the form of a central database, so that all the information from various business components, from various business functions, from various business modules, they are collected at one place. And next one, reduction in lead time. Whenever organizations are using ERP softwares, they can reduce the time to service a customer because data is readily available, no need to wait for the data. Transactions can be made online, transactions can be made real time, so that transactions happens on the spot with a lot of information integration. That is the second biggest advantage, reduction of lead time. And also the delivery of the goods can be made on time. So there will be on time shipment of goods to the end customer. And the time that it takes for the company to service the customer will also get reduced if an organization uses ERP software. That is called as reduction in cycle time. And the name itself is ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning. So definitely we can improve resource utilization in the case of ERP softwares. And whenever you perform all these 5 things like, information integration, reduction of lead time, on-time shipment, reduction in cycle time to the customer, and improved resource utilization, obviously there will be better customer satisfaction. Because customers are very much satisfied because the lead time is reduced, the cycle time is reduced, resources are used optimizedly, and you can service the customer within the least possible time. So these all things happens, and definitely there will be better customer satisfaction. And also through ERP you can have very good supply chain management systems, so that you can procure the goods on a timely basis using concepts like just in time and all. You can procure the goods, and the information is available to anyone anytime in a flexible manner. That is called increased flexibility when an organization is using ERP for its business processes. And the cost that the company incur to maintain the quality of the processes, that also gets reduced because of using ERP in an organization. And you can plan well, you can plan in a better way, you can improve your information accuracy. And ERP always, today ERP softwares are using latest technologies like cloud computing, mobile computing, so that is also one of the benefit the companies get. So there are 12 points here, but it is enough if you just remember some 6 to 8 points. Now let us remember the top 6 points, the top 6 benefits of an ERP system. What are they? Information integration, reduction of lead time, on-time shipment, reduction in cycle time, improved resource utilization, and better customer satisfaction. So these are the points which you need to remember. Now moving on to the next question. Already this question is asked in May 18 for 6 marks, and it is given in MTP 1 of May 20 attempt, that is the features of an ideal ERP system. So why we use an ERP? We use an ERP to serve all types of needs that an organization is having. And the most important thing, the right data is provided at the right time to the right user at the right point of time. So if you want this, definitely an organization should use an ERP. And what is the specialty of ERP? I have already told you. ERP uses a single database. You have different modules, but you use a single centralized database. That is the biggest advantage. Again, you look at this diagram. Whenever you have any doubt regarding ERP, just look at this diagram. You will get all the understanding to understand the concepts of ERP. And the data warehouse, already we learnt in data and DBMS that data warehouse is the largest collection of data, because whenever you are using ERP, definitely you need to have a large database. So that large database, that large repository of organizations database can be called as a data warehouse. That already we know. And sir, how many modules will be there in an ERP software? Here some examples are given. You will have a manufacturing module which can be used for manufacturing processes. You will have the most important module, that is financials, human resources, supply chain management, projects, customer relationship management, data warehouse. Not only these, you will have many more modules that you can find in an ERP software. But there is no rule that you need to use all the modules. You can mix and match. You can select the modules you want. For example, an organization, a service oriented organization may don't require manufacturing module. Yes, there is no need that you can you should use that module. There is no rule. For example, you want to use SAP, ERP software in your organization, but in SAP manufacturing module is there. So there is no rule that you should use that. You can select, you can pick up, you can choose whatever modules you want, and only you can use them. That is the biggest advantage of ERP. And now come to the most important thing. What are the risks and controls in an ERP environment? See, generally ERP environment offers a lot of benefits to the business people, but due to the concept of central database and the people access the same set of data, there may be some concurrency problems, there may be some traffic problems, there may be some problems related to leakage of information, unauthorized access. These all things are there. So you have to pay a lot of attention regarding that. And now what are the risks and corresponding controls? See, the biggest risk in ERP is change management. What do you mean by change management? For example, an employee job has been changed. So accordingly, you have to change the access rights. You have to make right kind of decisions. Otherwise, it will become a biggest risk. And offering training to the employees in the case of ERP software, that is a very costly affair, because to train each and every employee in the ERP software that the organization is using, it will be a costly affair. And staff turnover is always a very serious issue in any organization, because many people leave the company and new people join the company. So the training cost will be very high, and sometimes the implementation of ERP projects may be delayed and there will be lot of cost overruns. These all things are there in the case of ERP software. You need to take care. And above all, the top management support. If the top level management is not giving right kind of support for the implementation of ERP softwares, that is going to be a biggest roadblock in the development of ERP in an organization. And you need to have consultants. If you don't have consultants who are technically perfect, who have good knowledge over the implementation of ERP in your organization, then you have to incur a lot of costs, and finally you cannot have a very good implementation of ERP. So good liaising should be done. There should be right kind of people to make liaising with the consultants, to tell them what your requirements, and they have to make the software, they have to mold the software according to your requirements. So these are some of the risks that are there in ERP. And now the next one. What are the technological risks in ERP? So this is a very important question which is asked in M20 RTP, and it is also asked in N20 MTP, and it is given in July 21 for 4 marks. So let us see what are the technological risks in ERP. The first one is software functionality. See, an ERP software is a feature rich software. There will be n number of features, lot of software features out there, and all organizations may not require those many features. So this you have to focus. You have to take lot of care that you have to incorporate only the features that are required by your organization. Of course, the software may have 100 features, but you may not require all those 100 features. You may require only 20 of them. So you have to install only 20 of them. Otherwise, if you install all the features, that make things more complex and very difficult for training purpose. And the technological obsolescence, all the time new technologies keep on coming, and you should upgrade and update your ERP software as per the latest technological developments. So that also you have to pay attention. And enhancements and upgrades. As I have told you, all the time new versions keep on coming, and if you don't select the right vendor who will give you the right advice, you have to face a lot of problems. And you know, application portfolio management is another risk. That means what kind of applications you are selecting, what kind of modules you are selecting. Here portfolio means collection of the modules. An ERP is having a lot of modules, no? And you will select your required modules, and that selection should be made in a perfect manner. And now, in addition to the above technological risks, there are other important risks like lengthy implementation time. You know, if an organization wants to implement ERP, it takes a lot of time, not less than 1 year. Sometimes it takes 3 to 5 years also to implement the ERP in an organization. So ERP implementation takes a lot of time. That is one important thing. And sometimes the top level management may not allocate sufficient funds for the development of the ERP projects in an organization. Especially during COVID situations, many organizations stopped funding for ERP project implementations. So this kind of errors will come. And the biggest threat is data safety. You need to pay attention to the safety of the data. And also, day by day the data size becomes bigger because you are maintaining central database in an ERP. So you will have data warehouse kind of thing, which is a very large database. So in that case, the response time will be very low. That means you will not get the data immediately. You have to wait for a long time. So you have to focus on that, improving the speed of operation. And if system gets failed, if the central database gets failed, then the whole business will come to an end. So this is another biggest problem in the case of ERP. So you have to pay attention to all these things. And you know, whenever there is central database and everyone is accessing the data, you should take care that everyone is accessing the relevant data, because there is a possibility that people may access non-relevant data, the data which is not related to their department. You may ask me, sir, how that happens? Because you are using central database. All the module uses the same database. The data is taken from the same location. So sometimes there is a possibility that you get the data which is not required by your department, and for that you need to perfectly define the access rights, you need to perfectly define the user IDs and passwords, the user roles. These all things have to be properly defined. And most important thing, the data has to be always given on need to know and need to do basis only. Now this is another important question which is given in November 18 MTP for 5 marks and also in November 19 for 2 marks. That is, what is RBAC? This is very easy to understand. Role based access control. What is the biggest problem we discussed in ERP? Because of central database, there is a possibility that users may get the data which is not required for them. They may have access to the non-required data. So how to stop that? You can stop that with the help of RBAC, role based access control. So first, what we do in the case of RBAC, we first define the roles. Means, what is the role? So we define like this: what is the role and what are the tasks they perform and what are the privileges they require. So in this way we make a table. Say for example, manager, and what are the tasks? 1, 2, 3, 4, he performs some 4 tasks. So to perform these 4 tasks, what privileges he require? He requires 3 privileges. In this way we define. So if we define in this way, to maximum extent we can restrict the unauthorized access of the data. That is called as role based access control. So this is a policy neutral mechanism defined around roles and privileges. What is the role? Manager. What are the tasks he performs? And what are the privileges he required to perform those tasks? So we define all these things very clearly and we will give. And again, access will be given in 2 types. What are they? Mandatory access control and discretionary access control. Mandatory access control means definitely only this piece of data is given to this particular user. More than that it is not given. And what is discretionary access? Discretionary access means depending on the situation, depending on the time. For example, an assistant manager is there. He will have mandatory access control. But when the manager is on leave, so at that time he should get discretionary access control. That means he should get the access of the manager's privileges also. That is called as discretionary access control. Now, this is very, very important. We always say accessing the data, accessing the data. What do you mean by accessing the data? Accessing the data means the ability to create the data, the ability to alter the data, the ability to view the data and the ability to print the data. What type of data? Either it is master data or transactional data or any reports. So accessing means creating, altering, viewing and printing the data. These 4 things in a combined manner we call as accessing the data. And that should be restricted either on the master data or on the transaction data or on the reports. Now, this is about the classification of controls in an ERP environment. How many types of controls will be there in the ERP environment? My dear students, please remember, not only in ERP environment but anywhere the controls can be classified in majorly into 2: general controls and application controls. General controls and application controls. What are general controls? There are other names for general controls. You can call these general controls as infrastructure controls or general controls. Generally, we call it as ITGC, Information Technology General Controls, or another name for it is Infrastructure Controls. Now, sir, what things come under this general controls? The controls related to information technology oversight process, controls related to infrastructure like servers, the hard disks, these all things, and physical security and how you acquire the software. The controls related to all these areas, they can be called as general controls. And the general controls are further divided into management controls and environmental controls. Management controls means the controls that are being implemented by the top level management, the policies, the procedures that the top level management implement, they are called as management controls. And environmental controls means the controls which are related to operational controls, how you operate the information system. And the most important thing for us is application controls. Application controls means in business you use different software modules, and each software module should have controls built in inside the software. These are called as application controls. Now, this is a very important question. What aspects are to be considered while auditing an ERP system, given in recent RTP to the best of my knowledge? So, for example, you went to audit an ERP system in an organization. So, what aspects you need to focus? You need, auditor should audit first the data and process. An auditor should audit what? Two things, audit of data and audit of process. Now, in audit of data, again what aspects have to be monitored by the auditor? The auditor has to check whether there is physical safety of data or not, whether there are proper locking systems, door locking systems, security guards, CC cameras, these all things are there to physically protect the data or not. The auditor needs to check out. And access control. Access control means what? Who is accessing the data? Is the data being accessed on need to know and need to do basis or not? This auditor has to check. That is called access control. And now coming to the processes, what the auditor has to audit? He has to make functional audit. Functional audit means what? He has to check out how the salary calculation is being done in the organization, how the recruitment process is being done, how the purchase process is being done, how the sales process is being done. All these processes are carried out in a proper manner as per the prescribed documentation or not. This the auditor has to check in an ERP environment. And above all, input validation. Auditor has to input some data to check out the application controls, whether they are functioning properly in an ERP software or not. He has to input some wrong data and check out how the system is responding, how the system is reacting. That is called input validations. And now you know already what is a business process, and you already know what is accounting bookkeeping cycle. In accounting bookkeeping cycle, we have all these things. The transaction is initiated with the source document, then it will be entered into the journal, later into ledger, then the trial balance is prepared and the adjustments are made to the trial balance, and then we make adjusted trial balance, finally we make final accounts. So this is the accounting cycle. Now, how many types of businesses are there? This is very easy to understand. We have a trading business, manufacturing business and service business. And this is a very important question. Write about financial accounting business process module of an ERP. So in any ERP, there will be a module called FICO, Finance and Controlling. And especially for the students of Chartered Accountancy, this FICO module is very important. After completion of your Chartered Accountancy, many of you will be learning this Finance and Control module of ERP software, either it is in SAP or in any other ERP software. Now, generally what things will be there in the finance module? See, this is the most important module because finance is the most important thing for any organization. So, in any ERP system, finance module is the most important things, and all other modules, they are connected to this financial module. Why? What is the reason? Because at the end of the day, every module, whether it is marketing, HR, supply chain, purchase, sales, they are connected with the finance module. So, in what are the things that you can find in a finance module? You can find general ledger accounting options. You can find global settings for financial accounting. You can have tax configuration. You can create an organization structure. Like if you want to start your work in a financial module, first you have to define the company. You have to make the company codes and all. So that you can do. And you can have account payables, receivables, asset accounting. So these are all the options that are available in a finance module of an ERP system. And another important question, it is asked in December 21 for 6 marks and also given in the latest RTP to the best of my knowledge. So controlling module, I have already told you, there are two things here, finance and control, which we call it as FICO. So controlling module, in this controlling module, what you will have? You will have mainly two things, the cost elements and revenue elements. So if you learn the controlling module in an ERP software, what things you can learn? You will learn about the cost element accounting, cost center accounting, activity based accounting, internal orders, how to process them, product cost controlling, profitability analysis, profit center accounting. These all things will be there in the controlling module. So if you learn the controlling module, they'll teach you how to do all these things. And there is another important module in an ERP software, that is HR module. So we know what the department of HR will do. They will recruit the people, they will train the people, they will make the people onboarding, they will make the career development, career planning, and also firing an employee. So these all activities can be done with the help of HR module of an ERP. Okay. Yeah, this is how, if you look at the diagram, you will understand the HR module. So all these activities that are shown in this particular diagram can be automated using an HR ERP module in an organization. Now the next one, CRM, another important module for every organization, because every organization at the end of the day has to maintain good customer relations. It has to handle the contacts with its customers in a better way. And every organization always will have current customers and the future customers, prospective customers. And you need to maintain good contacts with the customers. So if an organization is using a customer relationship module in the ERP, what benefits the organization gets? You can improve good customer relations, that is point number 1, improved customer relations, increased customer revenues. From every customer you can sell them more, because you will inform them everything, you can give them the data, and you can get more customer revenue with the help of CRM software. And you can upsell and cross sell. This is what the Amazon and Flipkart they are doing. They do a lot of upselling and cross selling, because they'll show a lot of things. If you just log in to buy something, they'll show a lot of things, so that you will change your mind and there is a chance that you buy a superior product than the one you want to buy. So these all kind of things can happen. And better internal communication with other departments can also happen if an organization can use ERP software. And optimize marketing. Instead of doing marketing in the traditional way, you can identify your targeted customer and you can make target marketing, and you can get better customer revenues by using a CRM software, CRM module of an ERP system. And this is a very important question asked in May 22 for 4 marks. This is really important question. Why? Because as we have already discussed that the financial module in an ERP is related with all other modules in the ERP. So what should be done? An integration should be done. See here, one very important sentence is given: an ERP is like a human body. That means in human body all the organs are interconnected. Likewise, in an ERP, all the modules are interconnected. There is a relation between one module to another module. Likewise, in an organization, finance module is connected with the marketing module, with the HR module, with the supply chain module, with the controlling module, with the manufacturing module, with the supply chain module. Like this, they are. Now the thing is, how will you join all these modules, or how will you integrate all these modules with the finance module? So what you should do for that? You should integrate the master data. The master data across all the modules must be same and must be shared. And that is very easy. We have already seen in the diagram. We have a central database. That is the biggest beauty of an ERP software. We have a central database. So it becomes very easy to access the master data. So the master data of all the modules should be shared. Automatically a connection is established. So that is the beauty of ERP software. And the common transaction data must also be shared with other modules. What do you mean by integration? Joining. So how will you join? You share your master data and transaction data with other module. But be careful. You should not share all the data. You should share only the required data. You have to program in such a way that only the required data is shared with others. I may have lot of data. Say for example, I may have this much of data, but I need to share only this much of data. So only this much of required data has to be shared with others, not the entire data. I should not share the entire data. Only the required data has to be shared. And separate voucher types, because once you integrate all the modules, there will be inventory vouchers, accounting vouchers, marketing vouchers, like this. So separate voucher types should be used. This is the most important thing. And another important question, how will you integrate different ERP modules? This is asked in MTP May 22, a very important question which can be asked in the examination. We integrate material management with FICO. See, at the end of the day, everything is integrated with FICO. That is the most important. So material management module integrated with FICO. Likewise, material management with production planning. Material management with the sales and distribution. Materials management with quality management. Materials management with plant and maintenance. See the beauty of this question. Only one module, materials management module. But that has relation with many other departments. Now we should learn how to integrate this material management module with all other modules. The thing is very simple. We have already discussed that. You should share the required master data and transaction data with the other module. For example, the master data and transaction data of material management module should be shared with sales and distribution module. Which one? Only the required data. Then an integration happens between material management and sales and distribution. Then the required data of material management module should be integrated with the quality management module. Then an integration happens. So this is how we integrate different modules of an ERP software. So there ends ERP. Now we are entering into another important thing, reporting and MIS. See, reporting is a very important thing in any organization. The top level management always wants n number of reports, because reports are helpful for decision making. And reports, what they do? They present the information in a proper and meaningful way. A report will give you information in a proper and meaningful way. And the basic reports, the examples of basic reports are balance sheet and profit and loss account. And now here we need to understand an MIS. What is an MIS? Every organization will have an MIS, Management Information System. That means every top level management in an organization wants accurate, timely and meaningful data. Every top level management in an organization wants what kind of data? Accurate, timely and meaningful data. Sir, what they do with that accurate, timely and meaningful data? They make management planning, analysis and control. For what? For the growth of the organization. So, if an organization, if the top level management in an organization want accurate, timely and meaningful data, they need to set up a proper mechanism in the organization to generate right kind of reports, and that is called as MIS, Management Information Systems. And an MIS report is a very detailed report consisting of all the required information in an accurate way, in a well formatted way. For what? To evaluate the business processes, how the business process is going on, how the sales is going on, how the purchase is going on, for all these things. Sir, in what way the MIS report should be? An MIS report should be RTAS or RATS or ATS. In what way it should be? It should be relevant to the situation. Unnecessary information should not be there. It should be timely. Whenever asked, the thing should be given. It should be accurate and it should be well structured. So these are all the These are all the criteria for a report. It should be relevant, it should be timely, it should be accurate and it should be well structured. Now let us move on to the data analytics. So what is data analytics? Already we studied what is data analytics, and this is very important question given in M20 RDP and also given in November 18. It's very easy. Data analytics means analyzing the data sets, analyzing the data. For what? Analyzing the data to draw the conclusions, because data contains valuable information. So we need to analyze that valuable information from the data with the help of software and specialized systems. So that is the process called as data analytics. And we use data analytics everywhere. In every industry we use data analytics. Okay. And we use data analysis for business intelligence, for reporting, for online analytical processing also. And this data analytics will help the business to quickly understand the emerging market trends and also to know how to gain competitive edge over rivals. Sir, how many types of data analytics? Two types: quantitative data analytics and qualitative data analytics. Quantitative data analytics is very easy to understand. It is always dealing with the numerical data, numericals. Whereas if you want to know the trends, tastes, preferences, these all things, and if you want to analyze something from a video or from an audio, if you want to analyze the data, that can be called as qualitative data analysis. Qualitative data analysis. And how many types of data analysis are there? We generally call data analysis with another name called data mining to identify the trends, patterns and relationship. And if you want to predict the future, what may happen in the future, how the customer may behave in the future, that is called as predictive analysis. And today we are using artificial intelligence to analyze the data, that is called as machine learning. And also we can analyze the data from the documents, audios, videos, or from the text base, that may be called as audio mining or text mining. Okay, so that is about data mining. And data mining can be used by everyone, as I have told you. Data mining can be used by mobile network operators. Data mining can be used in CRM. Data mining can be used in hospitals. Data mining can be used by e-commerce companies. These are all different applications of data mining. Now the next question, what are the steps involved in data analytics process? Or data analytics involves much more than just analyzing the data. Now what are the steps in the data analytics model? If you observe here that data analytics is not just simple data analysis, but it is much more than that. It is much more than analyzing the data. We have to do a lot of work to analyze the data and to make predictions for future business purposes. Now, what are the steps that are involved in the data analysis? The first one is data collection. We need to collect the data, and that data collection can be done by IT staff and data engineers with the guidance from the data scientists. And we collect data from different source systems like, DBMS, flat files, these all things. And once you collect the data, the second most important thing is find and fix data quality problem. So finding and fixing the data quality problem is, once you gather the data may not be ready for analysis. So you need to make the data ready for analysis by cleaning the data. By using techniques like smoothing, aggregation, normalization, you need to find and fix the data quality problems inside the database. And next you have to make a data model. The data scientist makes a data model using predictive modeling tools. And finally, the third one is building analytical model. That is, you need to develop a database model, you need to develop an analytical model that will be helpful for the decision making of the top level management. Now, we have another important question, that is business intelligence. What is business intelligence? It's very simple. In strategic management, already we have learned about competitive intelligence. Here, business intelligence means it is a technology driven process for analyzing data and presenting actionable information. See, here the word actionable information is very important, because what top level management in any business requires? Actionable information, the information basing on which they can take decisions, that is called actionable information. And the business intelligence helps an organization to take informed business decisions, and the business intelligence software involves a lot of software tools, software applications, and lot of methodologies to collect the data, to analyze the data, and to make actionable information. And in business intelligence, we can create lot of reports, dashboards, and data visualization tools that help the business people to make well informed decisions. And now next, moving on, this is also an important question asked in May 18 for 6 marks. What are the benefits of business intelligence? With the help of business intelligence, you can accelerate the decision making in the business, you can optimize the internal business processes, you can develop the communication among the departments, you can increase the operational efficiency, you can get new revenues, you can gain competitive advantage, and yes, these 6 points are more than enough. Now, moving on to the next very important question, that is XBRL. So, what is this XBRL? And before XBRL, we need to understand what is a business report. See, today businesses have to make a lot of reporting. They have to report their financial performance, they have to report their environmental performance, these all things. So, business reporting or enterprise reporting is the public reporting of operating and financial data by an business enterprise. Okay, and generally there will be 3 major types of reporting that is related to environmental, social, and governance. That is what is we call in short form as ESG reporting. That is environmental, social, and governance reporting. So, if the top level management in an organization is having high quality reports, what they can do? That promotes a better internal decision making inside the organization. And what is this XBRL? XBRL is a international standards based business reporting language developed based on IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, and this XBRL is a freely available software to exchange business information, to exchange business reports, and this is used by more than around the world in more than 50 countries. And what is the speciality of this XBRL? Each and every term in the XBRL report is clearly defined. Whenever you want to submit your financial reports to other countries, in other currencies, in other languages, in other formats, and when the nomenclature used is different, then XBRL is a software which is a perfect thing for you. You can use XBRL software to generate reports, to generate your balance sheets, to generate your profit and loss accounts, to generate your financial reports in any language, in any format, in any currency, in any fashion you like, that is acceptable by the regulators. And that is the reason today XBRL is becoming very popular among the corporate circles, because all the financial reports are exchanged in the form of XBRL reports. Okay, so today governments are using XBRL reports, investors are using XBRL reports, regulators are using XBRL reports, companies are using XBRL reports, data providers are providing using XBRL reports. Today everyone, for the sake of exchange of data, they are using XBRL reports. So that is another important thing. And now here is a somewhat important question, that is what are the features of that XBRL? In XBRL language, you find a clear definition for the accounting terms that you are using. The reporting terms that you use in the balance sheet or in the profit and loss account, you will have a very clear definition in XBRL. And XBRL provides those clear definitions by using the taxonomies. Whenever you are writing about XBRL, you should never forget to use the word taxonomy. So taxonomy is the most important word. Now, what is taxonomy? Taxonomy is the classification. In biology, you might have studied about plant taxonomy, animal taxonomy. So the classification of plant kingdom, the classification of animal kingdom. Likewise, the classification of accounting terms is what the XBRL contains. XBRL consists of taxonomies, which clearly defines the reporting terms that are being used in a business report. And in XBRL, we will have testable business rules that the terms are defined basing on the business rules, and whenever there is any deviation or whenever there is any problem or any issue, you can easily point out using those testable business rules. And as I have told you, in XBRL, you will have multilingual support. That is, you can generate XBRL statements in either in Mandarin or in English or in Russian, in whatever international language you like. And today many accounting softwares across the world, either small or big, all of them are supporting XBRL software. That is, you can generate the report, you can prepare the report using an accounting software, and you can convert that into XBRL report, and you can send that report to whomever it wants. So that is the beauty of XBRL. And now with that we can conclude this particular lesson. Now let us start revising core banking systems, CBS, core banking systems. So what is this core banking systems? Core banking systems are the softwares or the ERP softwares that are used by the banks. Now look at the weightage of this. You generally get some 6 to 10 marks on an average from this core banking system. Very easy lesson to score good number of marks. And now what is the first question? The major products or services offered by commercial banks. So this is a question related to commerce, need not be explained, very easy question. Banks generally accept deposits, they grant advances, you can make remittances, and EFT, electronic funds transfer, can be done. You can transfer funds electronically using things like RTGS, NEFT and IMPS, and collection of checks can be done using banks, clearing of checks, letters of credit and guarantee. These are all the things that are provided, the services that are provided by the banks, and also credit cards, debit cards, and there are many other never ending list of banking services. Now let us move on to a very important question. What is a core banking system solution, and explain its characteristics? Very important question, asked in July 21 for 2 marks and May 22 for 6 marks. So what is a core banking system? CORE, core, what does it stands for? CORE, core stands for C for centralized, O for online, R for real time, E for environment. So centralized, online, real time environment. That is what the banks are offering the services. That is how the banks are offering the services. So CBS refers to a common IT solution, wherein a central shared database. That is why I told you CBS is the ERP used by the banks. Because what is the speciality of ERP software? It is centralized shared databases or central shared databases. So CBS is a kind of ERP. exclusively made for banking industry by the software companies for their banking applications. Okay, and today using the CBS softwares, customers can make banking transactions irrespective of the bank branch location, to which bank branch the consumer belongs. Irrespective of that, he can make the transactions. Now, what are the characteristics of CBS? The first one is the common database in the central server located at the data center gives consolidated view of banking operations. Wherever the customer go and do the transaction, it can always be updated in the central location, that is the server. That is the most important thing. And branches acts as delivery channels, that is very common. And CBS, as I have told you, it is a centralized banking application software. It is the ERP used by the banks. Okay, and CBS supports advanced technology infrastructure. And with the help of CBS, what is happening today? A customer is not only the customer of the branch, but now he is the customer of the bank. He can go anywhere, he can walk into any branch and he can make the transaction. And like an ERP software, CBS is also modular in structure. That is, you can implement CBS in stages, or you can select the modules what you want. These all facilities are there or available in the case of CBS. And now moving on, the examples of CBS softwares that are available in the market, they are Finacle, FinOne, FlexCube, Banks, BankMates. These are some popular Finacle by Infosys, FinOne by Nucleus, FlexCube by Oracle, Banks by TCS used by State Bank of India, and BankMate by IBM. These are the most popular CBS softwares that are available in the world today. And now this is another important question: what are the modules available in CBS? See, already we have learned that CBS is an ERP software having lot of modules. So a bank can pick, can mix and match, can select the modules what it wants. So these are all some of the modules that are available in an CBS, like back office, data warehouse, credit card system, ATM switch, mobile banking, internet banking, phone banking, branch banking. These are all some of the modules that are available in a core banking system. So generally the back office module is related to somewhat to administration and support of the personnel, and this back office module will not be client facing. It's not a front office application. And the data warehouse is where the entire bank's data, non-operational data, is being stored. And if the bank is offering a credit card system, yes, we have that module also. If bank offers ATM services, yes, we have that module also in the CBS. And this is the most important and a definite thing that every bank should have, that is the central server, where the data of everything, everyone gets stored in that location in the data center. That is central server. This is the most important component. And above that, if a bank offers different types of banking services like internet banking, mobile banking and phone banking, yes, a CBS will have a module related to that. And those are the modules. That is enough if you write. And now let us move on to another important question in CBS, that is various key technology components of CBS. That means what are the technologies that are involved in building a core banking system for a bank. See, any software, whether it is used by a bank or any other organization, definitely it should have a backend environment that is called as database environment. Database environment is the most important technology. The central database is the most important technology that has been used in all the softwares across the world, and CBS is no exception. That means in CBS we have a database environment where the data is stored in a central location. And obviously whenever there is database environment, definitely the opposite of it, the front end application environment should also be there. And the most important thing, the most important technology in core banking is security. So we need to have separate modules for cyber security to protect the data, to protect the network, to protect the application, to protect the data of the core banking system software. And next one, every bank should have every CBS should have a technology related to data center and disaster recovery center. In times of exigencies, how to recover the data. When the main server went wrong, when the main server is not working, when the main server is down. What are BCP, business continuity planning, and what about DRP, disaster recovery planning? That you need to have an idea. And the most important thing in a CBS technology is online transaction monitoring and fraud risk management, because large number of transactions takes place with the help of CBS in a bank, especially in large banks like Punjab National Bank, SBI and other banks. So definitely there should be a technological mechanism for online risk monitoring and fraud, online transaction monitoring and fraud risk management. And now let us move on to another important question already asked in November 18 for 5 marks. That is some key aspects built into the architecture of CBS. See, that means how you should design the CBS. See, you should always define design CBS where there should be good information flow from one level of the management to another level, from customer to the bank, from bank to the customer. There should be no loopholes, no bottlenecks in the information flow. Information should flow to the right person at the right time at the right point. And any CBS that you use should be customer centric. It should be very interactive with the customer. It should be very easy for the customer to operate. That is another very important thing. And any CBS that a bank is using should help the bank for regulatory compliance. For example, if you are doing transactions in India, the CBS that is used by an Indian bank should help the bank to comply with the RBI regulations. And the next one, resource optimization. That is what everyone looks before going for a CBS. See, why we go for technology? Resource optimization. So the technology, the CBS that is used by the bank should definitely help the bank for resource optimization. And now what are the various types of servers used in CBS? Another important question asked in December 21 for 4 marks. Okay. Now, what are the different types of servers? See, generally for every service we may require a server for every service. So definitely banks will have a middle tier, banks will have application services. So definitely there will be an application server in the bank where it takes care of the accounts of the customers. The validated customer transactions are taken care by the application server. And where the data actually gets stored in the bank, it is in the database server. The database server consists of the entire data of the bank, and this database server is kept in a highly secured environment because it is the heart of the bank, because it contains the entire data of the bank. And next one, if the bank is offering ATM services, definitely it has to maintain an exclusive server for ATM, that is automated teller machine channel server. And what this server consists of? It consists of the details of the ATM account holders. And if in addition to ATM channel server, the bank should also have internet banking channel server. What is this internet banking channel server? When the bank is offering internet banking in the form of websites to store the details of all the customers, the user IDs and passwords of the entire internet banking customers, the bank should maintain an internet banking channel server. And in addition to that, the bank also should maintain internet banking application server. And if the bank is having a lot of websites, yes, definitely to host all the websites and web services and internet related software, a bank has to maintain a web server. And the most important, which is eligible to be asked for 2 marks in the examination, that is the proxy server. See, a proxy server makes indirect connections, network connections to other network services. That is, whenever a customer is logging into a bank website, he is not directly logging into the real bank server, but he will be logging into the proxy server, and this proxy server make connections to the original server. That is what in a simple way we can understand a proxy. So now you might have understood why we need a proxy server. We need a proxy server for the sake of security, because instead of directly connecting or contacting the main server, first we connect with the proxy server, and proxy server makes all the validations and checks. Only if the proxy server believes that the customer is a authorized and authenticated customer, only then the transaction gets connected with the main server. That is what you need to understand. And every bank definitely requires an antivirus software to protect the data of the entire bank from viruses. Now, what are the servers that we use in a core banking system? If a bank is using core banking system, how many servers they might need to maintain? The first one, application server, database server, ATM channel server, internet banking channel server, internet banking application server, web server, proxy server, and antivirus software server. Of course, you may ask me, sir, does a bank require to maintain all these servers if it uses CBS? The answer is absolutely not, because the servers that you maintain depends on the services that you offer. If you offer more number of services, yes, definitely you need to have large number of servers, and there is no end to the number of and types of servers that are required. Okay, so that is the thing you need to keep in mind. And now let us move on to another very important question, that is, yes, discuss the stages of deployment or implementation of core banking system. See, that means how a bank can set up a core banking system. The first and foremost thing that is required is planning. That is, you should plan the CBS in your bank as per your business objectives, as per your business strategies. It should be done in a strategic way by keeping in mind the future needs. You have to decide what kind of core banking system you want to use for your bank. That is called as planning. And after planning comes requires the approval from the top level management for the proposed or the planned system. So the planning of the core banking system has been done. Now it requires the financial assistance from the top level management, because core banking system requires huge investment. It requires high investment and recurring costs. So definitely it requires approval from the top level management, the board of directors. And once you get the approval, you have to select the right kind of CBS that is available in the market. We have a lot of ready-made CBSs that are available in the market, like FlexCube, Banks, FinOne, BankMat. These all things are available. Now you have to take demo of all those softwares, and you have to check out which software is offering you the right kind of features that are exactly required for your banking process. So basing on that, you need to, basing on all these parameters, you need to select the best CBS. And sometimes you might have CBSs developed in your organization earlier, and for that you may require to design and develop once again. You have to redesign and develop once again. That also you need to check. So once the selection and development process is over, you have to test the CBS whether it is suitable to you, whether it is working fine or not. And the most important thing in banking would be data migration, migrating the data from old application to new application, and that has to be done very carefully. And once you test the CBS and once you feel comfortable and confident that you can use the CBS, then you start implementing the CBS in various branches in your bank in a predefined and agreed plan. A bank having some 4,000 or 5,000 or sometimes 10,000 branches, it requires a preferred and agreed plan how the CBS has to be implemented. In the first stage, what branches it has to be implemented, what will be in the second stage, and how many branches have to be done with the third stage. This kind of planning should be there. And the most important thing after implementation, it is maintenance. It's not just enough if you implement the CBS. The most important thing is maintenance. If you don't properly maintain the CBS, if you don't update it regularly, if you don't upgrade it regularly, if you don't fix the bugs, then you cannot have a smooth running of the core banking system. So maintenance is the most important thing. And definitely the CBS should have a strong technology support from the vendor who is providing you the CBS. That is the most important thing. And whenever required, you need to update, upgrade your CBS. Information system audit of the CBS has to be done periodically to check out the efficiency and effectiveness of the CBS. And now the next one, what are the risks associated with CBS? For example, if a bank is using a CBS, what might be the risks that banks may experience? So this is given in MTP once. So let us pay attention to this. What are the risks of CBS to the banks? The first one is operational risk. What do you mean by operational risk? Whenever we use CBS for making transactions, definitely a lot of banking operations, lot of financial transactions takes place. And while making these transactions, there will be transaction processing risk, there will be information security risk because the data may get leaked, and there may be legal risk because of how you treat your customers. If you make any wrong to the customer, so definitely the bank has to face the legal risk, and there will be compliance risk, there will be people risk. These are all operational risks. And now another risk is the credit risk that is faced by the banks, and because sometimes the loans become irrecoverable, and there will be the default of the customer. At that times the banks face credit risk, and banks also face market risks because of equity prices, because of interest rates, because of credit spreads, because of foreign exchange rates, commodity prices, and other most important economic indicators. And the banks, if they do not properly plan well for their expansion, definitely they face strategic risk. But we are not very much concerned about it. But in our lesson, we are very much concerned about the IT risks that are faced by the banks using core banking systems. Now, what are the IT risks? See, here you have almost 9, but if you pay attention to 6, that is more than enough. The first one, ownership of data or process. So in the case of CBS, especially for small banks, what happens? They don't have the data at their own place in their own data center. Rather, they keep their data in a third-party data center, which might be a big risk to the bank. And authorization process, because when you use CBS and if you don't have proper internal controls, then anyone can enter, and without any authorization or without any authentication, anyone can enter and anyone can access the data. That will be a biggest risk. And the next one, authentication procedures should be perfect. The user IDs, passwords, the biometric systems, or any other kind of authorization techniques that we employ should be implemented in a perfect manner to protect the data security, data integrity, and to have a smooth running of the transactions. And another biggest thing is we have lot of softwares, we have lot of software interfaces, because CBS is a large software. It is an ERP used by the bank having a central shared database. So there will be lot of software interfaces, and each interface will have its own controls. So dealing with all this is not a cakewalk. It's not so easy. And the most important thing is maintaining the response time to the customers. The customer should not get bored by making transaction with your website or with your ATM or with your any other web enabled service. The response time should be very quick without making the customer to wait for a long time to get the response from your website, to get the response from your ATM, like that. And user identity management. See, at once some thousands of users log into the server, and now it becomes a big burden to the server because it has to check each and everyone, and only then it should allow people to work. So identity management definitely becomes a big challenge, and sometimes if it is not handled properly, it becomes a big risk to the organization. And definitely I told you we need to have access controls, because we should not allow each and everyone to enter without the proper authentication and authorization procedures. And maintaining this access control is extremely challenging task, not an easy thing, because there will be lakhs of customers, and today everyone is using internet banking services, mobile banking services. Most of them are self-service channels, and they can log in from any device, anywhere, anytime. So handling these all things, it's not a very easy thing. And incident handling procedures. Whenever we have a cyber attack or a breach of security, what should be done? What should be the BCP, business continuity planning? What about the DRP, disaster recovery planning? This has to be paid a lot of attention. What has to be done when a security attack has been taken place? That mechanism should be there. And the most important thing is change management. Whenever you are planning to upgrade your technology or change your old CBS into new CBS, then the data migration is the most important thing, and the new system may not be liked by the users, and because they get accustomed to the old system. So these all things are there. So change management is also a biggest challenge. And now here is a very important question: the sub processes applied in banks for information security as per ISO 27001. See, actually in India, whenever we are talking in Indian context, it is the duty and responsibility of the RBI to issue guidelines regarding the information security to the banks which are using core banking systems. But RBI has endorsed ISO 27001 information security guidelines for banks in India to follow. Okay. Now, information security generally consists of the following sub-processes or the following components. The first one is a very good information security policy of a bank should consist of information security policies, procedures and practices properly drafted and implemented. So, all the key areas of securing information at various levels should be done properly. So that is the first and foremost thing. And another most important component of information security is user security administration. How you protect the user, how you protect your customers' data, how you keep your customers' data sensitive and secure. That is a big thing. So a bank's information security policy should have a mechanism to store the user's data in a secured manner. And the next one, application security. So it is also one of the component of security. It is also one of the component of information security, application security. And the next one, database security. What security you have for your database. And the next other three securities are the physical security, the network security and operating system security. Now how can we say the information security is equal to information security policy, procedure and practice plus user security administration plus application security plus database security plus operating system security plus network security. That is what is called as and the last one, physical security. So information security is not a simple thing. It is a collection of various sub-components which consists of all these things. Now let us revise about the internal control system at banks, how it should be. So generally there should be rotation of jobs, and at banks to have very good internal control, the most important thing is to have a maker-checker process. So one person makes the transaction and the other person should check it, and there should be job rotation, that is very important, and the branch manager should periodically update the records on a daily basis or on a monthly basis or on weekly basis, and all books are to be balanced periodically. And if you lose any security forms and all, immediately you need to inform that to the higher authorities. So these are some of the things that you need to take care. And this is another important question, that is IT related controls in banks. See, what are the IT related internal controls? The banking system should have login and logout. Who is logging in at what time, how much time he has spent, at what time he has logged out, this you need to have. And when someone is trying to deposit some money in an inoperative or dormant account which is not being operated for a long time, so definitely you need to suspect and you need to ask them to follow a certain procedure. And whenever a customer is withdrawing some money, we need to check what is his drawing power, how much he can draw and how much he is withdrawing. This all you need to check. And you should give access to the system only between fixed hours and specified days, especially in the branches. And whenever a person is withdrawing above the lien limit, then definitely we should warn him that you cannot withdraw. So like this, these are some of the internal controls that we need to have at banks. And now moving on to the next important question, that is CASA. What is this CASA? CASA is current account and savings account, which can act both as current account and savings account, the same account. And in case of CASA, we have certain risks. So you should read out these risks, and also you should find out the key controls, like the credit line setup has to be made properly and it should not get it should not cross the limits, and unauthorized personnel should not give permission for access. These are all some of the risks that you need to understand. And this is one important question. What are the steps involved in the credit card transaction? The steps are, first you swipe the card whenever you go to your vendor, that is authorization, and the bank gives authorization and the transaction is made. But for a vendor, the money is not deposited immediately, a batching will be done, and at the end of the day all these batched transactions will be cleared and the funding is done into the account of the vendor. So there are 4 steps: authorization, batching, clearing and funding. Okay, ABCF: authorization, batching, clearing and funding. And the next one, what is a mortgage loan? You know, I need not explain you about mortgage loan. And we have home loan, top-up loan, loan under construction for property. For all these things, you can have a mortgage loan. And yes, the most important topic in core banking system, that is money laundering. So what is this money laundering? Now, what is this money laundering? See, money laundering is a kind of making the origin of the money opaque. That is where the money gets, where you get the money, that is made opaque, that is not made transparent. That means it is a kind of black money, and we hide the source or from where you get the money, and you try to change that money into a legal money, into a white money. That can be called as money laundering. So simply you can remember this money laundering as to make dirty money appear clean. That is what is money laundering. And in our country we have PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Under section 12 of PMLA, all the banks should maintain the transactions related to the money, all banks should maintain a record of the monetary transactions. And under 6 of PMLR, such records are to be maintained for a period of 10 years. Okay, because anything may happen at any given point of time. So that is about money laundering. And here is an important question. There are how many stages are there in money laundering? Generally, there are 3 stages. First one is placement, layering and integration in the case of money laundering. What do you mean by placement? Placement means the money that you get from an illegal, from illegal activities that you place in the banking system, where the banking rules and regulations are not so strict. You select those countries or those banks and you place the money over there. And second one is layering. From illegal source, you use some complex transactions to make the identity or to make the origin of the money very tough to find out. So you invest in one company and that company invests in another company and that company invests in some other company. In that way, you just make lot of layering and finally you integrate at one place where you want. Again, where you want to get the money, you get the money there. That is called as integration. So the first one is placing from illegal source into a legal place, and second one hiding its origin. To hide its origin, you make layering of investments and all, and finally wherever you want you collect the money over there. That is integration, and you do it in the form of a legitimate manner. So finally what happened? The dirty money changed into clean money. At the time of placing it is dirty money, but at the time of integration it is a very clean money. So these are the most important questions in the case of core banking systems. So with that we close the discussion of core banking systems. Now let us study about information system risks and controls. So this is also a little bit important lesson. If you look at the weightage, on an average you get ranging from 2 marks to 6 marks on an average you get from this particular information system risks and controls. Now what we are going to learn in this particular lesson? So in this lesson we will learn about what is a control and what are the classification of controls. So controls can be classified into preventive controls, detective controls and corrective controls. And basing on the nature of IS resources, controls can be classified into environmental controls, physical access controls and logical access controls. And depending on audit functions, controls can be divided into managerial controls and application controls. So this is the broad classification of information system controls. Now let us move forward to study about what is a control. Already we have discussed what is a control. A control can be in the form of a policy of the organization, it can be in the form of a procedure, it can be in the form of practice, and it can be in the form of organization structure. So a control can be a policy, practice or organization structure or a procedure. So why we need to have this kind of policies, procedures, practices and organization structure? Because we have certain business objectives, and those business objectives we need to achieve them, and while achieving those business objectives we come across lot of undesired risk events, and we want to either prevent them or detect them or correct them. So whenever we are moving forward to achieve our objectives, we may come across lot of undesired events, risky events, and we need to prevent it or detect it and correct it. So that is the main definition of the word control. And why we need controls? We need controls to safeguard our assets, to maintain the data integrity, and also we need to have controls to protect our sensitive and critical data. These are the main objectives of the controls. Now let us move on to the classification of controls. What are the objectives of controls? Here is an important question. Objectives of controls. Why we require controls and the classification of controls. First one, preventive controls. What is a preventive control? These preventive controls are generally proactive in nature. That means we design a preventive control beforehand by anticipating what may happen in future. And these are designed to prevent an error or omission or malicious. What do you mean by malicious here? Malicious here refers to dangerous. So dangerous act from occurring. So that is a preventive control. So preventive control is proactive in nature and designed to prevent an error or omission or malicious act from occurring. And what are the examples of this preventive controls? The examples of the preventive controls are simple data entry tasks and preventing data or sensitive data from unauthorized people, and lot of other technical controls like installing antivirus softwares, installing prevention detection controls. These all things, they all come under preventive controls. And these preventive controls can be implemented both in manual and computerized environment. That means you can have manual preventive controls in the form of security guards and others, and you can also have computerized preventive controls like biometric devices and all. And what are the characteristics of these preventive controls? A clear-cut understanding about the vulnerabilities of the asset should be there. Only then we can design a very good preventive control. Without knowing what vulnerabilities or what weaknesses we have in a particular asset here refers to a server or a software, only then we can design a preventive control. And in order to design the preventive control, we need to understand the probable threats that may occur. That is very important. And the third most important thing is we need to provide necessary controls for probable threats. See, why we design a preventive control? We want to stop a threat or a risk from materializing. We should stop it. We should never have them, or we should never let them to happen. That is the most important thing. And now the second type of control, detective control. So the detective control detects the errors, omissions and malicious acts. And whenever they occur, they report the occurrence. That is the most important thing in detective controls. And the detective controls come into picture when the incidents escape from the preventive controls. Only when the preventive controls fails, then the detective controls come into their place. And what are the examples of these detective controls? The detective controls examples are, if someone is depositing in an inactive account in a bank, then immediately the detective controls should capture the transaction and report it to the top level management. So that is about detective control. Now, what are the characteristics of detective control? So in order to tell something that it is an unlawful activity or an illegal activity, first of all, we should understand what is lawful. So once you have a clear understanding about the lawful activities, then you can easily design the detective controls. And detective controls refers to a mechanism that reports the unlawful activities to the appropriate person or to the top level management. And sometimes these detective controls interact with the preventive controls to prevent the unlawful activities. And one example of detective control is a surprise check by the supervisor. And now comes the corrective controls. These corrective controls are not proactive, but they are reactive in nature. Preventive controls are proactive in nature, whereas corrective controls are reactive in nature, because depending on the situation, when an unlawful activity or when a malicious activity happens, then we think of not repeating it once again. That is a corrective control. So for example, if a data entry error occurred, then we need to take proper care that the same error do not occur once again elsewhere. So that is the kind of corrective control. Now, what are the characteristics of these corrective controls? The main characteristic of corrective control is to minimize the impact of the threat. Already threat happened, but we want to minimize the impact of it so that much damage should not be done. And we need to also identify the cause of the problem so that the problem should not be repeated once again. And we should also provide remedy to the problems discovered by the detective controls. And we need to get feedback from the preventive and detective controls. And we need to correct the error arising from a problem. Now, coming to environmental controls, a very important question asked in November 18 for 4 marks and November and May 18 RTP also it is given. Environmental controls. See, we need to protect our information system facility from fire, water, air, these all things. They all refer to environmental controls. So, in environmental controls, what controls you need to have? You need to have controls related to power, air conditioning, UPS, smoke detection, fire extinguishers and dehumidifiers. So, for the sake of fire exposure, what kind of controls you need to have? You need to have smoke detectors to detect the smoke in a data center or in an information system facility, and you need to use a lot of electric proof material, shock proof material or fire proof material inside the data center or information system facility. You need to use less wood in the data center. You should take care that there will be less risk of electric firing inside the data center. You need to have fireproof walls, fireproof ceilings, and these all things you have to take care. And you need to put the fire extinguishers at the strategic locations inside your data center or inside your data processing facility, and there should be fire alarms which keep you alert whenever there is any burst of fire and all. and you need to make a regular inspection, and you need to create awareness among the people. That also has to be done, and there should be documented and tested emergency evacuation plans. Whenever a fire happens, immediately you need to have a plan in your hand how to vacate that place and how to move away from that place. What is the fire exit? These all things have to be properly maintained. And now we talk about electrical exposure. So we need to use right kind of UPS, stabilizers, voltage regulators, and emergency power off switch. These are some of the controls that we need to use to protect our information system facility from electric attacks. And regarding water damage, we need to strategically locate our computer room, not either in the ground floor, in the cellar, or at the very top. So it is better place to choose in between the first floor and the last but one floor to have your computer processing facility or a data center. And it is better always you take power leads from 2 substations, and people should not eat, drink, or smoke inside the data center or inside the information processing facility to protect the information processing facility. Now comes the most important controls, that is the physical access controls. You need to protect your data, your servers, your information system assets from physical access risks. You should not allow people to access the servers easily. You should not allow access. You should not allow people to have access to the information system assets very easily. You need to have lot of physical access controls around your data center or your information system facility. Now, this is an important question asked in November 18 MTP 1 for 6 marks. Now, what are the physical access controls? You need to have different types of locks on doors for the information system facility, like you can have a cipher lock which works on a particular cipher or code, or you can have bolting door locks, or you can have electronic door locks. And also, if someone wants to enter into the data center, they need to have to enter the PIN number, or they have to scan their card, or they have to show their identification badges. This kind of physical access mechanism should be there. And now coming to the logging on facilities, you need to have either manual logging or electronic logging of who is logging into the data center and who is going out of the data center. And now another question again asked in November 18 MTP 1 for 6 marks. You should have proper video cameras established at strategic locations. You need to have security guards for the data center. You need to have controlled visitor access. You should not allow each and everyone to enter into the data center. If someone enters into your data center, you need to take their proper details, because many people like maintenance personnel or computer vendors, they keep on coming to the place. So whenever you want to allow them, you need to have a proper check-in and check-out mechanism. And the people working in your data center should always be a bonded personnel. That means they should have a service bond with you for at least for 1 year, so that only that kind of people should be allowed into the information processing facility. And you should use a kind of door mechanism like dead man doors, so that you cannot allow more people to enter into the data processing facility all at once. And next one is non-exposure of sensitive facilities. Generally in every data center you have some sensitive systems or critical systems, so you need to take care of them, so that you need to handle things in a proper way. So if you just remember 6 points, that is more than enough. Now coming to the logical access controls. So it is not just enough you protect your data physically, but you may have logical attacks. People may attack your data from a faraway location without coming to your location physically. And things like viruses, bombs, these all may create a lot of problem to your data. So logical access controls. What are these logical access controls? You need to protect your operating systems, your application software, your networks, your databases, these all things with the help of controls. So protecting all these things with the help of controls, they come under logical access controls. So sir, why we require logical access controls? We require logical access controls to ensure that access to systems, data and program is restricted only to authorized users. Only authorized users should be in a position to get the access to the data, and all unauthenticated and unauthorized people should not be given access. That is the most important thing. And there are some key factors in designing the logical access controls. They are confidentiality and privacy, authorization and authentication requirements. These are the most important things. And now the next question given in M21 RTP, logical access violators. Who are logical access violators? Who violate the logical access controls? The first one, hackers, very well known to everyone. So hackers are the people who may violate the logical access security. And second one, employees, either authorized employees or unauthorized employees, may crack the systems, may crack the controls and get unauthorized access to the data. And IS personnel, you know, like database administrator, network administrator or system administrators, they know all the passwords and sensitive presence of the data. So they may cause some damage to the system. And the former, especially the employees who left the organization in unfavorable terms, the disgruntled employees, they may cause a lot of problem to the organization's logical security. And the end users, either knowingly or unknowingly, intentionally or unintentionally, they create a lot of logical access violation. And now next important question, user access management control. So how do you restrict the users? In what is the possible way to restrict the users? The first one is user registration. User registration means whenever user enters, he needs to get registered, and you need to give some privileges to the user. That comes under privilege management. That means what he can access and what he cannot access, you have to decide. And user password management is very important, and review of user access rights. So these all things have to be done. And users also have responsibilities. They need to keep their passwords very strong. They should not have lighter passwords. They should have very strong passwords which composed of alphanumeric characters and all. And whenever they are moving away from their place, they need to switch off the systems. They need to secure their PCs. That is called unattended user equipment. Now another important question given in MTP once and also in the public exam one time, that is network access controls or logical access controls. See, every organization should have a network access controls, because network is the most important component in an information system. And now what do you need to have? You need to have a policy on use of network services. That is how much of internet is required, how many internet connections are required, what about the local area connections. These all things you need to have a policy. For which computers we need to use internet, for which computers we should not use internet, for which computers need to be connected in the local network. These all things you need to have a policy. And everything should be done with a enforced path. That means if internet is being accessed by your employees in an organization, it should be done from a particular server. That means whatever employee browses, that should get cached into the server. So that enforced path should be there. Otherwise you cannot control or you cannot enforce security. And the entire organization's network may be segregated into virtual private networks or public network or local network. So you need to divide the networks that you are using in the organization, that is segregation of networks. And in what way each system should connect to the network, that also you need to decide. And there should be security features like firewalls, encryption and callback devices to protect the security of your network. So if you use right kind of firewalls, so these firewalls will stop unauthorized people from having access to your network. And also whenever you are sending data through network, it is always a better idea to encrypt, to encode your data, so that if even someone tries to access the data turns to be unintelligible to the user. And when someone is trying to access your network, instead of directly getting connected, you need to cut off the connection and again you need to call back. That is called callback devices. And another question given in M20 RTP, N18 for 6 marks and M18 for in MTP M18, that is operating system access controls. So operating system is the important control program either in your server or in your computer, and you need to have right kind of controls for that operating system. The first one is automated terminal identification. That means the operating system should identify who is getting logged into the server, because many terminals, many clients, they connect with the server. So whenever a client gets connected or whenever a terminal gets connected, there should be automated terminal identification. And next one, terminal login procedures, how a terminal should log in. And to log in, the terminal should have a user ID and password, and the operating system in the server should check the user ID and password, and only then it should give access for the people to enter into the server. And for every terminal that is gaining access to the server, it should obtain a token, so that every time when this particular terminal wants some data from server, instead of providing all the credentials all over again, just by using access token, they can access the data. And who will have what kind of access? Operating system should maintain an access control list. And sometimes in some situations, we need to change the privileges and we need to give some additional privileges. So that is done by the system administrators. For example, in the absence of manager, assistant manager needs to be given some additional privileges. So that will be given by the system administrator. That is called as discretionary access control. And the most important function that has to be done by the operating system is user identification and authentication. So the user enters the user ID and password, and it is the operating system which identifies it. And it is operating system which stores all the passwords inside the server. And if you write up to here, that is more than enough. Now the next question, the next important question is about managerial controls. So in managerial controls, what we have, that is what you need to understand. See, whenever we talk about managerial controls, we should always remember about planning, organizing, staffing, directing and controlling. So here the top level management should properly plan about the enterprise information system. What is the goal of the information system? What time it should take? How much money we need to spend? What should be the short term objective? What should be the long term objective? These all things the management has to decide. That is called as planning. And once the planning has been done, the organization should have a prescribed IT organizational structure. That is, you need to set up an IT department and you need to recruit people like system admins, network admins, CTOs, technical heads. These all things you need to set up an IT department. And once these people start working, they require motivation, guidance and communication, a proper communication. That is also the most important function of the management, that is leading. And once work gets started, once motivation is there, then always there will be difference between the standards that are being set and the actuals that are being done. So in order to reduce the gap between the actuals and the standards, there should be controlling. Okay, so these are the 4 important functions of the management. And now let us see another important question, system development management controls. Whenever the information systems are being developed, what control should be there from the side of the management? So first of all, the management should identify what is the problem they are facing. If there is no information system, how much they are losing? If there is an information system, what they can gain? What is the actual problem they are facing? In what way the information system helps them to resolve the problems in the organization? In this way, the top level management should have a deeper and better understanding about the prevailing problem. And once they come out with an idea of an information system, immediately they need to check out what is the technical feasibility, what is the operational feasibility, what is the economical feasibility of that information system. So this is the first step. And sometimes there may be some existing information system that is already prevailing in the organization. So we need to analyze the pros and cons of the existing system, and they need to move forward. And definitely the system has to be done in a proper manner, and these are the steps in the information processing system design. What are they? Elicitation of detailed requirements. What are the requirements that is required for an information system? You have to clearly document them. You need to design the data and information flow with the help of data flow diagrams and flow charts, and you need to design the database, which is very important, the heart of any information system. How you need to keep the database, where you need to maintain the database, you need to have a design. And now comes the physical design, that is how you write the programs, how you set up the system. This all physical design should be made, and then the actual design of hardware and software should start. And when you want to design the hardware and software, you need to procure the hardware and software from outside. So you need to look forward where you need to procure the hardware, where you need to procure the software required for your organization. And once these all things are procured, then you need to test whether the system is working or not, whether you can convert from the existing system to a new system or not. And once this step is also over, it is operations and maintenance very toughest job, because all the time you need to check out whether everything is in its place or not. And now coming to programming management controls, what is the role played in this programming management controls? Given in M19 for 6 marks. So the main phases are planning, design, coding, testing, operation and maintenance, and control. These are the important steps in the programming management control. In the design phase, in the planning phase, the top level management along with the information systems auditors to have to decide about how to develop the information system, what kind of system development methodologies have to be followed. And in the design phase, they need to check out what kind of design methodology has to be used for designing the information system. Like we have design methodologies like a systematic approach or an object oriented approach. These all things are there. Structured approach, these all things are there, we need to check out. And coming to the programming, what approach they are following in programming, either they are following top down approach or bottom up approach, they need to check. Once the information system is ready, now you have to test the information system, and there are 3 types of testing: unit testing, integration testing, and whole of program testing. What is unit testing? You focus on individual programs, because an information system is a very large software, consists of different modules, and each module will have different programs, and you need to check each and every program individually. So that is unit testing. And once all these programs have been tested individually, then you need to check out whether all these programs work in one unit, that is integration testing. And the third one is whole of the program testing. Once the entire information system has been done, you have to check out whether everything is working fine or not. And once testing is done and you start implementing the information system, then operations and maintenance comes into picture, and all the time 24/7 you need to maintain your information system to keep it perfect and optimum. And we have 3 types of maintenance: repair maintenance, adaptive maintenance, and perfective maintenance. So repair maintenance means whenever the program is having an error, you need to rectify it, that is repair maintenance. And whenever there are updations, you need to make them, that is adaptive maintenance. And to keep your system perfect, you need to do some maintenance like removing the unwanted files, maintaining the antivirus softwares. These all things, they come under perfective maintenance. And to carry out all these things, the proper control should be there. You need to use some control tools like work breakdown structures, NAT charts, PERT diagrams. These all things which you study at your CA final level, you need to use them to make things happen on time, so that the actual planned schedule is followed, and there will be no difference between the actual performance and the standard performance. Now let us move on to the Next question, data resource management controls given in November 19 RTP. So what is this? For every data, we need to have definition controls. Definition controls tells or talks about in what way you store the data, in what way you define the data to be stored in the server. They are called as definition controls. And the second one, existence or backup controls. You need to check out whether there are proper backup controls, and whenever there is a data loss, in what way you can bring the data back. That is existence or backup controls. And the most important thing is access controls. All the time we are talking about this access controls. We need to protect our data so that unauthorized and unauthenticated people should not have access to the data. And next comes the update controls, the most dangerous controls. Because whenever someone in an unauthorized way update the data, what happens? The integrity of the data is lost. They may delete the existing data, they may make modifications in the data. These all things may happen, so you need to be very careful. And another important thing, concurrency controls. When more than one person is trying to update the data at the same time, definitely the concurrency problems comes. And whenever the concurrency problems comes, again the data integrity gets disturbed. So then we need to have a concurrency control so that whenever the same person or more than one person is accessing the same data, there should not be any concurrency problems. And it is always very important to maintain the accuracy, completeness and consistency of the data. And for that, you need to have lot of quality checks inside the database. Those all comes under quality controls. So these are all the important questions that are given in that you can see. Yeah, here is another question given in M18 RTP and also in M19 RTP. Operations management controls. So computer operations, once you start implementing the information system, you have to do a lot of computer operations. Network operations has to be done. Data entry process will be carried out, and there will be real-time transactions that you have to take care. And you have to take care of the file library. Lot of files will be generated. You have to take care of all those files, and you have to take care of documentation and program library. There will be lot of program documentation. You have to store it properly, and whenever you want it, you need to get it back. And the most important, once it's a very large organization, you need to have a help desk or technical support team. Whenever someone in your branch or whenever someone somewhere else in your organization faces a problem with the information system, immediately you have to respond. And capacity planning and performance monitoring. Sometimes the information system that you are using may not be suitable to you. It may not be sufficient to you. It may not be enough to you. So definitely you need to have a proper capacity planning and performance monitoring. And management of outsourced operations. Majority of the times in an information system facility, we outsource like data backups and all. So you have to check out whether all these things are done on time in a proper format or not. So doing all these things, they come under operations, and you need to have proper controls in place to check out whether all these things are being done properly or not. And with that, we have finished the managerial controls and entering into application controls. Now, what are these application controls? Whatever data you enter into the computer should be complete, accurate and valid. At the time of inputting the data should be complete, accurate and valid. At the time of output, it should be valid, accurate and complete. So for that, you require lot of controls, and those controls are nothing but application controls. Now, what things come under application controls? Input controls, process controls, output controls, these all things come under application controls. And yes, these are all the list of application controls. What are they? Boundary controls, input controls, processing controls, output controls and communication controls. Now, what are boundary controls? Boundary controls helps
the organization to stop the unauthorized person from accessing the data in an unauthorized manner in the form of passwords, user IDs, and these all things. And there are different ways of gaining access into the system. Like you can have a biometric device over there and to allow the people to enter into the system, to log into the system, or you can use a PIN number, or you can use a finger scan, or you can have an scanning of ID card. Lot of things are there for people to gain access into the system. And now talking about another important question, data coding controls. See, data coding controls means whenever we are entering the data into the system, we have to be very careful, because we may come across transcription errors. That means when we are typing in the data, or whenever we are entering the data in the form of OCR programs, that is while scanning these all things, there may be some problems like addition errors, some extra digit is added, or truncation errors, some digit is removed at the end, and instead of one code, another code may be taken place. So these transcription errors will be there. And transposition errors, instead of typing 987654, people may type 897654. So changing the position, that is transposition. And another important question given in M19 MTP for 5 marks, what are validation controls? So there is field interrogation. That means whenever you are filling the data in a form consists of different fields or columns, and you fill out all those columns. So what you have to check? You have to check whether the limits are properly followed or not. That means, for example, a mobile number column, it should have 10 numbers, but you have entered 11, it should not accept. Or you have entered 9, it should not accept. The limit is 10 and only 10 numbers are accepted. In that way, there should be thing. And the next one is picture check. That is while entering the name, people may enter some unnecessary characters. That is called as a picture check. And there should be valid check codes, like whether you are entering the right code or not, especially in stores like DMart and all. Whenever you scan, you need to get the valid code over there. Only then the item can be easily identified. So that should be done. And the same is the case with record controls also. You need to check whether all the records are reasonably perfect or not, whether the valid characters are being used or not, whether all the records are in sequence both physically and in the system or not. These all things you need to check. And also regarding files, you need to have controls like whether you are using the right kind of version of the file or not, whether you are using right kind of naming and labeling to the file or not, whether there is a data file security, like can anyone can open the file or only some people can open the file, who are having viewer permissions, who are having editor permissions. In that way you need to have data file security. And while updating the files, who should update the file? This all security mechanism you need to have. And now talking about communication controls. When the data is being sent from one location to another location, you definitely come across communication controls. And the first thing in communication control is physical component control. We use lot of physical components in network communication. We use devices like routers, hubs, these all things. So you need to take care of all these physical components. And the next one is line error control. That is, because of some disturbances in the network line, the data may not travel properly to the destination. So definitely you need to ensure that the data travels in a perfect manner. So that comes under line error controls. And sometimes there will be a difference of capacity between the server and the client. Sometimes the server may push the data towards the client and client may not be in a position to accept the data. So then there will be overflow of data, and with the help of flow controls, you have to restrict that overflow of data. And the next one is link controls. So how you are connecting to the network, whether you are connecting to the LAN, WAN, these all things are very important. And depending on that, the topology also changes, whether you are using ring topology to connect or a bus topology to connect, or a mesh topology to connect your devices, that also play a very important role. So it is enough if you just pay attention to 5 steps in network controls. And now coming to given in November 21 RTP, that is processor controls. So we have CPUs, and sometimes CPUs may also go wrong, they may also malfunction. So then you need to have error detection and correction, because occasionally the processors might malfunction, they may not function in a proper way, and sometimes multiple execution states may fail. And timing controls, if sometimes a process gets inside the CPU and will not come outside, there will be an infinite loop constantly running and making your system to hang for some time. So there should be timing controls, and there should be component replication. If one processor fails, definitely there should be another processor, redundant processors, especially in case of servers, large establishments, we definitely have multiple processors. If one processor goes wrong, immediately the next processor come in its place. And now another important question here, database controls. So what controls you need to have with respect to the database? And we know database is the most important thing. The first one in database controls is access controls. Many times we are talking about these access controls, that there should be a proper database subsystem with proper access control mechanism to enforce your security policy. And second one, the most important thing is the maintenance of the data integrity. Your actions should not disturb the data integrity. That is the most important thing. And what do you mean by integrity? When your data is having accuracy, completeness and uniqueness, then you can say that your data is having data integrity. And if you unauthorizedly modify the data, update the data, then the data integrity will be lost. So you have to have proper controls, and you need to have lot of n number of controls in application software that you use, that is in the front end software you are using to keep your database secure. And already we discussed about concurrency controls, we also discussed about cryptographic controls, file handling controls also. So if you write up to there, that is more than enough. So with that we wind up this lesson, and let us move on to another lesson. And now let's have a look at information systems auditing. So generally you may not get some specifically questions from this particular lesson, but anyhow there are some important areas in this information systems auditing lesson. So the first question is, what is information systems auditing and what are its objectives? That is the thing we need to learn. Information system auditing is a process of attesting the objectives of the external auditor that focus on the asset safeguarding, data integrity and management objectives of the internal auditor. That means it is the responsibility of the internal auditor to take care of the asset safeguarding, data integrity and management objectives. Now the external auditors will audit the information system, and they will attest the work that is done by the internal auditors. And what are the main objectives of this information system audit? The first one, as we have already discussed, asset safeguarding. There are a lot of information assets like hardware, software, data, these all things are there, information, these all things are there, we need to protect them. So for that we need to have an information system audit, and there will be data integrity objectives. I have already told you many times that data integrity, protecting the data integrity or maintaining the data integrity is the most important thing. And the next one is system effectiveness and system efficiency. These are the areas which you need to understand about the objectives of information system audit. Now the next one, why we need to audit an information system? If you do not audit the information system and if there are a lot of risks, then there will be organizational costs of data loss. And if you do not make right kind of controls, then you may not have right kind of financial statements in your hand, then you may make incorrect decisions. Basing on that, you may lose lot of things. So there will be cost of incorrect decision making. And if proper auditing is not being done, unauthorized access may be there and that is not detected, then there will be the organization has to face lot of costs of computer abuse. And the value of computer hardware, software and personnel, they are very high, and if you do not make an audit properly, there will be no optimum utilization of the resources and will have a credible impact on the performance of the infrastructure of the organization. And if computers are used without proper controls, then there will be high costs of computer error. That also you need to take care. And maintenance of privacy is very important, and you have to make an audit whether there is maintenance of privacy or not. These all things you have to pay attention. And now, what is a concurrent or continuous audit and what are the types of audit tools? See, concurrent or continuous audit means in large organizations where today transactions are taking place in a e-commerce manner, where some voluminous transactions are taking place, then it is not possible to make the transaction once and audit the transaction later. But what kind of mechanism should be devised? There should be a mechanism that there should be continuous audit of the transaction when the transaction is taking place. That is what we call as concurrent audit or continuous audit. See, it is old methodology which tells that first let the transaction be finished and we will audit it later. But now what we are talking, we tell that let the auditing of the transaction and occurrence of the transaction takes place at the same time. That is concurrent auditing. That is concurrent audit or continuous audit. And for doing that, we have certain software tools like snapshots. So in this model of snapshot audit tool, what we do, we trace a transaction in a computerized system and we take a snapshot, that is at some where the material processing occurs. That means where the significant transaction processing is occurring. At that point of time, we take a snapshot and we send it to the information system auditing software, which will analyze the authenticity, accuracy and completeness of the processing that is being carried out. So that is a snapshot, and another name for snapshot is extended record. The next one is integrated test facility. This is another way of making an information system audit, integrated testing facility. So in this mechanism, in what way we audit the information system? Here we create a dummy entity and we enter the data in that dummy entity, a test data to check the authenticity, accuracy and completeness of the software. This is not a real data, this is a test data. We enter in the form of a dummy entity. We enter some test data to check out the accuracy, completeness and authenticity of the software that the organization is being used. And the test data would be included with the normal production data. That means normal real-time data will be there. Here production refers to real-time. So normal real-time data will be there, and this test data will be entered along with the normal real-time data, and we will check the authenticity and completeness of the transaction. And now here we have a third important audit tool for concurrent audit, that is SCARF, System Control and Audit Review File. System Control and Audit Review File. See, this is another way of making a concurrent or continuous audit. What is that way? Already there is a transaction software and we embed audit software modules along with the transaction software. We embed like this, or we embed like this, and the transaction is carried out, and simultaneously the transaction is being audited, the transaction is being monitored. So that is called as SCARF. And the next one is CIS, continuous and intermittent simulation. Sometimes there may be some exceptions, some runtime errors. Okay, some exceptions, some runtime errors. What is an exception? A runtime error. Whenever you are accessing the database, you may not get the data. The database may not respond. There may be some error while retrieving the data. These are all exceptions. So whenever that kind of things happen, immediately the auditing software should be aware of it, should know about it, and a report has to be prepared and it has to be given to the auditor. So that kind of mechanism, it is called as continuous and intermittent simulation. And the next one, the last one, audit hooks. See, sometimes in your information system, there may be some suspicious transactions taking place, like depositing money in a inactive account, where a user account which is inactive for a long time gets opened up. So these are suspicious transactions where there is a higher probability of making a mistake or a risk. So at that time we use softwares like audit hooks. Okay, and these audit hooks, what they will do, whenever there is some suspicious transaction, immediately a flag will be made to the transaction and that will be reported to the higher authorities. So that kind of mechanism, we call it as audit hooks. So these are important audit tools. And another important question, that is audit trail. And we have two types of audit trail: accounting audit trail and operations audit trail. So now first of all we need to understand what is an audit trail. See, everyone wants to check out what is happening at the server, what is happening at a particular system, what the user is doing. We need to make an audit of it, we need to make a check of it. So that is called as an audit trail. Means we need to record everything that is happening at a particular terminal or at a particular server. So that record, that log, we call it as audit trail. Now you please tell me, what is an audit trail? Audit trails are logs, means audit trails are records. Why you have designed those records? To record the activity at the system, application and user level. What is happening at a particular, what is happening with a particular user? What is happening at that system? What is happening at the server? So you need to record the activity at all these levels. Those logs, they are called as audit trails. And these audit trails will help the organization to be a very important detective control. Very important detective control for the organization. And how many types of audit trails are there? Accounting audit trail. When we call something as accounting audit trail, when someone is trying to update the database, which is very dangerous, then we need to record who is updating, what he is updating, when he is updating, why he is updating. These all details you need to record, and that is called as accounting audit trail. Now what is operations audit trail? Operations audit trail means when someone is using the files, opening the files, copying the files, moving the files, doing something with the data, not modifying the data, but he is accessing the data, then you have to record that. That is called as operations audit trail. Now you may ask me, sir, what is the reason to maintain these audit trails, either accounting audit trail or operations audit trail? The answer is very simple. Detecting unauthorized access is someone without having proper authorized and authenticated access is trying to access your data. Then you should be in a position to detect, and to detect you require the records. You need to know the logs. You need to have the details to catch the culprit. Now, the second thing is reconstructing the events. For example, your detective controls detected that a transaction is not done properly. Then you want to reconstruct the event. You want to know, you want to check out how the event has been taken place. You have to check out. You want to reconstruct the event. For that you require how it has been happened earlier. You want some records. You want some proofs. So in order to reconstruct the event and to stop that event from occurring once again, you want audit records or audit trails. And whenever people know that all their actions, all their movements are captured, then automatically they will have a sense of, they will have a sense in their brain, and they will behave in a proper way. And people also will not try to violate the organization's security policy, because they will have a sense in their mind that they are being monitored, that whatever they do gets recorded, and that itself will act as a preventive control. So this is one of the important thing. And starting from the next question, all these questions are repetitive in nature, because what all controls you have studied in the information system risks and controls, the same thing also comes here, but the only thing is the auditor has to check out all these things, the environmental controls, the physical controls, and the application controls, the input controls, boundary controls. For all these things, the auditor has to check whether all these things are being properly done or not. And we started with components of information system, and we discussed only 4 components, but we missed the people component of an information system that we are going to learn now. So people are very, very important in any organization, and especially in an IT department, people are very, very important, and we have lot of people in the IT department of any organization. Who are they? Generally we have CIO, Chief Information Officers, Chief Technical Officers, Chief Security Officer, Chief Information Security Officer, Chief Privacy Officer. These all people are there, and what they do. So these are all the tasks that are performed by a Chief Information Officer. And in software development, you have people like software tester, software developer or programmer, software analyst or system analyst or systems architect who builds the entire information system. So this is about the people component. You have people from database department like database architect, database administrator and database analyst. You have people from network department like telecom engineer, network administrator, network engineer and network architect. And you have people from systems department, systems management like system administrator, storage engineer, systems engineer and system architect. So likewise different people we require in an IT department. So this is about the people component. So, and another important question given here, segregation of duties. So many times we told segregation of duties is the most important thing. There should be a maker checker process. There should be transaction authorization and transaction execution. Everything should not be done by a single person. End-to-end transaction performed by a single person is the most dangerous thing. So, and always there should be split custody of high valued assets. The high valued assets should not be placed in the hands of a single person, rather they should be placed within the hands of more than one person. Then there will be less risks, and the workflow should be designed in such a way that every work should require either second level or third level of verification or approval before the actual thing takes place. In that way you need to design the processes, you need to design the workflows in your organization, and periodically you need to review whether the access rights that you have given to the people are sufficient or not, or some more rights have to be given or less rights have to be given. You have to check, and whenever and wherever possible you can reduce the individual user privileges so that there will be no conflict. And whenever you feel that new mitigating controls to mitigate the risks are required, yes, you have to do that. You have to introduce a new mitigation or a mitigating control. So these are the important questions. So with this we have finished the marathon revision of enterprise information systems. But one thing I wanted to tell you, the success mantra of EIS lies in daily revision of not less than 15 minutes every day. That will help you a lot in getting success. All the best. Thank you.